superhero in me. A superhero in me. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. And every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, a minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be there, then I'll wait to save me. A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, oh, and when I fall to be there, then I'll wait to save me.
Guess it's been a while since I fell in love. But after last time, don't wanna mess things up. You're so beautiful, and I can't deny. My heart is always with you, my head's always stuck in time. Love, let me go, cause I've been holding on for far too long. I've been fighting and keeping strong. Now you just gotta let me go. Time, wash away every feeling that can cause me pain. All these memories I can't escape. Can you let them all wash away? Let it all wash away, cause I don't wanna feel the pain. Love, just let me go, cause I don't wanna feel the pain of holding on and keeping strong. So now I'm moving on. I don't wanna feel the same, so love, just let me go. Guess I didn't know it would end this way. One drink too much and I could see your face. Why did I let you go? How could I let you leave? Will I ever see you? And do you think of me? Love, let me go, cause I've been holding on for far too long. I've been fighting and keeping strong. Now you just gotta let me go. Time, wash away every feeling that can cause me pain. All these memories I can't escape. Can you let them all wash away? Let it all wash away, cause I don't wanna feel the pain. Love, just let me go, cause I don't wanna feel the pain of holding on and keeping strong. So now I'm moving on. I don't wanna feel the same, so love, just let me go.
Let's spark a light and see where it leads. Just you and me, hiding behind the curtain. A world so uncertain. Come and see where this leads. The circus.
sometimes. Yeah, yeah. They
end. Think I'll reconsider on the weekend. Funny how I kinda like this life. Funny now I kinda like this life. I like this life.
want you to stay.
want you to stay. I want you to stay. I want you to stay.
Shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma fight my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing. Never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival. No rival. No rival. Tell me now, what you gon' do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I'm locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma fight my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own. Never gonna take my phone. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival. No rival. I got no
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll go. On we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll go. We'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
I'm sorry that I didn't hit you back when you called my line. Or did you even need to talk? Or you wasting time declining all your FaceTime calls? Cause you're not my vibe, but God just let me go to sleep. Someone get high with me. Yeah, cause I'm running away. I'm running away. I'm looking for space. Looking for space. I'm healing from all of the pain. I'm running away. Cause I feel lost right now, and it's hard to breathe. And I've lost myself. Stop texting every second, I just wanna disappear. Like a fly up in my ear, you don't ever wanna stop. Yeah, you have me kicking rocks, just leave me alone for once. Just leave me alone, I'm running away, running away, running away. I'm looking for space, looking for space, looking for space. I'm healing from all of the pain, all of the pain, all of the pain. I'm running away. 'Cause I feel lost right now, and it's hard to breathe.
And good afternoon and welcome back to day 2 of Regional 3, Split 3. Pretty much we're drawing to a close of the first season of RLCS for SSA, the 2021-22 season. And this is the big finale. Orlando Pirates 6 times champion, Bravado Gaming 2 times champion. Will one of those two add to their trophy cabinet, or will we have a gargantuan surprise and have someone new and fresh? Well, we will be that much closer to an answer by the end of today. I'm Greybeard, your host, and joining me, Muntz, Muzz, and Gaugan, and we've tried to represent as many areas of the world as possible. Myself and Muzz for the African continent. We have Gaugan for North America, and Muntz we managed to squeeze in too. We got some Europe there, but also Australia. So very pleased to be joined by all of them. And let's start with you, Gaugan. Fresh out of CRL casting from yesterday, now SSA. Busy weekend for you.
Very busy weekend indeed, but I have grown very, very fond of this SSA region through what I've seen thus far, and I'm ecstatic to be back. Fantastic crew to be with, fantastic games in store, and it's going to be a real blast today.
Excellent. Well, welcome to it. We're very pleased to have you. And of course, Muzz had the night off last night. I hope you used it well. But Muzz, you kept abreast of the action yesterday?
Oh yeah, I checked a couple of the dubs there. Pirates doing what they do, making a fantastic upper bracket run there, Greybeard. Yeah, good games.
Good stuff. And then Muntz also doing some CRL work. So yeah, pleased to have you here as well, Muntz, as always.
I'm so happy to be here. I've been unfortunate enough in the past and even now that I've never actually been able to do a Friday, I don't think, for SSA, but it's always good to get here in when it gets down to the nitty-gritty. And I guess for me that kind of means that I just see the best that SSA has to offer. Although, I don't know, maybe Fridays pop off. From the results and from what I've seen, with a quick recap this morning, it looked pretty spicy yesterday.
Well, it was an interesting one because there's always the potential for chaos on that opening night. But I think by the way this format is, the double elimination bracket does remove a lot of that potential, because I think, you know, your best teams tend to come to the party and there's less opportunity for chaos. And a lot of it went to type. A huge, massive number of sweeps in the first round, but we did see some upsets yesterday when we look at the bracket. Notably, it was Digital Devils overcoming a resurgent DNMK, and of course Apex going down to 80k, which had a lot of questions after the end of the last two regionals. So definitely some spice there. But here we are, day 2. Day 2 is always the marathon. We bring in you today as we march toward the finals. We eliminated 8 teams. Yes, is that correct? Yes, we eliminated 8 teams today. We got 8 teams left who are here on day 2. And as we look forward to, by the end of today, we're obviously going to be a lot closer to the end. We have the schedule coming up. As you can see, the 2 best of 5s, Apex Gaming up against Nibble Esports. That's going to be our first match. And then DNMK up against ICE, another best of 5. And then we get into the best of 7s, Digital Devils, Orlando Pirates, Bravado Gaming, ATK, and then the losers and winners of those going forward from there. So, Galgan, coming back to you again, what do you see this day panning out as? Anything you're hoping to see coming out of today?
So I'm going to take a pretty neutral path here and say that I'm interested in this entire bracket, largely due to the fact that this is a lot of rivalry matchups happening here, not just in the previous regional, but over the course of the entire season. And there's no better way to end off the final regional of the spring than having those teams that have always found each other, finding each other again, one last time, one last ride to make your statement heard. It's going to be so much fun.
All right, and Muzz, I don't know if you look over the games we're playing today, where do the potential upsets lie for you, if any, or do you see it all going to type?
Yeah, I think that's going to all go to type, right? Maybe there at the bottom, we're going to see Apex versus Nibble. That's going to be, of course, a very close series best of 5. DNMK should be able to pip ICE, and of course, our upper bracket should go pretty much to type there as well. Bravado, ATK, once again, as Galgan mentioned, playing each other. A lot of rivalries coming out here, but should be a pretty stock standard day overall.
Yeah, well, certainly the upper bracket months feels a lot more like Split 2, with Digital Devils up against Pirates at the top, Bravado against ATK. That's pretty much what was happening all the time. And then the first 2 regionals of this split, a lot of chaos with DNMK and Apex making a massive run. But here we are, and Bravado, ATK, do you see those games sort of going to type, or can one of these titans be brought down?
Well, I mean, you mentioned Split 2, and that was when we saw Royalty kind of rattle the Pirates just a little bit in that upper bracket occasionally. If you go back and you look at the series score, I don't have them right in front of me, but they weren't close, right, overall. But the games, we saw flashes, we saw glimpses of potential for an upset, and it just wasn't quite to be. It was a bit like, you've got to take the chances that Pirates give you. There are very few of them. They just maybe hitting the inside of the post, but there was glimmer. There was some chinks in the armor of the Pirates. But for me, honestly, I'm most interested in the build-up to that lower semi-final. We're going to see the lower semi-final tomorrow, but the build-up's happening today. And for me, will it be Apex versus ATK? Because they're the 2 teams that we've, in the past, used as a barometer for Pirates, for Bravado. How heavily are they beating those 2 teams? And in what fashion? And depending on that outcome, it's kind of like we get a little bit more insight on the grand final and things like that. So, last weekend, or not last weekend, but last regional, I talked about Apex maybe becoming the new third place team, or the new barometer. But here come ATK again, trying to wrest that back from them. I'm really interested in that battle specifically.
Well, hopefully we will get a bit of chaos today. And our featured game, or the first game coming up, best of 5, is going to be Apex Gaming Nibble Esports. And we will talk more about that once we have taken a tour of Stats Corner. So, Pyro, Jota, lay it out for us.
Ah, yes, the lovely Stats Corner. Thank you, Greybeard. My name is Pyro J. I'm here with Jota. This is where we crunch the numbers to give you a little something to hold on to, give you a little something to take a look at in this upcoming match of Apex Gaming and Nibble Esports. I'll keep it simple to start. These 2 teams have met in the same position the last 2 regionals, and each have been a sweep in favor of Apex Gaming. 4 of those 6 games won by just 1 point, though, by Apex, so it could still be a close series, Jota.
Yeah, it could, and the first thing we have to do is look for some reasons why Nibble might be able to take this, and when we do, we have to look in the direction of Mr. Low. On the whole side of Nibble across Spring Split, they've had 8 single-player performances over 600 points, where someone has popped off big time, and of those 8, 5 of them were Mr. Low. The other 3, Christian W., who's of course game peaking potential seems to be in Mr. Lowe's hands, and if anyone's going to do it and deliver big for them, it's probably going to be him, but he's facing a tall task, isn't he?
Oh yes, the tall task of playing against Apex Gaming, a team, let's talk about them defensively. They're actually the least in saves, which may raise an eyebrow. They can't save the ball. Well, they're also the least in shot concession. So they really like to cut off the plays as they're percolating, as they're even trying to begin. So there's a dynamic duo over there of Nibble Esports, of Risen Eclipse, one of the top assisters in the game, and Mr. Lowe, one of the players to pop off. So Apex Gaming, they're going to be looking to limit that passing lane to cut off all the shots.
Yeah, they are, and the problems sort of get worse for them when we dive into it further as well, because, yeah, Apex shot prevention, that is their number one priority, and when we look at the shooting coming out from Nibble, Christian W takes the majority of their shots. He's normally their main shooter leading the line, and obviously, without him, someone else is going to need to step up and take all of those shots, and my other worry comes that Mr. Lowe uses the most boost of anyone in the whole region, which it's a knife-edge stat. When it works out well for him, he will be starving Apex, making them uncomfortable, but when it works out badly, if Apex can get on top of their own boost game, then Mr. Lowe will be significantly hampered by not being able to get the sheer quantities that he's used to and enjoys.
Well, we'll see if Mr. Lowe sucks up all that boost to try and get a win for Nibble Esports, or will it be yet another sweep for Apex Gaming? Greybeard and the desk, back to you.
All right, so now we come to where we come to justify our titles as analysts, and we try and predict the future. So I'm going to get predictions from everybody, but I'm going to start with me. Because I feel like I have to lay down a case and see if I can get anyone else to convince anybody. So on paper, and we've just seen it, Apex should have this, especially with Nibble missing Christian W, who's a proper player for them. However, I am going to predict or put down Nibble to take this, and it's not a statement I make based on much fact. It's more of what I want to see. We've spoken a lot about how crazy the middle section is after Pirates and Bravado, how crazy that middle section has become, and I would like Nibble to take this just to add to that craziness and that sort of that churn, that washing machine that exists in the middle of the pack. I think realistically Apex win it, but I'd love Nibble to take it. So with that case laid down, Galgan, how do you see it going?
I mean, that's certainly a good case to try and lay down here for Nibble, and while I want to respect them in the fact that even though they've been swept by Apex in this position twice before, the games have been close, Apex is my pick for this series, and largely due to the fact that they are in that race for third with DNMK right now, and another lower bracket run, which they've done so well with here in the spring, could very well be in the cards, with this being the first step for Apex.
Alrighty, okay, so I guess I can forego my career as a lawyer because I'm not convincing anybody so far. Muzz, how about you? What are your thoughts? You must want a little bit of chaos down there in the middle section.
Yeah, I mean, lower bracket run is always just full of chaos, right? But, you know, the acquisition of Panda, I think, for Apex has been what has really been that cherry on the top for them. They've just absolutely popped off with that sign-in and just, you know, fighting kind of Nibble in this lower bracket twice already and won both of those. Just shows you kind of if history repeats itself, then it should be an Apex dub. I think, you know, we can all just pip Apex right now to be just a stronger roster on paper and on the field. So yeah, I think put me down for a big Apex dub.
All right, that's and how about you, Muntz? You tilting the balance, gonna balance things out here?
Look, Greybeard, I'm right here with you. My heart is with Nibble in this situation. I'd love to see the chaos percolate, I think, as you so succinctly put, or so aptly put it, in that middle region of the pack. But for me, Apex, they've been here before, they've met Nibble here before, they've beaten Nibble here before, and then you add in the substitute. Christian W is a huge loss for this Nibble side, and I mean, they've already struggled against this team without with the offense that they have, and here they are, they're going to be lacking the offense. And I just don't see it happening. It's got to be Apex for me.
All right, 3 Apex, 1 Nibble, and I did hear Jota whisper in my ear, wondering what Greybeard is smoking. Pick a Nibble, fair enough. So, will Nibble be able to get further than they ever have? This is the point they have always fallen short. Will Apex continue their run to establish themselves as the number 3 team in the region? We're about to find that out. Let's head over to our casters to bring us all of the action in this best of 5. Galgan, Months, over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Greybeard. Much appreciated. And Months, we are here. First series, day 2 of the final spring regional. I do appreciate that Greybeard went out and presented a, well-represented case there. But the facts of this lower round 3 matchup do not lie. It's been 2 sweeps for Apex in both of the previous regionals. I mean, at a certain point, especially with Nibble playing with a sub here, you gotta work really hard to discredit something like that.
Absolutely. At this level of competition, any team that's substituting any player for any other player, right? I mean, the substitute itself is implying that your first pick isn't available. So the second pick, you can make the leap that they're not going to be quite at the same level. As soon as you're taking any kind of hit like that, the level drops a lot. Even if it doesn't look like a lot, Galgan. Even if it just looks like a slight downgrade. At this high level, these high stakes, it is a huge deal to lose a first pick, and yeah, Nibble are going to struggle with it. I've said in the past, and I said it again just earlier, that I'm a big Nibble fan. I think that they have great potential, but I don't think that this is their tournament when they're lacking a player like Christian W. It's just too big a struggle against too good a team in Apex Gaming, who, I mean, they're doing what they do, right? They lose somewhere in the upper quarterfinals, they come through the lower rounds and make a deep run through the tournament.
And listen, this last regional of the spring split is exactly where you want to try and subvert those expectations. So a tall task to ask for the Nibble Esports roster coming in with the sub, but what can they do against Apex? We're heading through the hype chamber for the first time on day 2 to bring you game 1 of this best of 5. Apex trying to string together yet another lower bracket run. Nibble Esports trying to be the Titan Slayers we all know they can be. Maybe a little short-handed, but it's not going to be without their effort here. Game 1 kickoff, and this is SSA.
Can I just give a bit of a shout out to our observer with that aerial shot of the players on the field? My goodness, that was some beautiful stuff right there. And it's going to lead us into some beautiful Rocket League, I am sure. SSA Day 2 underway. And these 2 fantastic teams, Nibble and Apex, battling it out to start the day with a bang. As you said, it's a perfect time to subvert expectations. And I tell you what, there would be a subversion. I think even Greybeard said his argument wasn't really based in rationality. So, I mean, I'm here for the irrational. I'm here for the unpredictable. And I'm here for some upsets.
It's almost like banking on those emotions there, because we try to stay as unbiased as possible, but seeing Nibble take a victory with the sub is definitely not something that very many people are anticipating here. So if they can come out, I mean, the early pressure here, I have to say, within the first minute has looked very solid. You have Risen Eclipse looking for this ball in the corner and plenty of time to play it, but the shot not fast enough. Save is by the side, and seems as though Apex, they're starting to lock things down, but the middle of the field not terribly open for them. Still a good amount of control here from the side of Nibble, and we're just now getting deeper into this game. Still scoreless, Months, but I don't know. I really like what I'm seeing from Nibble right now.
And Nibble, after starting strong, Apex just found a little bit of that space they were lacking in midfield. It's a little further back than they might like, and it's coming on the end of infield passes. Short infield passes as well, Galgan. I'm not seeing some big, diagonal ones. They're short, they're soft, but they're controlled, and I like that little quick adaptation. Barely, a minute and a half into the game, they started doing it, but Nibble, they've got a chance to break away here. Friction's by himself briefly. 2 teammates getting back, helping him out, but Friction was chilling all by himself.
And now up on this one, hits the post and the follow-up into the same spot, so the finisher not quite there, but a good transition play for Apex to try and turn things around. Middle of the field, definitely a spot of prime contention for both squads as Risen goes for this one to get a big clear, nearing that all-important halfway mark, still all tied up at 0 on either side, but I don't know, as we push into the latter half, seems like Apex starting to ramp up the pressure. You see those larger touches coming out here to get past Nibble in one go, and Nibble's not ready to block those away. That could lead to plenty more transition plays here for Apex.
Blackstar gonna keep the pressure on. No transition needed just yet because they are enjoying the attacking territory. Big dunk from Panda ensures that that continues for now, but Risen with a nice little fake high and takes it underneath the oncoming attacker. Line now, playing it away. Big moment for him. Again, the substitute. Risen. It's all slowed down a little bit here. Both teams kind of lacking a bit of boost and momentum in that midfield that has been such an element of this battle. Friction! I thought the moment had gone. He's just parked himself in front of the ball and backflipped. I have to say, this looks calculated after the bump. Finds the angle and finds the goal. That's our opening goal, Galgan, apparently.
And it's a very confusing one, but it works. It absolutely works. Just getting to the front there, making sure... I mean, the defenders were already beat outside of the corner, so there wasn't that much more work to be done, but the save, just playing the defense like a fiddle right there. And Apex up early, I will say, with only 90 seconds to go as well, with Nibble slowly falling out of contention as the game has gone on. Now they kind of make me eat my words. Mr. Low, the striker that Stats Corner has their eyes on, ties us up at 1.
Mr. Low, good at scoring goals, and he scores this one. 2 defenders in net, but neither one of them able to get close to that one. And just through 90 seconds remaining, and we're back to level. That's a good sign. I had a sneaky suspicion that Apex, after opening up the scoring, might kind of unleash the floodgate, or open up the floodgates and unleash a torrent. But instead, Nibble strike back and get us back to level footing, and that's a good sign for this series as a whole. Lion currently holding his own, but unable to hold possession. Friction had an opportunity to shoot at the net, but no power on it, and that'll mean Nibble are going to look to transition and put Panda under some pressure.
Mr. Low gets this one. It's a bouncer that's heading under the crossbar, and it's good enough for the goal. Save not in time, and Nibble, they sneak away with a little lead here. Oh my.
Galgan, I keep throwing to you in what looks to be like an unthreatening position in my eyes, and then they score immediately. Awkward timing from the players. If you guys could just respect our rhythm a little bit more, that'd be great. But right now, I mean, Nibble taking a 1-goal lead, and I gotta say, a little bit against the run of play since their equalizer earlier on. Apex pushing forward. Mr. Low avoids the own goal, made pretty much the only play that he could, and gets that ball clear. And I'm gonna throw it to you. No, I'm not. Panda's going up over the top with the flip reset underneath. Now I'm gonna quickly pass it to you because Risen's got it in the corner.
All right, I'm going to receive it here, but we've got the opportunity. Listen, I mean, as I'm looking at this, 18 seconds to go now, ball heading the wrong direction for Apex. They are underneath the pressure of potentially dropping the first game of lower round 3 that they ever have to this Nibble roster, and it would be a massive result here. Obviously, the series not done and dusted just yet, but over to the side while the ball goes in the corner. Panda needs to receive it, gets it out towards Friction. Lackstar actually goes up earlier, which may throw it off, but no, a redirect and the stretch isn't good enough. It hits the ground ever so slightly, and Nibble, they come away with game 1.
A hugely impressive performance. Even though I feel like their second goal came a little bit against the run of play, I was wrong. I was completely wrong with that statement. They were just starting to set up, and it kind of felt like they hadn't had pressure for a while, and they just pushed out and got a goal, but they closed that game out confidently. They closed it out definitively the better team in this game number 1, and I do think it's on Apex now. Well, obviously it is, right? They're down a game in a best of 5. There's not too much time. They can't relax. They can't sit back on their laurels. They have to push forward. Otherwise, they lose a second consecutive. They'll be looking down 3 match points.
Yeah, I could not agree more with you. The pressure is most certainly on Apex Gaming right now because shot total is looking fairly even in that game, but Apex's opportunities as far as, solid scoring chances really came off of Nibble defensive mistakes. So I didn't see so much from Apex creating clean opportunities that would have scored a goal even if Nibble was there defensively. But you think back to the one goal that Apex scored, it's because the defense had a large misstep there on the goal line, and even Mr. Lowe nearly owned goal on that pop to the crossbar. So for Apex, that's going to be what I want to watch out for going into Game 2. Will they be able to convince me that in the neutral game they can send home a strong shot? Because I know they can do it against these teams. That's not out of the question at all, but they need to be able to do it in this series, especially if Nibble aren't going to give them those looks. But we're already underway, and Apex trying to get back into offensive form.
And look, I think it's a great point to make that Apex's offense didn't look self-created, if that makes sense. Self-sustainable. If you're relying on your opponents to have shaky defense, then that might not be there for the taking at all times. But right now, Nibble, the ones creating all the offense for themselves, and this one comes on the end of a perfect infield pass.
You say perfect because it absolutely is. There's no way you can hit that one much better. Right under the defender, bottom corner, placement is on point. And Nibble have a very convincing early lead here, just 25 seconds in. We continue, and they're already marching down the aerial centering pass, but Risen Eclipse stopped by friction there, and now Apex look to break out the other side. You see the connections happening. So many touches here, finding threatening areas immediately. Panda to the backboard, fairly uncontested, but Lion gets enough of a piece of it, and Apex on one of their best chances in the series, they get absolutely blocked away.
Yeah, Apex showing a little bit of mechanical frivolity for the second time in the series. The other one, I'm bringing my mind back to the Panda flip reset attempt, but on both situations, even though it was some fantastic individual creativity, there were 2, even 3 defenders from Nibble to get in the way and make relevant plays on the ball. So even with that mechanical prowess, it's so difficult to break down this Nibble defense right now.
And these teams are playing so close to each other across the whole pitch entirely. Boost levels within 2% for these teams, so they're really matching each other step for step. Lackstar, though, nice double, trying to set up Panda, but can't get around. And now we really have to start asking the question about the efficiency of the finishing touch. But right as I ask it, the answer, Lackstar goes for the same bottom corner, and we're tied at 1.
Yeah, friction finding the angle, and it's another infield pass from that left wing, but this time from Apex, taking a page out of Nibble's book, finishing it in that bottom corner as well, the bottom left. So both teams kind of carbon copies of each other's offense here, and we talked about infield passes in the opening game, and it seems like they're going to be significant throughout the series. Who can find that little bit of space in front of net and far up the pitch as well? We saw them coming in the midfield across the halfway line and not really effective, but this might be Lackstar. Can't find the angle, but infield's definitely one of the keys to the game, apparently, between these two teams.
Infield certainly looks open, but Apex as well have been doing a pretty good job with these big clears. Mr. Lowe gets back in time under the pressure of the rushing Apex offense and gets that save away. But for Nibble specifically, I'm a little curious and a little scared about their backboard defense. We've seen defenders a little too low on the goal line, ready and waiting for these Apex shots to come in. And if Apex are going to miss those shots, obviously, Nibble's going to come out the lucky victor of those situations. But Panda to Lackstar back and forth. This is what happens when you don't meet that challenge in time, and Lackstar gets Apex on top.
Hello, is that Barcelona? Some tiki-taka there before he puts it into the top corner. My goodness. I was just about to say, I think it's a great point talking about the backboard defense. Luckily for Nibble, without the backboard defense, it's not needed so much when a lot of balls are playing, infield passes are being played, and little, tippy-tappy passing plays like we just saw. The problem is, those little tippy-tappy passing plays are fantastic, and they're effective even without the defender on the backboard. Because if there is a defender on the backboard, right, you've got one less person to close down those passes. The problem is if a player like Panda realizes that you're not guarding your backboard, he's going to start going up for those high-flying aerial plays, looking for those double taps There's a no defender home. Lion eventually gets back to it. But if Panda starts getting those double taps on target, I mean, watch out.
You're right on it, though. It always makes it so difficult. Again, like, even if you do have a defender back there and they're not on the goal line, like you said, they're on the backboard or they're up in the air, and there's really only so much you can do from that position. So if Apex are going to get the opportunities, it doesn't necessarily matter too much what Nibble throws in defensively, as long as Apex have that shot capability. But Mr. Low, again, the highlighted player, have to keep bringing it up here because we keep saying that name. Beautiful reception here. Nice, easy pop over Panda, and we're all square again once.
I don't think... I do not recall a game or a series where so many goals have just come from in front of the net from, like, 1-2 passing plays or single kind of touch passing plays. There's no 50-50s coming in to set up opportunities. It's literally just lateral passing. And somehow these teams are making it work. And at the end of the day, I do think it comes down to maybe not having that boost on the rotation back. Oh, Panda looking for those doubles I was talking about. He's maybe started to get clue in on the fact that there's not a whole lot of presence on that backboard, but oh my goodness. They're just not letting me talk, Galgan. Look, I know I like to talk a lot, but they're just not letting me right now. They're just scoring bangers left and right.
It's honestly a masterclass. Both teams have been doing really well in transition, and that's just a fantastic push there from Nibble to get the lead. 46 seconds, and now all of a sudden Greybeard's prediction is looking a little more sane, and I feel like I should have paid more attention in law school before he presented that case, but this Friction now goes for this ball. Time winding down, trying to play it slow, wins the challenge. Little diversive touch there, but Mr. Low stands strong. The Fennec, big block, and final moments here once Apex, I mean, they're still left searching for an equalizer, but Nibble not going to give it to him for free. Panda just barely misses.
Just as he said that, I thought maybe they were giving them a free one. Oh, but there's a bump from Lagstar, and Friction finds it with 15 seconds on the clock. They left it late, but it was pretty great. Lagstar hunting down Risen, who was all alone on that goal line. Nothing he could do to stop that shot.
Beautifully done there. The sequence executed to near perfection for Apex with a little bit of improvisation along the way, but final 10 seconds inbound, and Friction is up threatening a flip reset, saves it low. Mr. Low grabs the ball and sets it up for a clear out. One final challenge in the middle of the field potentially as the ball is up in the air, but very interesting bounce. I thought that was at 0 seconds, but no, it's an opportunity on the other end. Friction with a double. Panda gets a 2. Lagstar opportunity for the shot, but no boost in the tank, and we go to overtime.
My goodness, that would have been a swing and a half if Apex had managed to find a goal there to win it on 0 seconds. So, next goal deciding whether or not Nibble will have 3 match points in a row, or if Apex will level up the series. They will have the first big opportunity in overtime, but here comes Risen Eclipse and Nibble pushing forward, trying to take care of the numerical advantage, but right now, Apex doing a great job at the scramble defense.
Absolutely. Had to put it together very quickly in the corner, and now they transition out of the opposite one. Lagstar, Panda, waiting for this one very patiently. Has to be careful not to get beat. They both wanted that midfield boost, and now Panda's in an awkward spot, and it's Friction who has to deal with this ball. Will do so high up out of the corner, but Lion with a big challenge. That's headed towards the back of the net, and we've got a series lead by 2 games now for Nibble on a triple match point.
I mean, Nibble getting up, getting clutch, and I think someone, maybe Snoozy in chat, said super sub energy from Lion, and I mean, there's no bigger super sub energy than scoring a game-winning overtime goal to put your team on match point against the heavily favored Apex Gaming.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the super sub energy is out here in full effect, but again, like, yeah, 3 goals for Lion, but we've also got to highlight, points aren't everything, but Stats Corner were very, very correct to point out Mr. Low here, currently sitting at just over 800, and that is largely due to the fact of getting 2 Savior medals in that game alone. I mean, Apex, we know that they're going to continue to generate these opportunities. It just matters what Nibble put up in front of their net, and we've praised this Nibble defense for very solid reasons here. Mr. Low putting up 6 saves of the team's 7 total, and my goodness, like I said, triple match point. It's starting to become a reality here.
And interestingly enough, Apex with 12 shots to their name, just going from the eye test and the vibe check, it didn't feel like they were dominating the territory. Yes, they had probably the better of the possession, but it did feel like Nibble had the majority of the good opportunities in that matchup. And I mean, they weren't more efficient, right? Less shots and more goals, that is efficiency. And if they can continue that kind of archetype of Rocket League, they're putting themselves in good stead to close this one out in a sweep. I do, though. There are warning signs. Apex are coming back into it. I think if Panda spots that backboard opening a couple more times, it could be shenanigans. And we might even see a little bit of a resurgence.
Absolutely. I mean, with Apex, if you're scoring 3 goals on 12 shots, generally speaking, it's a little low for what you want your team's production to be, but you still have a lot of offensive pressure. There's another shot from Lackstar. I think the real crux of this series thus far is, you know, Apex have had that around 25% shooting percentage for game number 2, but it was 4 goals on 6 shots for Nibble. That is surely not something that you can be standing to concede in this series. Friction, though, will get this one essentially for free, as the defense cannot recover in time, and Apex, that resurgence might be on the horizon.
Yeah, this is the start that they needed. If they go down a goal in this potential final game of the series, the odds of it becoming the final game of the series are just dramatically raised, and you know the mental takes a hit as well. This is a team that you haven't been able to separate yourself from up to this point, and then they go ahead on match point. So, good start here for Apex, looking to get themselves back into the series, taking the lead in this game. Lackstar's going to try and take advantage of some space created by Panda, who's looking for the bump at the overcommit. Friction, he doesn't nail the half flip, and Lion spots it, nips over the top of him, and puts that into the open net. Oh.
Apex thought they had just a little bit too much space, and they get punished for it in the worst way. That goal as well credited with an assist from Mr. Low, which I have to bring up the point now. 6 of the 7 goals scored by this Nibble side have had an assist tagged onto them. So to go back to the previous point you made earlier on in the series with the close passing plays, if that's Nibble's ticket into this series, they are executing it nearly flawlessly, forced to make some saves here, a couple of shots ring in from Apex as they look very desperately to regain that lead again, the resurgence that they need, but they get caught again a little too far forward. Possession more so in their hands this time, but 3.5 minutes to go, and we're back to ones on either side. Friction waterfalls this down, and Panda once again makes me eat my words.
And again, this came from an infield play. Not directly, but Friction got this opportunity on the back of it, and Panda's there to finish. So again, I was just about to maybe talk about Apex leaning a little bit away from the infields. We saw them relying heavily on it, as were Nibble early on in the series, but they've been kind of throwing maybe Lackstar and Panda up with solo efforts in recent time. But here they are reverting back and finding good opportunities and taking the lead for the second time in this game number 3.
And Nibble now needing to find a little bit of more confidence on offense. They're not quite sure who wants to go for the ball on some of these opportunities, but Lion leaves this one for Mr. Low. It's saved away from the post. Lion can't quite get there in time for the ensuing challenge, and it's played away to the corner for a big clear from Friction. Lackstar, huge redirect. Oh, it's right above the bar. Would have been a highlight real goal for sure, as this one gets over the top of Wrist and Eclipse. Transition plays in full effect right now. Both squads getting opportunities right off the rip, which, again, these defenses need to be flawless just to take these first shots away.
Yeah, both offenses really spacing a little bit compact, it feels like, and just barely scrambling back in time to prevent open net breakaways. So both sides looking a little bit shaky here in a match point situation, both for and against. Lackstar's not going to get back to that. That is a monster clear from Mr. Low. Risen looking to play it around the defense. Panda gets the demo on him, which will even up the odds just briefly. Mr. Low keeping the pressure on. They've run out of boost now. And here comes Panda pushing forward. He's getting the beat around. The infield comes in. And Lion puts it to his own post and away. Much like, I think, was it Mr. Low in game number 2? The only option available to him was to smack it off his own woodwork. And they survive here with the 1-goal deficit, looking to even it up once more.
What a massive recovery that is, though, for Nibble on defense, not to concede from that position, because Lion and Mr. Lowe bumped each other ahead of the midfield line to initiate that sequence.
My.
And Risen Eclipse does not care. You can't catch the ball on defense like that, and we're all square at 2.
I think the kids call that a ratio. Oh my goodness, that's a way to equalize. Absolute humiliation. Risen reading that like a preschool book. I mean, yeah, nothing really else to say. That's a big bump from Lackstar. But my goodness, Risen just in the minds of his opponents with that dunk.
Everyone's just stepped up a bit here with the brutality of their pushes. They want to make statements at this point. It might not be about winning. It's about making your name heard. And Friction trying to carry this ball out. Mr. Lowe doesn't seem to care. Misses the bump on Panda, though, so there's plenty of time. Not plenty of boost, though. The Risen Eclipse will come in for another favorable challenge. Less than a minute to go. We start to see Nibble getting back into a prime position. Risen Eclipse has plenty of time for this ball. Again, not too much of a challenge on the third person in the rotation. Big clear back the other way. Backboard. Mr. Lowe's up for it. Crossbar. Lion on the follow-up bottom corner. It's not in.
That was the right play from Mr. Lowe. I don't know if he was intending the pass or the shot, but the pass was what was available. But unfortunately, Lion, who's been scoring goals left, right, and center, just can't find that bottom corner that he's found so many times already this series. And we stay level. 15 seconds now on the clock. Friction with the big play forward, but it's Mr. Lowe at the back again, as he has all series long. 2 whiffs coming in. Risen puts it to the crossbar. The double commit's a soft one. Lackstar gets it wide into the relative safety. That's an infield bullet, but it will be grounded, and we will have an overtime in game number 3.
Just ever so slightly favored the defense there. Panda receives this kickoff well, plays it low underneath Risen, who jumped early for it, but massive challenge from Lion to find. Risen's up there as well, but couple of whiffs. We'll see that opportunity go by the wayside for the time being. Early on, no immediate goal, but Nibble pushing forward, and again, this is their first of 3 opportunities to close out this lower round 3 series. I mean, even if they don't get it done here, they're still in a very solid spot for forcing OT, but if they do, the statement is heard loud and clear. They sweep the team that swept them twice before. Third time may be the charm for Nibble here, but they've still got to break through. You know Apex is going to try and throw everything they can, but it does not matter. Mr. Lowe sinks Apex and eliminates them in a sweep.
And Mr. Lowe, who's been huge on defense all series long, coming forward, pushing up when it matters most, and scoring the winning goal. And I guess we all bowed down to Greybeard at this point. He predicted this, a 3-0 sweep. I don't think anyone could have predicted, though. Mr. Lowe looking a little bit devilish up there with 666 points with the carry. But my goodness, what a way to set a statement for Nibble against a team that they've crashed out in a matchup with them in this very same position multiple times before. They do move on in the lower bracket. Hugely impressive performance.
Yeah, I'm going to level with you quickly here. I mean, in looking in these lower round 3 matchups, I thought the other one was going to be the closer one, and I thought this was going to be a sweep for Apex. But I'm going to retcon that and go back to my previous point about this is the regional where you want to make those statements. And we've got to make some statements back on the panel here, because I know there's going to be one very smug host of the stream who, I mean, honestly, I have to get in contact with your law school because they trained you very well.
I'm gonna be Ion like a lion in Zion. My word, that was amazing. And I am so pleased for Lion because, you know, he's a proper veteran of the community, been around a long time. And this is his last involvement. He's been very clear about he just doesn't have the time to try and keep up with the kids in this game. He has to move on. But what a way to go out. A stunning, stunning performance. Muzz, we were hanging in the green room. And wow, I was hoping for a Nibble win, but a sweep?
Yeah, well, you got absolutely what you wished for there, Greybeard. I mean, phew, lying up front, scoring all those goals, and at the back, Mr. Lowe. Galgan was mentioning 2 savior medals, just being so superb in defense. This is something Mr. Lowe has shown us in previous series as well. Strong on the defense, holds down that nibble at the back, punts out the balls when they come attacking. And, yeah, I mean, I did throw channel points towards Apex. I did think they would take the dub, but, I mean, I'm so happy to be wrong. Because, yeah, Nibble absolutely put it all down there on the field. Big 3-0 sweep. What a series.
And yeah, very pleased for Nibble. Apex will be massively disappointed after their showing in Regionals 1 and 2. Not a great exit for them. But all of those who put channel points on Nibble, my word, are they rolling in it now? So let's go and find out and see if Stats Corner can make any sense of this crazy upset.
Well, Greybeard, we have a great job on our hands if this is the first match of the day that we have to try and make sense of, but we'll do our best. It was only 1 goal per game that won it for Nibble in this sweep, but let's talk a little bit about Mr. Lowe and overall landing the shots for Nibble.
Yeah, it has to be. Pre-game we talked about his potential to sometimes step up big, drop the occasional game over 600 points. He averaged this series over 600 points, and it wasn't just his defense. That double savior medal was big, but he also shot 67%, 100% in the first 2 games, and once they were 2 games up, that put them in an unassailable position anyway, and really just a massive display from him, finding the corners with ease.
Incredible, especially as we say, hey, the one player to stop is Mr. Lowe, and Apex Gaming still can't do it. That is an incredible effort. Apex Gaming, though, I mean, what broke down in this situation? We were talking about this team, they're low on shot concessions. They still held true to that. About 6 shots given up per game on average, but just wasn't enough, Joda.
Yeah, they kept dead even on the boost game. They were shooting over 9.3 shots per game, conceding only 6 per game, but no one on their team shot over 25%. They had nowhere near the clinical efficiency of Nibble today, and look, I think whenever there's a big gap in clinicality, the reality is it's always going to be some parts of one and some of the other, right? You can never fully attribute it down to perfect shooting or terrible shooting, whatever, either way. I think that you have to say that maybe Apex defense not up to their normal standard, maybe their shooting wasn't up to normal standard, but on the flip side, you do have to just stop and applaud Nibble. Clearly, if you're able to stop a top team full of top names scoring many goals at all from that many shots, you must be doing something right at the back as well as on offense.
There you have it. We can do nothing but applaud the effort of Nibble Esports on the sweep. Congratulations to them and to the desk. Back to you.
All right. Well, that messy middle just got a lot messier. If we think about places 3 and 4, there are now 5 teams contesting for those 2 spots, and maybe 2 on the outside of that, with Espionage and Ice Esports knocking on that door, but Apex, DNMK, ATK, Digital Devils, and of course now Nibble all around. And now what we want to see is them rising up to challenge the Titans at the top, and that's when the scene will really start to turn around. But I'm keen to hear your closing thoughts, Months, before we go to break, on what we've just seen and what this might mean, because it is an upset as Nibble move forward and Apex exit their first season of RLCS.
Yeah, I think you could even argue that if Nibble were at full strength, it would still be an upset. I think Apex is still the favorites coming in with Christian W playing for Nibble. Like that, the sub didn't actually change that kind of part of the equation. But I mean, they were just huge. They played a little bit differently to the way I feel like I've seen them play before. They were just monster clears and then into really quick infield balls, maybe 2 or 3 infield balls even after an initial play forward. So it wasn't that they were setting up a lot of pressure, and we saw that with the shot disparity, but once they got down that offensive end, they were just creating fantastic opportunities before the defense could react. As you said, though, they are going to start coming up against those superpowers, but they'll have to get through the loser of Pirates versus Digital Devils first. And, I mean, odds are that's going to be Digital Devils. Who knows, though? Again, we've seen glimpses of that team looking good against Pirates in the past, but I mean, that's where we're going to really get a test of Nibble, and if this kind of offensive change, I don't want to say change because it's not a huge one, but this kind of offensive adaptation is something they continue, how it's going to go against those kind of teams.
And then Galgan, I don't know if this kind of whets the appetite. Is this the start of a day of upsets, or have we started with a bang and order is restored for the rest of the day?
I mean, regardless of whether or not the upsets do happen in the rest of today, I think all of these teams should get a little inspired by that. You know, not necessarily to come down on Apex here by any stretch of the imagination, but in a day where we think everything is going to run up to par with how it usually does, we've gotten the most chaotic start possible by technicality of a sweep. So I think that, you know, especially looking at DNMK and ICE, they've got to understand that their push into the top places of this region just got a little bit spicier with Apex not able to contest them for it. So there's a lot more on the line for these matchups, and I'm ready for these teams to surprise us.
Well, Apex and DNMK with a big storyline after Regional 2, but Apex, we've seen the back of them, sadly. But now DNMK have their chance to reassert their claim. They going up against ICE Esports in the next series, our final best of 5 for the day, coming up after this break.
Homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, about to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light.
And we are back for Series 2, and what an outstanding way to get Day 2 underway. And as we were being counted in, with the replay was up, and probably my favorite play of that last series was Risen Eclipse intercepting for a shot on goal. It was such a magnificent read and kind of summed up the series for me. Will the upsets continue? Well, they might just do. Our final best of 5 is coming up next. DNMK are going to be taking on ICE Esports, and we would expect DNMK, I think, to win. They're the resurgent team, but well, you know what? Before we get all the comments from the desk, let's nip off quickly to Stats Corner, and then we're going to break it down on the desk and see if we can make some accurate predictions here. So, Pyro Jota, let's start with you.
Quickly to the Stats Corner. All right, we'll be here in rapid succession. Very well. DNMK versus ICE Esports. This is going to be a wonderful match, given the fact that the last time these two teams met, it was a reverse sweep in favor of DNMK. That game 5 being won by only 1 point. Joda, I want to talk about shots in this game. Something tells me we're going to be expecting quite a bit.
Yeah, last time these two teams met, I seem to remember me and a Channel 2 promising we were going to get lots of shots, plenty of goals in a close series, and coming back very smugly and said, well, was that what you ordered, Desk? And hopefully we can certainly serve it up again. Currently, if all the teams still in the competition, these two sit joint first for shots conceded. And that's not generally a good thing. That's 8.22 shots per game that they concede. Both of them tend to make a pretty high number of saves to make up for it, but that stat certainly suggests that the game is going to be more open and free-flowing.
Very well. So they are rather similar in their shot concession. But what's the story on boost? Because they appear to be quite different in that regard.
Yeah, they certainly are. ICE is a team that originally, back before Panda moved to Apex, this was a team where Panda used all the boost on their team. Basically, we joked that he guzzled it all, none left for the other two. He's left, and suddenly they've got tons of boost spare. ICE, very frugal in that department. They are the lowest in the whole region for boost per minute use, so very efficient from them. But DNMK, they spend the most time on 100 of anyone, so they are no stranger to that. They pick up the 4th most big pads of anyone. You expect that they will try and exert pressure on ICE in that department. ICE certainly won't be able to exert pressure back if they stick to their normal game plan.
Isn't that the truth? So, DNMK, yeah, as well, the most time spent on 100 boosts, so I don't know. We'll see how that story forms its way into this match. Gonna be an exciting one, Des. DNMK, ICE Esports. Excited for your predictions.
All right. So, this is... it has the potential for upset, but are we going to be gifted with 2 in a row? I don't know. I don't know if we can handle that much chaos and lack of sense, one right after the other. Muntz, let me start with you. Your thoughts on this? Are ICE in a position to create an upset? Or DNMK, do they have too much momentum behind them, although they've come down to the lower bracket? Go.
Look, to answer your first question, absolutely. ICE are in a position to find an upset in this kind of situation. The thing is, they've been in the position to upset DNMK in the past. They had 3 match points against this team and were unable to close it out at the last. Again, that was, as Stats Corner talked about, the reverse sweep last regional in this exact very lower round 3. So they've been here before, and we know it's going to be just a slugfest. 2 teams, not a lot of defense, a whole lot of shots on target, and a whole lot of goals as well. And it might well come down to the coin flip. The thing is, with DNMK already looking pretty good, both teams have taken good wins leading up to this one. They're both kind of hitting form, but for me, DNMK are just... They've got the history. They've got the been here, done that, and bought this t-shirt.
All right, so months on the dynamic train, and Muzz.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to just echo exactly what Munz has said there. You know, DNMK, they've showed us during Regional 2 last 2 weekends back exactly how good they were. They finished third, right? Upego doesn't mess around. They've picked up Defang, just a good vibe in their camp. You know, Roster's doing well. Ice, you know, still maybe having to prove themselves just a little bit. Of course, they don't have Panda on the side. They got 5BS now with the 2 Reunion Islanders. You know, still a little bit of... I don't know, BMT and kind of big match temperament they need to pick up their Greybeard. So I think it's going to be DNMK. Maybe not a huge sweep, but definitely the team that's going to be picking up the dub here.
All right. Well, I don't know now, Galgan. Ice Esports strike me as a team that are... You know, they're on the edge of the conversation. They're not completely in the mix with Apex and DNMK, Digital Devils, ATK, Nibble. But I don't know, they seem a little ascendant, like they might be on the rise. This is their first time together. PWB losing Panda, bringing in 5BS, so they're finding themselves... but starting to be causing a bit of putting up their hands and saying, hey, maybe us. Is that enough to maybe sway you in their direction, Galgan?
See, I do agree with you that, you know, you mentioned they may not technically be in the conversation right now, but beating DNMK in a series like this is their ticket into that conversation. That's how they break in, and that's how they make their names even more well-known than they currently are. However, it's DNMK, and I know that the desk here isn't quite learning from our mistakes of the previous series, but DNMK have shown me, you know, for me, what I'm looking out for in this series, I'll just cut to the chase. It's Ice as a team versus Upego as the striker that we all know and love. So whoever comes out swinging early is definitely going to dictate the pace of this series. I back DNMK in slightly more chances than I would Ice, so that's where my prediction goes.
Well, I didn't go first because I went first the last time and got a little swamped and thought, okay, all right, now I'm in a predicament because I do think, like Apex, I did, despite going with Nibble in the last series, I really thought that Apex would probably come away with it, but now there are two factors. One, we've had a massive upset. Maybe we can have another. But this is also the last regional of the season. There is going to be a 4-month void between the end of this and the start of the next. These guys want to go out on a bang. They want to make a statement and maybe attract the attention of orgs, going into that off-season period. And I think that might be a dynamic more at play than we've given credit to. And this is a very long roundabout way of me saying, I don't know if I can do this twice in a row and go against the entire desk and come out on top, but I'm going to give it a shot. Ice Esports are going to create another upset, taking down DNMK. Oh, if I can do it twice in a row, I'll be one happy camper. But we now need to go find out how that is all going to play out. So let's head on over to our casters to bring us this game. Galgan once again, but this time with Muzz.
It's not actually Galgan once again. It will be Muzz and Months, just to make things as confusing as possible. How dare you, Greybeard? It is Greybeard. He's making left field predictions. He's calling casters out of left field as well. Just running the show, honestly. I mean, at this point, he's probably correct about who's supposed to be casting this series as well. I don't actually think that Greybeard's prediction in this particular matchup is as unlikely as I would have thought the last one was, and we saw how that went, right? But Ice and DNMK, they've had close series before. Like we said, Ice have had those 3-match points and needed to be reverse swept to take the loss. So this is definitely a bit of a coin flip for me. Look, I did go DNMK way, but I'm going to hedge my bets a little bit and say that this upset is much more likely than the last one, in my opinion.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, you know what? They had such a good run getting here. We did see they beat out Unity there as well. So, I mean, 3-0 coming from them. They've had a kind of a good-ish run so far during this lower bracket. But now, big kind of Goliath in front of them, DNMK. Is Upego going to pop off here today, Months? That's the real question. Because I think when DNMK seem to be not really feeling too hot and just kind of having a rough time, they can always kind of rely on Upego to come in. And I think that's where Ice can kind of, take advantage. Can you get Upego out of the play? Can you stop him from, striking up front? And then you can do well. Because usually Defunct kind of is that second man scoring, and Weak Casper's kind of, hanging back a bit to be that dedicated third man. So if we can get rid of Upego, yeah, Ice could have a shot. But, 3 out of 4 on the desk, 1 DNMK to take the W. So, we're going to see.
We are going to see just a slight delay on the kickoff, so we wait for a player to get back from wherever players go, just in the moments before the game. But look, I look at the team espionage result from Ice up in upper round 1 as a big result for them in this. And they were down 2-1 in that series, came back winning 2 in a row to win the series. And for me, like, you're going to lose to Pirates in the upper quarterfinals. It doesn't matter who you are. If you meet the Pirates in the upper quarters, you're probably dropping down to lowers, so to be expected. And then from there on, Ice have they've just maintained their momentum. They've pushed forward. They've taken wins, and here they are going up a DNMK that's had, in my opinion, a bit of an easier run against somewhat lesser teams, and they got slapped down to the lower bracket as well by a Digital Devils side. So, I don't know, the form is kind of in Ice's favor, but DNMK have that history of just beating this team. So, we're going to wait, we're going to see if that's the case, and I do know there's going to be shenanigans, there's going to be offense. Right now, nothing doing just yet in game number 1.
Yeah, what would an SSA regional be without, Weak Casper goal? Well, I guess, what I know about him hanging back as the third man, he's kind of, running up on that Upego rebound and saying, I want to pop this one in.
Yep, I mean, we called on the offense. I said there was nothing doing in the opening 29 seconds, and they score. Just put a sock in it, Munts. Be quiet about the lack of offense in the opening 30 seconds, because it's coming. It's coming. And it certainly is right now as Ice push forward. But Upego on the 0 boost, playing it out to Weak Casper perfectly. He takes to the sky, gets a big 50 into the open net. A huge challenge there from Weak Casper.
Yeah, just like the Weak Casper playing basically all the way over from the midway line. Wheelu trying to get up, trying to stop him out, doesn't happen. Beautiful Fennec just popping in a goal. They're picking up a second for his team here, Munson. Yeah, DNMK starting absolutely hot off the trot right now. It's only a best of 5 as well, so, they want to make sure they can pick up this dub as quick as they can. Single Elim here as well in this elimination bracket. So, yeah, DNMK looking to bring the fire, and hopefully Greybeard, we're going to have to make him eat that big beard if he is, and yeah.
Boy, just floating under that means Wailu is going to continue the attack. Defunct, not the greatest touch, just going to let in 5BS, but the save comes in as well from Upego. Huge play down into the defensive corner for 5BS. He does have 100 in the tank and will pick up that corner boost, but that net is open. Wailu there to take care of it. Defunct in the end, cleaning up the mess created, but it is absolutely shenanigans on the goal line for Ice right now. All 3 players sucked into that near post position, and still that ball goes into the near post of the net.
Yeah, just big commit there coming out from Ice Esports. Just Wailu, doing well just to keep that ball out. But of course, 5BS thought, let me try throw hands here as well, trying to get in. And boy, eventually coming down there as well, as you mentioned. But yeah, just not enough to keep out DNMK right now from putting on that third goal, man. So, game number 1 looking pretty damn decent going here towards DNMK. They're having a good time of it, right? Last regional of the season. Every team, I think, just absolutely wants to have a crazy time on the field, pick up as many points, as much money as you can. Wailu trying to take the shot at Defunct there with a decent save.
Wailu and 5BS have both been looking for those mechanical plays, for those long air dribbles out of defense. Neither one really able to latch on for anything significant so far, despite latching onto the ball. DNMK doing a very good job shutting those chances down before they become significant. But Weak Casper just hands that off to Wailu. 5BS can't find the bump, just an extra half second, and he might have made contact with the defense instead. DNMK coming down the other end. Wailu scrambling. Defunct keeping the pressure on, and it's a good clear away for 5BS, but it seems like it's just a bare fraction of a moment to recover and pick up some boost to make yet another save.
Oh yeah, just kind of Ice on the back foot right now. Just DNMK applying a lot of offensive pressure to them. Yeah, Defunct able just to pick that one up. Just camping off sides if it did exist in here in Rocket League, and said thank you, gonna take this one home. Boy jumping over as that last defender. Not able to do too much with that one, so yeah, up by 4 months.
Yep, it's rough here for Ice. This isn't the
A little
close, evenly matched offense that we expected, and it doesn't even really feel like DNMK are finding fantastic offense. It's more they're just gently applying pressure, and Ice are cracking underneath it. Maybe late spring here as the ice melts. I'm not sure, but right now DNMK navigating these waters fantastically with that 5th goal. Now we've just crossed half time.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you bring a flame to ice, right? It's going to melt, and Defunct able just to get through that last defense there. 5BS trying to pop it there on the near post, not able to get it in, and man, just, you know, the goals are coming thick and fast from everyone on this team, right? We've seen 2 goals come out from Casper. We've got 3 from Defunct. He's got a hat-trick, and, you know, 3 shots and 2 assists from your Pago. So just all-round good team effort here from DNMK, just absolutely making Ice work for it. 5BS trying to do a little bit with that opportunity, but of course Casper, captain, keeping that one out. So I don't know, is this kind of what we're going to expect for the rest of the series here, Munts? The Ice just kind of crumble?
Well, look, the whole ice crumbling in late spring and cold waters is in my mind right now, because 2 days ago I actually capsized my canoe with my dogs in it in the middle of our lake, which is just frozen, still has ice in it, right?
Oh, Defunct.
Genuine, life-threatening experience, and right now, Ice is also in a genuine tournament life-threatening moment, because if this is how it plays out, then I don't see Ice finding a way back into this series whatsoever. DNMK, just looking really solid. I can't even say they're looking amazing. They're just looking solid, but Ice just can't muster up any kind of anything. Defense, offense, midfield challenges, nothing. It's all going DNMK's way, just like your Pago. Clean beat there in midfield. Defunct, it's the 50-50s, like, it's just like a 80-20. There's no one there. They're in free play right now.
Yeah, your Pago also just casually chilling on that 100 boost. You know, just having a grand time playing out of his own corner here. And I suppose when you're 6-0 up, you don't really have to try too hard right now. So DNMK, yeah, chilling. They're coasting right now. Oh, your Pago almost taking the shot there while you're having to push it out. And yeah, we're going to have to reset, or at least Ice Esports are going to have to reset now as we head to between games 1 and 2. They're going to have to try see if they can just give a small pep talk to each other. What can they do to kind of just get through this DNMK side, because they are looking so exceptionally strong, right? This is the team that finished 3rd in regional number 2 2 weekends back. Well, they're looking like they want to try make a very strong lower bracket run. Your Pago almost trying to finish there with a 7th, but kept out.
Goodness gracious me. I hope our stats team have some kind of insight to throw to us behind the scenes, because I am not a good enough analyst to figure out how Ice get back into this. Utter domination. Look, they did muster up 6 shots, but I don't remember them. I don't feel like any of those shots were largely significant or likely to go in. I can remember a couple 5BS and Boy air dribbles forward. Actually, it was Wailu air dribbling forward, but they were all shut down before they were dangerous. So DNMK from the outset looking strong. Look, I don't expect this to be 6-0 for the rest of the series. I wasn't expecting any of these games to be 6-0. I definitely wasn't expecting one of these teams to be held to 0 goals at any point. But I think Ice, they've just got to completely reset, pretend like the series is starting again, and figure out something else.
I mean, I blinked and Defunct had a hat-trick already, right? I was like, okay, your Pago's doing well, Casper's doing well. Oh, Defunct's picked up 3 goals. You know, you talk about kind of, we don't really remember those ice shots. I don't even think I know when Defunct put his hat-trick in. I was like, wow, this guy's popping off. He actually put 4 goals in on that game. So, yeah, DNMK having such a crazy time of game number 1 there. Aqua Dome. And, months. I mean, if history's going to repeat itself here, then we're going to see a tough time for Ice on the defense if DNMK can even, put in half of the amount of goals they did there in game number 1. Then it's, dire straits for these lads in orange.
Yeah, Ice. After, oh my goodness. After being melted in game number 1, now starting game number 2 underwater. Much like I was a few days ago. And, I mean, I guess everyone's underwater in Aquadome, but DNMK just starting where they left off in game number 2.
Well, there we go. Upego scoring a very quick 15-second goal. 5BS. It's just 5BS at the back has been struggling on the defense, right? Anytime I kind of see a DNMK goal in, it just seems to be 5BS caught at the back for some reason. You know, he's that dedicated third man, but just kind of no early jumps coming up from him. No kind of maybe closing the gap between him and a striker to see if he can ward them off. And so it just seems to be, unfortunately, the player that's back for Ice, it seems to be kind of letting slip all these goals, and that's got to be a big feels bad for him.
And an interesting wrinkle is it was 5BS that did all of the demolitions for Ice, finding 6 of them in game number 1. That's a significant number for a player, so he might be looking for those expending boosts to do so, and when he is finding himself in the backline, he's not as comfortable as he might be. So might be something to keep an eye on. We can all have a look at 5BS's boost totals. But here, let's forget about boost for a moment. Let's forget about defensive frailty, because Ice have just had their first successful offensive situation, and they find their opening goal of the series in game number 2.
Yeah, and that started with Defunct just pushing that ball off of the backboard, and then of course 5BS, who we kind of showing a bit of limelight to, they pulled that one out the corner and found Wailu in the midfield. So yeah, just small opportunities there for Ice Esports to capitalize on, and I'm sure Defunct is going to be quite wary of pushing that ball off of the backboard again, and making sure it doesn't go to opposition players like that. Nice, Wailu taking the shot, kept out by Defunct. We expected a bloodbath, right? I think on the panel we were saying it's just going to be dirty, it's going to be chaotic, as Greybeard was saying. This is it, right? What do we have seen? 8 goals already in just the first 2 games?
Goodness. Yeah, and things have quietened down here in game number 2, even further. But look, Joda has come through in the clutch, in the stats corner, bringing some stats for us, and pointing out that Ice spent on average 50% more time in front of the ball than their opponents in game number 1. So really lurking upfield, looking for the long clears and passes out to redirect on net or into passing plays. So maybe the key is just pulling someone back, making sure that your defense, that your foundation is solid before pushing forward. And that might limit their goals going in, and maybe even create some more opportunities just from behind the ball rather than in front of it.
Yeah, but just all the shots that took, not, the accuracy not on their side, getting kept out by the DNMK players. So just, got to try squeeze in a little bit more opportunities there. 5BS setting quite a wide shot there. There was actually a double commit in the goals from DNMK as well. So possibly they are feeling a little bit more pressurized now, as we do see decent offense coming at you from the orange side as well, just making them sweat just a tiny bit. Upego going up, gets them missed there. Casper as well, trying to take a shot on there. Now defense here, active defense from Ice, doing superbly well.
Wailu now with the free clear, but Defunct there to pick out the pass to Casper. 5BS just lurking on that back wall rather than way out in front of the ball, which is maybe that, as we said, maybe a little bit of a key adaptation to be made. And they've got some offense going here. There is a miss. Boy, though, can't take advantage. Was shut down by Casper. Here comes Upego. Awkward on that sidewall, which means that 5BS is going to have a chance to take to the sky over the top. He looks for the double, won't find the direct angle. Boy on the follow-up, but it is Defunct with the clear.
Man, glorious opportunity there for Ice to try score one. Didn't get the dunk, as you mentioned. Boy, not able to follow up as that second man, but close in. Now, very quick counter-attack here coming out from Casper. Does take the shot, gets a miss, and now Wailu can push it down the flank. Does have Boy there waiting on that backboard. Oh, no opportunities there to grasp as Upego's going to push it out.
Oh, 5BS getting in the way. An unlikely challenge, but one that worked. Boy needs one more touch or a bump. Doesn't get either of them. That means Casper pushing forward now. No boost in the tank. Picks up a pad. It's enough to get the bounce pass in field to Defunct. But the defense from Ice suddenly locking up. They're back from I was just about to say that they've really become more of a solid again into that Ice form of a defensive structure. Instead, Yeah, they capitulate here. Boy just needs to touch that ball, Defunct, with all the time in the world to pick out the bottom corner.
I mean, we Casper sent an absolute cannon downfield just for Defunct to pick that up off the back wall. So, yeah, oof, DNMK sent an absolute belter. Boy, maybe just reaction times, not able to kind of get that one as fast as he would have liked. Oh, Wilo taking the shot that kept up by Casper. Well, with 30 seconds remaining here, DNMK just need to try hold on to a 1-goal lead to, of course, extend their series.
Ooh, speculative effort from 5BS. It's going to lead to a hard double commit, but luckily, one of the players from DNMK were able to make contact with the ball. If that had turned into a double miss, it would have been issues. As it is, Ice going to need a 0-second play, maybe, to get the equalizer and just to force the overtime, but surely Yapego able to ground it instead. Rockers the shot into the top shelf and will get the dagger and will take this game number 2.
But can I tell you what beautiful pass down off the ceiling from Defunct just to find Yapego on that midway line in the first place. Yeah, mechanics and just skills coming up from players we're seeing here in this SSA region is crazy. But there we go, DNMK extends their series lead. That's 2-0. Of course, it is a best of 5. So guess what? We're already heading to the series point.
Yep, let's see if Ice can do as was done to them last regional, and that is reverse sweep. And it was DNMK that reverse swept them in this exact stage in the tournament. So they'll be out for revenge now. Maybe it's all just part of their plan, part of the narrative that they're weaving for us, right? You can't reverse sweep unless you lose the opening 2 games. So they've gone down by 2. They've even made it look really convincing with that opening game stomping, I have to say. It's what it was from DNMK. And now they're all perfectly set up to come back, to surge forward and give us a story to tell our grandchildren about. And I tell you what, it would be pretty spectacular if they managed to muster up anything at this point, because it's got to be disheartening, right? You get slapped around in game number 1, then you're feeling much better in game number 2. You're locked down on defense, then you have a defensive mistake to give up the lead. You feel like you're pushing forward, you just can't quite find an equalizer, and then DNMK seal it at the death. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult for the mental of Ice to turn this around and get themselves into a position where they can push forward on the front foot.
Yeah, but already such a much better play just coming out there from Ice Esports, only losing within 2 there versus the 6-0 they got there in game number 1. So what does that mean here for game number 3? Possibly a W going towards the side of Ice? I hope so. We're going to see if they can muster up something here. But Yapego says that ain't going to happen.
Oh, and all of this talk about Ice starting to lock their defense down, and it just all falls apart there. A bit of a forced own goal, but I don't even know if I can call that a forced own goal. I think someone, maybe it was 5BS, should have just put his name on that and cleared it. He had the momentum, and boy, having to come off the back wall, it was all a little bit awkward, but yeah, DNMK given a gift here to open up game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you want to make a lower bracket run like this, get in a decent win off of Ice Esports. Of course, we know that teams that are going to fall down from that upper bracket, Digital Devils or A2K Bravado, that's going to be an absolutely tough fixture. And so you want to just maybe get these small morale boosters, pick them up where you can. Boy, contesting that one in great style, doesn't able to follow up on his own ball.
And the positives, other than the obvious that they didn't concede, 6-7 goals in game number 2 and managed to score themselves, is that Ice did adapt, right? That bringing back their positioning about 5 or 10% from in front of the ball to a little bit further behind it, and also reducing the time spent chasing demos. Only 3 on that game with 5BS not finding any. And then here, I mean, this is about as positive a sign as you can get, right? Scoring an equalizer after 1 minute and 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, boy, found Yapego, and they kind of almost had a pinch there that sent that ball basically 80% of the field to score there for Boy. Yeah, so definitely positive things here coming from Ice Esports. This is already what we saw from game number 2 from them. They understand what they, finally need to do against this DNMK side. Wailu putting it in and finally taking the lead.
Yeah, maybe Boy finding a goal early could be the catalyst, and Wailu given a gift here, Defunct thinking he's catching that, but up to that, before that goal, Boy had not registered a goal, an assist, or a save so far in the series. After 2 and a bit games, not a single stat, just laying eggs all over the place. So now he's gotten himself on the board for real. Might be a little catalyst and see if he'll feel more comfortable in the series as a whole.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I think these best of fives are just kind of too short for teams to kind of be fully warmed up, you know, and bring everything they can. Because here we are sitting on series point already, and now ICE Esports are bringing it back. You know, if this was a best of 7, you talk about a different series on our hands. So, you know, ICE Esports, they got the lead for now. Boy, trying to get it out of his own half, but of course Defunct there, who's been a 2-time MVP already in the series, is pushing that ball out into his own side. Can ICE try put on a third? Oh, no follow-up there coming in from the orange side. Weak Casper trying to get rid of the sodas. Upego. No beans in the tank, however.
5BS really needed that touch on offense. Instead, it's going to be DNMK surging forward, looking for an equalizer of their own. 5BS with a chance to play it off Defunct, but there's no pinch. Defunct just back passing to Weak Casper, who fakes the play, and it sets up Upego for the shot. A little bit more height on that, a little bit more elevation. We might have seen an equalizer, but fantastic heads-up play from Weak Casper. Knew he didn't have enough boost in the tank to go for the shot himself, so just faked it. Gave the opportunity to his teammate, and they nearly benefited from it.
And 5BS picking up a save there as well, finally, just keeping out a very important equalizer that his team needed. So just superb job there at the back, as possession now again in the hands of ICE. 5BS kept out there from taking a shot, tries to steal 100 from Defunct. Can't do so. Now Defunct just sending that ball across field. Can ICE do something with this and try and get in a third? Wailu once again taking a shot there. That's going to be his third. A lot more shots are coming up from this ICE side, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 6 right now compared to DNMK's 2, so definitely finding more opportunities to put that ball at net. Not hugely convincing opportunities in my eyes, but it is a positive, right? They're turning the tides numerically and statistically, which is only going to be good for them if they can continue to hold this lead as we approach the final 90 seconds. Gonna have to be careful of an overcommit here, but 5BS turning on it, gets a huge dunk, denied by the post. They're gonna struggle to put this in with all 3 defenders between them and the net, but a side flip here has put Weak Casper in an awkward position. The ball floats off target, but definitely another opportunity for ICE.
An absolute mosh pit there in front of the DNMK box there, right? 3 defenders, 3 attackers, no one able to sink that one in from the side of ICE, as Wheelu trying to come in late and try to score, but nothing happened there. Final miniature of game time, game number 3. Can we see ICE pick up a third? Wailu's definitely going to take a chance. Oh, he brings it in from the right-hand side.
And I mean, that's huge. 2-goal deficit now, the 2-goal buffer from ICE point of view. DNMK really struggling here in game number 3 after going up into match point, having won the 2 consecutive games before this one. ICE continuing the trajectory, right? Like, they went down by a monster amount of goals game number 1, kept it closer in game number 2. It took a 0-second goal to cause more separation than a single solitary point. And here they are, taking the lead by a lot in game number 3. 30 seconds left. They're going to look to close it out. 5BS has got to hold off the bump, and he can't do it. Weak Casper, another huge brain play, eliminating the last defender, and Upego able to just nudge it home.
A ball that absolutely snailed across the line at a blistering 30 kilometers per hour. So, my goodness, and I've seen grandmothers that could walk faster than that in their strollers, so not sure what happened there. But of course, you know, DNMK is still down by 1 goal here. ICE can extend, you know, the games in this series here. Take us to game number 4. We're going to see what happens in the remaining 15 seconds. ICE are going to have to hold on as best they can.
They might be pushing forward for another goal here. Not sure it's the wisest choice because it's given Defunct a chance to move forward, but Boy with a massive boost steal denies Defunct the boost needed. A huge clear from Wailu. Boy helps it on, denies the opportunity to keep that ball up, and denies DNMK the opportunity for the clean sweep. ICE getting the reverse sweep trail started.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Mr. Muntz. I mean, we said it, right? If this was a best of 7, we'd all be sitting here going crazy because it would go to Champions Field, there would be a crazy OT. Why not? Ice Esports taking us to game number 4. Oh my golly goodness there. And finally, right, we see a DNMK Esports side that just, they only took 4 shots total there, right? They just could not crack this Ice Esports side here in game number 3. When it counted, they wanted to get the sweep. They could not.
Yeah, and that third goal from Wailu proving to be so important. We said it was huge at the time, but, I mean, it proved to be the difference between the two teams. That angle from out on the right wing, or from the right corner, just finding a touch over the top of the defense. So, massive goal from him. And, boy, finding some impact finally. A goal and an assist when, before this game, let me remind you, hadn't registered either, and also didn't even have a save to his name. So, with Boy stepping up now, maybe that's the difference that Ice need to level with this DNMK side, and it shows that they can take wins off them. The difficult part now, Muzz, is Ice have got to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean,
2 more in a row.
Yeah, no, they do exactly that. I mean, it's an incredible tall order to kind of ask from them, but of course we know they can do it. You mentioned Boy there, right? I think the action already started when Boy kind of had that collision with Upego to score the long field goal. Well, talking about Upego, he's going to find a very early one once again.
He does indeed, and it comes off some good offense. The perfect touchdown from Defunct. If he'd shot that directly, maybe getting stopped by the oncoming defender. Instead, just lays it up for his teammate. Ipego's not going to miss from there. Ice having to come from behind here. Facing down match point, maybe tournament point for them if they're to lose it. So fighting for survival. The good news is the task a little bit less than it was, a game and a bit ago. They've only got to win 2 in a row, as before they had to win 3. The hard part, well, that's a monster clear. The hard part is they're going to have to win this game from a goal down.
Yeah, and we mentioned that Upego, of course, steps up when he needs to, right? And I can hear Jolly in the back of my mind just saying that Upego does these crazy things. But it's true, right? I kind of often see that when DNMK, just feel like they're lacking a little bit of oomph, there's something not popping off for them, while Upego says, I'm going to strap on the backpack. Well, Casper finds his second, and this is reminiscent of game number 1 when we saw Casper having an absolute crazy time.
Okay, chat. Muzz, I want to bring y'all in for a little discussion here. Okay, let's look at the DNMK shooting percentage real quick. Joe's just thrown some numbers at me. Casper, currently on 33%. Actually, it's probably gone up after that last goal, so it's a little bit higher than that. That's generally considered a pretty solid shooting percentage, right? Like, you're having a decent day at the office shooting 33%. Then Upego shooting 40%. So now you're having a good day at the office. But then, Defunct, up there with the rip-snorting 71% shooting percentage. I don't have to say percentage. Now it's climbing even higher. Like, this team, like, for reference, the Pirates' average shooting percentage is 33%. All 3 players up above that. It's crazy.
I mean, this is Defunct scoring 4 goals in the first game as well, right? He's just absolutely having a crazy time on the field right now. So, DNMK picking up Defunct before the spring split said, let's see what can happen. And, well, Defunct is raising his hand and saying, yes, guys, this is me. I can pop off with the best of them as well. So, yeah, here we go. DNMK already 3-0, up 3 minutes remaining. And, Ice, well, they had a small flash in the pan there, months, but, well, the cover's on the pan right now.
It might be out of the frying pan into the fire if this one goes in, but Upego fires it wide, or at least high, and it will be Ice to try to transition out. It's not going to last too long, and Casper threatening. The misread comes in, but Casper can't expect that from Boy, who's flailing right now. Does combine with Wailu to push it out wide, but as we approach half-time, Ice need a goal. They need it now, and it needs to be the next goal. They cannot allow DNMK to find another to go up by 4, or surely all hope is lost. 5BS might have found an opportunity to push forward, but Casper beats Boy to it and will shut down any kind of transition.
Can we see any kind of decent attack and pressure coming up from this Ice side as they do attempt to counter-attack? 5BS keeping the ball here in a decent territory of DNMK's. but it's already going to get kept out. Ball over Wailu as well. Boy is scrambling back, so is 5BS. Boy having to just fight this ball here from the corner. DNMK, well, they're trying to extend their lead, but of course they're sitting pretty comfortable right now with that 3-0 cushioning and safety net. So, I don't know, we always talk about, that, whatever, a goal every 10 seconds, blah, blah, blah months. There's only 2 that need to be put in here from ice in 151. They can definitely do it.
This is absolutely winnable, especially if they find a few more little combinations like that. Wailu finding a redirect as he came back from the goal line. Interesting play there, but one that just seemed to work, unlike the pinch from 5BS. Just going to let Wee Casper have the free shot. Does manage to shut down the follow-up, but it is DNMK pushing forward, denying any opportunities for a lessening of the deficit. And in fact, they're looking to lengthen it right here with multiple shots, only slightly wide. Defender's not really relevant to it. Wee Casper avoids the bump but can't find the ball. Wailu denied any kind of power on the shot, but the pressure continues for 5BS and his team. Ice trying, pushing forward, the desperation needing to show, and rightfully so. They are looking at elimination if they cannot find 3 goals at the very least against a DNMK that so far has had their number.
Yeah, 5BS just pushing that ball back into his own corner, trying to do something with it, trying to reset the play.
Bang!
Wailu taking a shot. Oh, kept out by Defunct. My golly goodness, Wailu, can he go up for this one? It should be an open net. Well, there it is.
Wailu coming out pretty clutch here. After going down by 3, he stood up, scored 2 goals. And that is just on the back of a Defunct miss. Defunct's got to make contact there, or at least got to get in the way of the shot. Instead, sailing over the top of the ball. Can't even claim he didn't have enough boost because he boosted over it. And suddenly, Ice well and truly back into it. And if momentum continues like this, we could be looking at an equalizer. We could be looking at a level series as well if they manage to find a winner. With 33 seconds remaining, it's all on them. And Wee Casper with a big play over the top. Denied the double tap by Wailu, who's taken it upon himself to pick out Boy. There's no bump. 5BS fakes instead, ends up redirecting it back to his own half. And the offense restarts. But right now, Ice pushing forward at the last, trying to get this series back into contention.
Yeah, my goodness, Wailu doing so much work to try keep his team alive here. Of course, the clock ticking down right now. 1 goal to the good here for DNMK. The ball just has to be killed. And there it is. DNMK will win our series 3-1.
Look, Ice made a good fight of it in the end. Even in the middle as well, did they fight. After that DNMK game number 1, where they just scored it. They basically scored at will and for fun. Like, they were having a good old time. Upego was denied like a little weird musty flick at the end to make it 7, I think. But from that game onwards, Ice just did look better and better. And I would even say that they looked fairly solid at the end of this game number 4. But unfortunately, DNMK just doing the work early and giving themselves the buffer they needed to close it out. Unfortunately, Greybeard's not going to be as smug as he was on the last desk, but look, I think Ice, it was a performance to be proud of after going down into a difficult situation early.
Yeah, no, listen, it was tough in the end, but there were a couple of moments of so we had the upset sweep, and then after that game 3, Ice coming back, and you start to go, ooh, how upsetting. How much of an upset would be the upset reverse sweep? So I had those thoughts, and then the 3 goals in the 4th game, and you go, okay, it's all over. But then they scored 2, and they came so close with that beautiful fake play with like 15 seconds left. It was almost there, but not to be. It's the end of the road in Regional 3 for Ice Esports. They can be proud of what they did. They've got a solid foundation from which to build. But Gaugen, in the meantime, DNMK stood firm, stood strong, did the business.
You could absolutely say that, and now I get to feel a little reassured as well in my analysis, because I said whoever comes out swinging early is going to dictate the pace of this series, and despite Ice making their way back in, winning Game 1 6-0 is a pretty confident way to establish yourself as the team that should be winning this series.
I think it's a solid point, and maybe, you know, I think if Ice lose that first game by 2 goals, it's a different complexion, but it's hard to make that comeback. But Stats Corner, you came up with some good ones during that. Overall, the numbers tell us what about this DNMK performance?
Oh, we were out here feeding you all kinds of statistics, the best that we could. Listen, a lot was on the line here in terms of expectations for DNMK. In the last regional, they placed 3rd. So here in the lower bracket, they've got to work their business, and they certainly did. Defunct, namely, what a grand match that he had. A shooting percentage that was out the wazoo, Jonah.
Yeah, and I'm so happy to see it. Purely for egotistical reasons. If you can cast your mind back to yesterday, shout out to anyone who was watching yesterday for that series where after the first 2 games, the NMK took 21 shots, scored 1 goal. They finished the series under 10% shot conversion that put them here with that upset to Digital Devils. Since then, they've scored 25 goals across the 2 series coming in. And as you say, the shooting, ridiculous. The numbers that Mance delivered during the series, they did not die down at all in the final game either.
No, not whatsoever. If anything, it was DNMK just finding their rhythm and tuning up to that beat. Now, for Ice Esports, it's talk about kind of what really went wrong here or just not enough. You did see players from Ice Esports spending quite a bit of time in front of the ball. It's a squad that was trying to get aggressive, right? All 3 players over 30% of time spent across and in front of the ball, really trying to make those plays happen, whereas DNMK a little less pressured to make that effort behind the ball 28% of the time. So it felt like DNMK were in that rhythm and as well just in control.
Yeah, and it's about finding that balance, isn't it? Because we don't want to say that lurking in front of the ball is always a bad thing. Rocket League, far too complex a game for anything like that. But the downside of time spent in front of the ball is shots conceded. The upside is your own offense. And in the first 2 games, Ice conceded 19 shots. That's 9.5 per game, which is right up in the danger region. That's the levels that we sort of start to point to towards reasons that you lose the series. But for the latter half, they're only conceding 6 per game. That's Apex sort of numbers. They cleaned up. They found the balance, I think. It's just that they found it too late on.
Certainly did. Well, we had some quick ones as well on that roster of Ice Esports. Boy and Wailu, the fastest on the pitch, but just couldn't beat DNMK to the beat. There you have it. Stats on hand. Graybeard and Desk. Back to you guys.
So we started the day with 8 teams. We've said goodbye to 2 of those teams. We're down now to 6, but the difficulty level suddenly ramps up. We go up a few echelons as we move first from best of 5s into the marathons of best of 7, but also the opposition. Nibble Esports are going to have to take on the winner of Orlando Pirates and Digital Devils, and DNMK, who looked very solid here, taking on the winner of Bravado and ATK. So whoever makes it down to the lower bracket, it's a tougher call. And from what you've seen, Months, DNMK, do they have the sauce to take on the winner of Bravado or ATK?
I don't know about the sauce. There's a little bit of spice within them, though. I don't know if it's gonna change the flavor of these matchups enough, though, to give us something that we've not tasted before, and I think it will be whoever comes down out of those upper semifinals that will take the victory. Because I don't, it wasn't hugely convincing for me for DNMK. Even though they did have that monstrous game number 1, It did feel a little bit more like Ice just weren't quite up to par on that particular one. And then, you know, you've got Nibble with the sub. It's going to be difficult for them. Impressive performance against Apex, but again, kind of didn't really feel like Apex were playing with their usual fervor. So whoever drops down is going to be a whole different kettle of fish, as you mentioned, and it's going to be a battle no matter what.
Yeah, well, sometimes it is a case of sort of finding the level of your opposition and being just doing enough to be better than that, and maybe with better opposition you step it up a gear. But Muzz, if we look at the other side there, Digital Devils and or Orlando Pirates, Nibble Esports, they've already come further than they've ever been, so this is good for them. But also a massive ramp up if they. Well, is it though? I'm trying to think. If they're meeting Digital Devils, who we expect, and certainly Orlando Pirates, if by some crazy turn of events they land up in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Nibble's going to have a tough time regardless, because both of those two teams, if, one of them's going to fall down, Nibble's going to have quite a hard time, right? Digital Devils, we know how good they are, and of course, by some kind of freak accident, it's Pirates XD that fall down. Well, then Nibble, again, they're going to have, just a tough time. So, yeah, lower quarterfinals for both Nibble and DNMK. Whew, it's going to be a tough ask, right? You've got Bravado ATK, Digital Devils, and Pirates XD to play against potentially. So, it ain't gonna be easy to make that lower bracket run.
All right, well, we've had two series, two complete best of 5 series, and we're not even close to being halfway through the day. But it is now the end of playtime. We move to the best of 7s, and after the break we go to the upper brackets. And for the first time in Regional 3 we get to see Orlando Pirates XD taking on Digital Devils, who've looked the best they have this entire split. Do they look, and are they good enough? Let's find out after we take a short break.
to find the answer when no one knows how it feels between disasters. It comes and goes. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. We'll never know. It's weighing me down.
All right, well, now's the time to get serious, gentlemen on the panel. We're into the heavy stuff, and it always amazes me the difference between a best of 5 and a best of 7, Gaugen. And I don't know what your thoughts are on it. It's just 2 extra games, but it really changes can change the complexion of things.
It can make a world of difference when you have that extra time to try and make adjustments to your opponents, but, I mean, not to spoil things for this particular matchup, but one of these teams has had a little bit of ease turning these best of 7s into 5-game affairs. They haven't really needed to go to game 6 or 7, so, you mentioned the lengthy nature of these series, and I think the Digital Devils will be much more keen to try and force it the distance if they can manage.
All right, and then Muzz, we've said quite a bit about Digital Devils, or as Jota likes to call them, the Digital Demos, and okay, we can all take a moment to say hello to Munz's dog, but let's all acknowledge the blatant manipulation, looking for cute points, that Muzz. Come on, we're doing this. We're talking serious business here. Hello, Munz's
I love
dog.
that Greybeard hates this. I love it so much.
All right. Now I can't even remember the question I was asking, Muzz. Oh, Digital Devils, or as Jota likes to call them, the Digital Demos, have they impressed enough to make a serious dent on Orlando Pirates, maybe?
You know what? Yeah, Greybeard. They're a good roster, right? And if we all cast our minds back to that winter split where we saw Royalty and, of course, this roster take games off of Pirates XD, yeah, they're a damn good outfit, right? But, I mean, as Ultrasm likes to put it, Pirates XD just do not lose, and so unfortunately you can show that Gods bleed and you can take games off of them, but unfortunately, Snowy's going to get angry, he's going to come back and score a ton of goals, or enable Darth or Steel to do so, and they're going to beat you 4-2, and that's just how it goes, sadly, for anyone that tries to take on Pirates XD.
All right, well, I think Muzz might have leaked a little bit of his prediction there, and since Muzz is distracted by his dog, we're going to nip over to Stats Corner and get the numbers and tell us why they think Orlando Pirates should be winning this, but what are the chinks in the armor, if any, that Digital Demos can exploit?
Well, if there's any stat of the day, Greybeard, it's that Munz's dog is the cutest on the planet. But otherwise, for this match, Orlando Pirates and Digital Devils, Gaugen already talked about it. In the last meetings, last 4 of the 5, Orlando Pirates won it in Game 5. Not really a long best of 7, if you will. However, Digital Devils, if they do find those wins, it's normally early on. Games 1 and 2 is where they start to really find those breaks in the armor of Orlando Pirates. Jota, what exactly are you looking at for Digital Devils to make this a game?
Well, I'm looking at a couple things, right? What we need to see is, I think, 2 very vital ingredients if they've got a chance here. Part 1, I think Digital Devils need to be on the form of their life. Let's be honest, that's the reality. They need to be peaking coming into this. They can't afford an off day. The other ingredient, they need to be continuing development long term as a team. And I think we've got ingredients for both. And may I remind you, that DNMK series yesterday, they kept DNMK down to only 3 goals. And that's a team that we just watched absolutely romp past ice, putting buckets past them, and they won that convincingly in that sweep. 0 shooting 50%. None of the team under 375 points. Original, the lowest point scorer, still getting a goal per game himself. And they were conceding 9 shots per game in that series. It wasn't that they just met up against a particularly weak opposition. They had to do defending. They were just able to do it. And beyond that, I do want to talk demos, very briefly. We used to talk Royalty, back when they were Royalty, being they demoed more than everyone else by a long way. They used more boosts than everyone else. They spent more time forwards. And it was a bit crazy, but they've reined it in. I think they have matured in playstyle. When I talked about long-term growth, they're still up there for demos. They're still aggressive, but we're talking sort of top 5, not top 1 in all of those stats, which has seemed to work better for them.
Very well. All right. A little easing up on the demos and doing great in terms of lower goal concession in that win, that sweep against DNMK. However, they're playing against the Orlando Pirates. If you want to talk keys to victory about Orlando Pirates, well, you can talk about a lot of things, but it is goal scoring against the Digital Devils. About half the time in their wins, they do score 4 or more goals. So if you see a lot of scoring out of Orlando Pirates, then, well, obviously you're going to find a lot of wins. Any other little tidbits of information before the Stats Corner departs here, Joda?
Yeah, the main thing to watch out for is the most prolific of the Pirates, Snowy, plundering all of the boosts. Normally, in each game, he seems to be the one on top in that department, one of the highest in the region for average speed per game, but like him, also in the top 6 players in the whole region for average speed, both of them foot to the floor. So the boost game is going to matter a lot, and the pace of the game as a whole is going to be frenetic.
All right, boost stealing and speed going to be interesting here as we move into this match. Greybeard, it's back to you guys.
Frenetic is what I hope we will see, and perhaps the battle of the boost hogs and how well it is used. And now we come to prediction time, and I think we'll start this side of the panel, starting with Muntz. And if you are, Muntz, going to predict Orlando Pirates, you need to give a score. I was thinking of also asking for the score in each of those games, but let's not push it that far. So who wins and the scoreline, please?
Okay. It's for one, it's going to be Orlando Pirates that take the win. But I am going to cast my eyes back to Winter Regional number 3, when the then Royalty Esports, now Digital Devils, did manage to take 2 games from the Pirates side, and that was the game that I referred to earlier in the day, or the match that I referred to earlier in the day, rather, where we saw glimpses of vulnerability in this matchup on the side of Pirates. So I do think Royalty, maybe, possibly, with the run that we've seen yesterday, slapping down some big teams, I think they might have the form, and they might have what it takes to take 2 games from this Pirates side.
All right, 4-2 to the Pirates. Muzz, prediction and score, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, the Pirates XD side that does not lose so seldomly. And, of course, we know if there's any roster here today that, besides Bravado, that does good things against them, it's going to be, of course, Digital Devils. But, you know, like Muntz, I don't want to be wrong here, so I'm going to go Orlando Pirates, and it's probably going to be a big old 4-2.
4-2 as well. Galgan, are you following the sheep ahead of you there for Pirates, or do you see an upset and a scoreline?
I'm a shepherd.
Well, I was gonna say, if the train of sheep are following the Pirates, far be it from me to stray from that path. The Pirates are my predicted winner of this series, but I also feel like my compatriots here on the desk are being a little too safe with those 4-2 calls. We've seen far more 4-1s go in favor of the Pirates, so if Digital Devils take game 1, I'm not sweating. I'll call a 4-1 for the Pirates.
When Bravado beat Orlando Pirates in that Regional 1 all that time ago, I remember saying there will come a time when we predict against Orlando Pirates, but it wouldn't be today. And I was wrong that day, but I don't think I'm as well as the Devils are doing. I'd like them to take 2. The dream would be 3. I don't think it's going to happen. Orlando Pirates will take it 4-2. I'm being safe. Gargan's the only one with the... Well, he's called it there for 4-1. All right, let's go and call this game now. And this time, it is Galgan and Muzz to take the series.
Well, the pirate ship has its mast at full sail here, Galgan, and we're going to see, can Pirates XD extend the SSA wins to a 7th as they make a very decent upper bracket run here. They just have to try get through Digital Demos. Yeah, everyone on the panel saying straight up it's going to be an XD win, right? These guys don't lose all too often, and so, yeah, big old 4-2s, it seems to be the case here.
That's certainly the expectation. I mean, you look at the history between these two teams, it all points towards the Pirates winning this series. So as we head through on to the pitch for game number 1, it's all on the Digital Devils right now. We had a massive upset to kick off day 2 of this regional with Nibble taking a sweep over Apex. DNMK give us a little bit of a reality check and sent us back to how we expect things to go. But can the Digital Devils flip us as if we're on a seesaw here, cratering towards our finish of Spring Regional number 3. We expect the Digital Devils to have a fast start, but it all comes down to what they do once they get those feet off the ground. But the ball already in the air, kickoff already happening in game 1 of this best of 7 underway.
And we've spoken ad nauseum about Elikem and just how much this player can do. Is he going to be able to pop off today? There's already Elikem with a demo onto Darth Snowy, taking the shot, and he's going to score and open up from the right-hand side.
It's an early start here for the Pirates, but if there's any player you back to make that start, it's going to be Snowy, just taking apart Original there, who's at the near post, but in a very difficult shadow position. You're playing outside of the net, so you immediately invite that shot to go to the opposite side, and with no defense in sight to block it away, it's a fairly tame first goal, and an opener at that. Still plenty of time left in this game 1, but not the kind of look you want to be conceding to Snowy. Darth trying to create one, but a good save from Zero. Oh, the follow-up though, can't even give a moment to think. Skill Steal just launches it.
No, Darth, of course, pushing that one, sitting up very nicely here for Skill Steal. Zero pushing that one out, and a double commit on that near post there coming out from the Devils. Zero and Elikem not able to get Skill Steal shot out. And so there we go, Pirates XD extending the lead here by 1 in game number 1 as Original. Oh, doesn't get a touch on that ball there, Snowy. Gonna play it out of his own corner now. Can he beat Elikem? Trying to get past, doesn't get the bump. Oh, sneaky little pass there onto Skill Steal, almost picking up his second already. And so Pirates XD here, Galgan, starting off game number 1 pretty damn strongly.
Absolutely, and it sort of goes the same way, but in an opposite sense here with the Digital Devils, because you want to back them for the way that they made it back to this matchup in Regional 3. Strong performance, a sweep over DNMK. Digital Devils were the team to send that squad down to the lower side of things, but again, the Digital Devils, we harp on them so much about their strong starts against Orlando Pirates, and that's their ticket in, but if they don't get off to a better one than this in game 1, which at this time Snowy going for this double off the back wall, and Skill Steal can't quite get there in time. But if the answer's not here right now for the Digital Devils, we start to ask questions about their efficiency to come back against the Pirates, because that's not something that a lot of teams can do very easily. Oh, what an opportunity though! Zero, sneaky one off the post.
Yeah, Zero actually getting bumped down that midway line first, but able to follow up very quickly on the rebound and sneak that one in. Snowy trying to get back, but of course on the back foot there. So Digital Devils finally getting their own goal here and bringing out game number 1 just within 1 right now. Original there first to the kickoff, Galgan. Yeah, you know what? You have to be able to kind of score first and take the lead against XD, because as you said, you know, a comeback against them is so incredibly tough to pull off. You know, you want to score first and fast and hard. And so now within 1, can we see Digital Devils do something with it yet? Darth bringing that shot home. Oh my word, extending their lead.
That's a beautiful push there from Darth. Full pitch effort, and this is more of the, straightforward class act plays that you expect to see from the Pirates. A lot of the earlier goals in this game were off of some very unexpected touches the defense was not prepared to deal with. But again, the Digital Devils have to know, if they give anybody on the side of Pirates that amount of space to take an opportunity home, they're not going to make very many mistakes with it. Zero, though, sets up Elikem to go bar down and out. Unfortunate end to that otherwise amazing passing sequence. It still persists, though, as Elikem sends that one wide, and they are still searching. Still that 2-goal deficit with about 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Original and Elikem just trying to take shots. They're trying to pick up a second for the team now. Elikem there again taking another shot. Decent save coming up from Darth. and so just opportunities they've been handed to Digital Devils, not able to really fully take advantage of them and put that one into the back of the net. And of course, you know, Pirates XD, they're not going to concede that easily as Snowy tries to get this ball over the midway line. Elikem is there on the opposite side. Not too much boost in the tank, however, to play with. No floor pinch there coming out either. Original also trying to play that ball, beaten up by Doff. Zero, almost taking the shot. Skill still keeping that one out. And now shots galore here, coming out 5 to be exact for Digital Devils. But yeah, strong defense here from the Pirate side so far.
And on the side of Devils, they're making a pretty strong adjustment where when they get this ball deep, they understand they don't necessarily have the resources, so they resort to try and lock the ball in the zone and wait for someone to come through the middle of the field with the boost in their tank and make the offensive push that much more lethal. Because if you can stall out the defense here of the Pirates and make them, you know, create these amazing saves, it buys more time for your players on the Digital Devils side to get to the back of the zone and get boosts in their defensive half. But of course, that opens up so many issues for the Devils. They immediately have to have such a heavy reliance on their own back boost, those pads, that they need to reach so far back in order to get, and then go all the way back up into the offensive opportunity. It just gives Pirates so much time to do whatever they want on the defensive clear. But with 40 seconds to go here, Muzz, I mean, we can talk as much as we want about the Devils trying to clamber their way back on in, but still searching for 2 goals. Could be one here. No, Zero can't connect.
Yeah, can we just say that both Doth and Snowy missed shots there, went onto the crossbar as well, so just a fourth getting, you know, eluded there for the Pirates XD side. Incredibly close there from both those players, but yeah, kept out, and it's gonna be Elikem finding a shot there and a goal. Both Snowy and was a skill still going up for that ball, not able to get Original out of the play, and Elikem as that second man able to follow up and bring them within 1.
And with 18 seconds, you're saying there's a chance. There very much is, and we expect the Devils to contest in these early goings of the series, but this kickoff not going the way they wanted to. Skill steal with the carry all the way down. The defense a little awkward to get it clear away. Darth, no boost in the tank, no problem. Beats 2 defenders. Snowy wins the challenge considerably there into the corner, trying to dime up one last opportunity, but as the clock hits 0 seconds, Skill steal lets the ball drop onto the ground, and the Pirates, throughout all of it, it's a close affair there in game 1, but they walk away with the first win of the series.
3 goals to 2. Close indeed there, Galgan. I mean, this is what we're saying, right? Digital Devils, this is a roster that's been able to bring it to the face of Pirates XD. We've seen that winter split. We know what they can do. This is what Munson and I were saying previously. This is now a best of 7. There's more time to play. There's more games on hand. And so Digital Devils, they are going to be able to bring this one back. I mean, they took 7 shots there. They had, you know, opportunities. Just, you know, a little bit of whiffs, a little bit of crossbar action there. But, you know, they can still do it.
Yeah, the Devils are contesting well in the basic stat categories here in relation to what the Orlando Pirates are able to pull off, but I think it comes down to the quality of chances. Both goals from the Digital Devils do have an assist tacked onto them. Original actually not scoring either of the goals, but assisting on both of them. The Pirates, 3 goals, only 1 assist, and that comes from Darth. So an interesting thing to look at here, because I don't think that necessarily is a bad thing for the Pirates. I think the lack of assists is more so relevant to the fact that their solo play capabilities on creating the opportunities are that much more potent, and the Digital Devils need to be able to respect that on defense. Because again, I keep bringing up this point, but if you give anybody on the Pirates enough space, they're going to take it and make you regret it instantly.
Yeah, you know, Pirates are also a very kind of quick team where they all get up on a loose ball inside your kind of shooting third. So, you know, any kind of player from, well, there it is, any player from Pirates XD can score, and it's going to be skill steal to open up game number 2.
That's a good play off the kickoff right there. An alternative touch there. Darth otherwise might have tried to launch that immediately on net, but goes off the sidewall and is there for a little helping hand to skill steal to score that goal. Of course, not really a steal at that point, but Orlando Pirates, another early start for them. This just works again to put so much pressure on the Digital Devils early on, because they have to be the squad that punches early in this matchup. The less that they manage to pull that off, the more time Orlando Pirates have to reach their comfort zone and lock down this series. I mean, we talk about the fact that this likely looks like a 4-1. In theory, could be a 4-2 if the Devils Devils come to play, but I think a much more realistic outcome, if the Pirates are feeling it, they could walk away with a sweep here. Again, still early to call though.
Yeah, all plausible things that can take place. Gaugen, they like him, they're taking the shot, kept up by Snowy. And now we see a decent counter-attack here coming up from the Pirate side. Zero having to try push this one out, but Snowy's already up, gets a decent pass down, a skill steal. Darth waiting on that far corner as well, and now he like him. Sends a nice little ping downfield, Darth. Oh, a little scary kind of play across his own goal, but that's alright. Already a ball getting pushed here towards the Devil's side, and they like him. Having a play out of his own corner, Darth though already bringing that one up. Zero double commit there as well, trying to get it out. Zero does so quite tactfully. Skill steal to meet him on that midway line. Just very hungry jackals are this Pirates side, as they just, you know, are smothering Devils in their own half, not really allowing them to get out.
And you talk about the hunger on the offensive side here for the Pirates, but I can't help but notice that Snowy is taking a bit of an uncharacteristic back-footed approach here, being very conservative in the boost usage for this team. It's been a lot of Darth and skill steal as a core of two, pushing up the opportunities, and then Snowy will just sort of come in as they please as the janitor of this team and try and finish off the opportunities. So again, I mean, if it's going to work here for the Pirates, far be it from me to tell them to switch up their play style to what we know and love them for. Zero opportunity gets blocked away by Darth, and a big clear at that to immediately flip possession and pressure. You've got Snowy up early, skill steals in the middle of the field. Snowy opts to go solo, back wall, but doesn't lead too kindly into either team's benefit. So as this ball goes back into the Pirate zone, nearing the halfway mark, still a close affair. The Digital Devils not out of this by any extent of the imagination, but still trying to break through the enigma that currently is the Orlando Pirates defense.
3 shots total. Not per side here, Gaugen, total. And so just the ball kind of just stuck on the midway right now, just back and forth between both these sides. No one getting opportunities to really shoot. And, you know, we might find that Pirates XD only win this game here by 1 goal because no one has really had too many offensive opportunities right now. I mean, Eliakim was in the face-step skill steal, but it already gets sent all the way back into their own half. And now Eliakim having to stop that ball. Skill steal might take a shot, though. Zero to keep it out. And so just kind of shooting opportunities are not coming in really thick and fast for either one of these sides.
And again, you've got to love the fact that game 1, incredibly close, this game more of the same, but the scoreline still doesn't favor the Digital Devils. They've sent 2 shots just wide. The third coming through, like him, just can't quite get enough of a piece of that ball to send it on target, but Zero, good beat on one, trying to play slow against Darth, but not going to happen. Plenty of boost in the tank for the waiting defender. Less than 90 seconds to go now. The Pirates, again, standing strong, but we look at the stats from the previous game as well. This one's been close, but game 1, mid-boost within 1 take for these teams, 23-22. Shots incredibly close, every single stat line looking within a razor-thin margin here, but the shots clearly high quality from the Pirates. They enter the final 60 with the 1-goal lead and tons of offensive pressure.
Yeah, and Eliakim just with a beautiful save there, trying to keep out a second being put in there by the XD side. And now can we see Digital Devils make something with this counter-attack here? They've got Eliakim on the midfield on that right-hand side, but it's not going to be able to get past that to him. He's going to have to try to get back quickly as Snowy puts that one to the back wall. Zero is there as well with the original. They're going to try go down this right-hand flank and already getting beaten out by skill steal. The Devils need to try get an equalizer, even to force an OT of this game number 2 and try pick up a dub. Can they do so? Ball's going to go wide there. Eliakim is on this left-hand side, will not be able to beat out Snowy. Snowy getting past 2 players. Just an absolute force to be reckoned with as he bullies his way through.
And as the final moments close in here, it's the Pirates setting up shop. They force a double to save it away, but Eliakim's in a good spot. Goes for the cross pass, but waiting in the middle of the field there to cut things off. 3 seconds, that one will bounce in front, but skill steal yet again up in time. In another 0-second situation. This one kept up much better though, but Original has to stretch every bit of that Fennec for the ball, and another 1-goal result. No overtime needed, however, and the Pirates are out to a 2-0 series lead.
Oh my goodness, and just how incredibly close are these games here. We've got 6 shots there coming up from Pirates, only 4 from the Devils, 1-0. It's incredibly close for Gaugen, just a lot of kind of back and forth play here, no one able to take shots. We mentioned that there only were those 3 shots there before halftime as well, and so oh man, just neither one of these sides just really popping off right now, but that doesn't matter because Pirates are up by 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, they take the 2-game win. They'll take those games however they can get them, but you said it right there. Before we got to halftime, there were some 3 shots total in the entire lobby, and so things really started to ramp up towards the end. You see both defenses performing fairly well. Save your medals for Darth of the Pirates and 0 of Digital Devils, each 4 saves total for both teams, but I'm not sure what the answer here is for the Digital Devils. I mean, they've obviously gained the nickname Digital Demos. I feel like, you know, some little bit of aggression, especially if they're going to be that team that's trying to steal the back corners a lot more from Pirates than Pirates are doing to them. Maybe that's their ticket in, but we talk about these shots. Not only do they need quality shots, they need quantity at this point. The Digital Devils just need to hit the back of the net as much as possible, or at least threaten it, because these Pirates are putting up a solid defensive showcase.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely, and we just see the way that Snowy can kind of just weave and whip through kind of, you know, defensive players and get, you know, his team on the front foot to go forward. So, you know, Pirates XD, they don't mess around when they're on the pitch, and we already see a lot of pressure here getting applied both by Snowy and Darth as they're trying to, you know, pick up a first goal once again, yeah, in game number 3. Skill still just weaving around there on that corner. 0 though to take it down the right-hand flank, beaten up by Snowy. Pushes us all the way downfield. Demo coming out onto Original. Is there going to be a goal? Yes, it will be through Snowy.
Snowy punches it home, and we've got this recurring theme in Game 3 again. The Pirates get the early goal, and you have to call out their rotations to this point. The Pirates have been on lock, absolutely in tune with each other. The spacing has looked solid. It's almost as if they have this understanding that the Digital Devils don't really have control over where their touches are ending up. Skill Steal takes this one right off the kickoff. The Pirates with an early 2-0 lead.
Oh boy, and Demo there in the corner as well. Snowy just to put that one onto the back wall for Skill Still, who has the perfect read, gets it down over Original's head with the dunk. And you know what, Gaugen, you mentioned that there might be a sweep here as well. So the funny thing is that everyone on the desk is going to be wrong, because it might be a big old 4-0.
Indeed, and honestly, I mean, I know results aside and bias aside, I would honestly be happy to see the Pirates pull out a sweep in this fashion if we continue this way. I don't want to jinx anything, but what I love from the Pirates right now is this is not necessarily a sweep from them coming out being like, we are definitely better than the competition we're playing right now. This is a sweep of a very calculated play style in the formation here for Orlando Pirates. Like, they look like they're playing very solid Rocket League. No matter what team you would set in front of the Pirates with this specific playstyle and the way they're carrying themselves, I feel like they threaten pretty much everybody, which we know them to always do. But oh, off the post, I thought that was a short-fire one for Snowy, but nope, 3.5 to go, and we still got a 2-0 game.
Yeah, Snowy just trying to take a chance there. Darth as well, 0 beans in the tank, however, and he still tries to make it work. Original has to keep this one out. Snowy is there for the bumps. Oh, Original again with a decent save. It keeps his body there, understands what has to be done, gets it blocked out. Snowy breaks the forward momentum there and keeps out what looked like a chance for the Devils to take a shot on there. And now Darth on this midway line. Oh my goodness, you know, just rough, aggressive play here from both of these teams here. The ball's going to bump around, so are the players. Is there going to be a double touch here? Coming out from Snowy. He's going to have 2 goals from 3.
That call about the rough and aggressive play from both teams is so spot on, but for the Digital Devils, they need the ball. They kind of need that crucial part of the Rocket League game to follow the run of play with them, because the bumps and demos are all going to be for naught. If you're stuck out there in the middle of the field, you're getting bumps set on everything. You seem to be getting the possession in your way, but the Pirates just march right on back. They do it again, relevant to a kickoff. It's Darth this time from Skill Steal, and the Pirates, they're opening up shop.
Oh, yeah, I mean, geez Louise, right? You know, this is a very typical day at the office for Pirates XD. They make the upper brackets, you don't see them fall down, they want to whip you 4-0 in a clean sweep. You know, they're already 4-0 right now, and we just get into halfway only in game number 3. Pirates having a stellar time. Everyone on the team understands the assignment, they all put in the work, everyone's scoring, everyone's assisting, Skill's still there, just helping that one go in for Snowy. Digital Devils right now, Gaugen just on the back foot, just struggling to kind of find any kind of forward momentum right now and just kind of string anything together.
Yeah, at this point, if I'm working with the Digital Devils, I'm almost sort of pre-firing out the message for a timeout after this one. Big touch, though. Is that enough in the back of the net? No, turns it away. What would have been a miraculous clear towards the bottom corner is saved at the last moment because, of course, the Pirates want to keep a clean sheet here. But going back to my point there just very quickly about the timeout, there's only so much that you think it accomplishes here. Going down 0-3 to the Pirates, you know, you immediately know that you have to win 4 games in a row against this squad, which certainly looks like they can do no wrong currently, but you have to think they need the mental reset after this one. These opportunities are coming a little too easily for the Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, we also have kind of seldomly seen, you know, SSA teams take those timeouts as well, right? So, you know, sometimes there's a bit of impatience. They want to jump into the next lobby, go, go, go attitude. And, you know, I fully agree with you. Digital Devils, take that timeout. Let's reset. Let's see what you can do. Maybe, you know, game number 4, you're going to be able to pick up the win when you have that timeout. But, yeah, Pirates right now having a stellar time. They're up by 4. They're just holding on to this ball right now. Just not allowing Digital Devils to do anything with us, even original, trying to take the shot, and they kept out by Dot. Skill still is hanging in that net. Bump coming out from 0 to allow Elikem to score.
We've seen it a couple times here from the Digital Devils, and they finally capitalize on yet another one. It's 0 this time, and beautiful goal line bump. Draws it up right there. I was going to say, the setups look scrappy for the Digital Devils, but if they match that scrappy attitude with bumps and demos when they've got the ball that deep, they're going to find, you know, some limited form of success. Top corner nearly there. Original can't quite find it, and had a little bit of a resurgence here in the final 60-0. Oh. What an effort to send that one home. That is brutal.
Oh my goodness, just set himself up for the best pinch in the world. Skill still not able to save that one. Darth out coming from the flanks as well. My golly goodness. Well, here we go. Game is on. Digital Devils are within 2. 48 on the clock. Can they try? Force an equalizer and an overtime. I mean, if they keep on playing like that, then of course the answer is yes. But we understand, of course, that Pirates XD are a super tough team to get past.
30 seconds now, inbound the final of Game 3. Pirates attempting to get a quadruple match point, not uncharacteristic for them, but for the Digital Devils, it's maybe one of their last tickets in. Big save required of all 3 defenders. They've got to jump once again immediately as Skill Steal carries this one, but the ball's in a very unfavorable spot. It spent a lot of time in the air in the Digital Devils zone, so they're not going to get a very strong push from it. Darth to the back wall. Original goes for one last clear, but with time expiring, it's a big challenge and may lead to a goal for the road. Sure enough, it does, and after the longest time for the Pirates being up by 4, Game 3 still ends with a 1-goal differential.
And 0 just having such a decent time up front. There 4 shots, 2 goals were scored. Of course, was that beautiful pinch from 0. But it's just, it wasn't enough, right? 3-4, of course, a 1-goal differential. They just, if they had maybe 10 seconds longer, they could have done something with it, their Gaugen. But unfortunately, here we head towards serious point for the Pirates. Timeout there.
Series point. Yeah, there it is. The timeout has been called. I mean, they're no stranger to it. We saw this in regional number 2, the Digital Devils, in this very same matchup. Granted, they had a game going into this position. It was after game 4 that they called the timeout while being down 1-3 in the series. But a little point about that. It always is tough to see a team take a timeout while being against match point in a best of 7, because realistically, they've got to win 4 games in a row here, and this minute-long timeout isn't exactly a huge reset. You've got to work very quickly, and not only, try and wipe what you had in the first 3 games of this series away, but completely load in. Remember what it takes to beat the Pirates, because it takes a lot. Their last-minute resurgence there was a beautiful display, but they didn't bring it for the first 4 minutes, and now they've got to do it for 20 minutes of game time against the Pirates. So big adjustments to be made in this timeout, Muzz, but I mean, no better time than the present to call it, I guess. So I respect them for calling it at the very least. We'll see what it can do for them.
Yeah, we saw Zero there pop off at the end, getting 2 goals to the good at the end there, Galgan, and it's just, is it going to be enough, right? Is it going to be enough against Pirates XD? Of course, they're leading right now 3 games to nothing. They just need to pick up game number 4. You're on Utopia Coliseum, and that's it. They kind of ride very, smoothly into that grand final, as we've seen them, usually do. Of course, they are 6-time champions. So I wonder what is being said right now in that call of the Digital Devils. Absolutely.
And when we think about, what's happened in this series to this point, you look at the side of, Zero, who had a 50% shooting percentage versus DNMK, currently on 37.5%, which is keeping this as close as it ever could be for a 3-0 series lead for the Pirates. But Pirates, of course, they're shooting as sharp as ever, as you expect them to. This is the performance that's going to get them to that upper bracket final, potentially to that grand final through the upper bracket as well. No matter who faces them in the next matchup, they've got 4 chances to close this series out. But I don't know. There's a lot of interesting thoughts about this one because, again, to cycle back to that point, it's a 3-0 lead for the Pirates, but it still feels like something's out of place, something that's not incredibly apparent. I don't think you could point to any one determining factor and be like, oh yeah, that's why this series feels a little bit off. But the Digital Devils, they're not necessarily playing at their weakest. They're just a couple steps behind in the most crucial moments, and I don't know. I feel like when it comes down to this series, boost control comes down to it. Bumps and demos, the goal line bumps have been insanely successful. But Muzz, the timeout is over. The time for that mental regain is upon us, and the Digital Devils have 4 games in a row to try and take off of the Pirates and change their fate.
Well, we don't see reverse sweeps all too often, but of course we know that the roster here on Digital Devils has pulled off a best of 7 reverse sweep. And so is it going to be now against Pirates XD? Well, we're going to see if that timeout helped our lads in orange, and of course really Snowy pushing that ball hard onto the flanks. Original has to get up to try stop the ball. Zero, who of course was a maestro in the front of game number 3, is going to hold on to that one. Does get demoed though, and so we're going to see, can they pull off the very decent 3-4 that they had there in game number 3. Galgan, I think it's going to be a tall order, but not impossible for our side here in orange.
Certainly not impossible, but they've got to deal with this push, and I mean, once that started, you could kind of see where it was ending up. Snowy plays with this one to the side, purposefully touching it out there, I would hope to believe, instead of missing that one, but Skill Steal makes no mistake. The defenders are close, but not in the way, and the Pirates have yet another early lead.
Yeah, and just Original off that wall, they're just not able to kind of punt the ball out as well as he thought he could have, and of course Skill Steal jumping on that one as quick as possible here. Again, Skill Steal in the face of the ball. Oh, Snowy almost gets the dunk. Darth with a small little whiff of that ball. Original trying to punt it to the hard pinch on the wall. They didn't really do much. Zero though beating out Darth, bringing it down. Snowy's already in their face though. Zero having to steal that 100 off the wall. They like him playing with this one. Doesn't get a touch onto Original. Fake out to Zero. Gets the ball downfield. Oh my goodness! Well, the read there from Original.
And this is what it takes right now for the Digital Devils. Zero launches this one up, and Original. Oh, that is such a beautiful read to have. It's fantastic. Cheating up there. It's something that the Pirates may not be expecting. And hey, if you want to try and find a way to break through this Pirates defense, those transition plays are certainly going to be a little trickier to take aside. So if you can find more fantastic looks like that, Digital Devils could easily see their way back in. But I talk about transitions out of the middle of the field. 1-2-1. Filled through by Snowy. Now Skill Steal mid. Darth taking the shot, and the defenders crossfire there to get it cleared aside. We stay tied at 1.
Oh my golly goodness, and just this game number 4 already has there's been so much emotion, so much has happened here already between these two goals that we've seen. And my word, that play that came out between Zero and Original, just to pull that off and get that ball kind of snuck in, was superb. I was thinking, yeah, you know, Original's passed this ball off, he doesn't want it, it goes out to Zero. Meanwhile, Original is sneaking up front, they're saying, pass me the ball, I'm going to slot this one home. My goodness, that goal was absolutely fire, as Eliakim tries to do something with this ball as well. Oh, there it is!
There it is! Oh my word, Digital Devils, what an opportunity. Eliakim just plays it low, flips back down. Oh, it's so beautiful, it's so pretty, because these goals, it's very innovative, and it's clear that the Digital Devils have found the avenue in. They found a way to work around the Pirates. They're not taking these clean shots towards the crossbar, rather it's faking them out. And time again, the Pirates have met that challenge. You know, they've had the resources to take it away on defense, but all it takes is one, and one goal is the lead as we near the halfway mark. Digital Devils, they could very well be on their way. They've got to take this one aside, though, and they do manage to do so.
Well, it does look like the timeout is doing pretty good things here for Digital Devils, and Skill still gets a demo there onto Eliakim. Of course, we did see Original with a beautiful bump to allow that goal to go in the first place, and so they're definitely changing tactics up just a little bit here, Digital Devils, making sure that Pirates XD are working for every save they have to make. Snowy from that right-hand side doesn't get it in, and Zero trying to cut out Skill still, though, as he tries to take the shot. Goes up now. Can he bring it down for Snowy? Takes the ball all the way across the field. Original trying to break that play. Gets into his face. Darth putting the swat out into the corner. Snowy is there to meet Eliakim, but Eliakim brings it up down. Snowy actually looking for the demos inside the box as well. So he has also taken a small page out of this demoing team's playbook. Now Darth trying to bring it home. Oh, there it is, Original with the demos. More coming out as well. Zero receives one. Eliakim though had a save there from Darth, and so there's just a lot of action on the field right now, Galgan.
It is, but the thing is, the Digital Devils defense has to be flawless right now. They've conceded 6 shots and only 1 goal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Digital Devils, 2 goals, 2 shots, 100%. But the quality versus quantity debate will always be an issue when you give opportunities like this to players like Snowy. The run of play carries this one up the backboard. Skill Steal puts so much pressure on. Snowy buries it, and we're tied at 2.
Skill Steal and Eliakim fighting in that corner, and of course Skill Steal the one that comes out better there, to able to get a decent pass out to Snowy to put in that equalizer. Darth taking the shot there, Zero with the save. Well, you do not take a lead too often here from Pirates XD. They come back pretty vicious and angry. Ball's gonna go in there. Original tries to take the shot. Snowy keeps the save. Well, it's gonna be Zero getting our 3rd goal for the Digital Devils.
Huge one there. Snowy has to make a pretty awkward save. Eliakim beautifully done to get up in time, and the 2 defenders too low to the ground and too close to the ball before it gets shot. So there it is. The Digital Devils within the final 60. They find their way back into the lead. What can they do from here? Do they try for an insurance goal, or is it more of trying to lock things down in the possession side? Skill Steal goes for the bottom corner, but it's just too far away. Eliakim a little slow with it, not quite the boost, but forcing this save on the Snowy. And the Digital Devils here mosening in to the final 30 seconds or so. They've got to stand the test of time. It's going to be real tough. Okay, well, there it is. Yeah. Instantly.
There it is, right? Just Skill Steal coming in here from deep, right? Snowy and Darth were there in the front course and interference. Zero trying to come in from that far post, not able to get across the face of his own goal. And so Skill Steal picking up the equalizer here. 32 left on the clock here. Oh my golly goodness. Well, game number 4, ladies and gents, has gone down to the absolute wire between both of these sides here. Yes, on the scorecard you might see a sweep, but that is not in any way a true reflection of what went down in this game. Yeah, 18 left.
No opportunity.
Oh.
That might have just been it. Darth gets the shot off. Oh my goodness, this back wall has been so potent for the Pirates. They might have just secured the sweep with this one, but with 15 seconds to go, the Digital Devils now a taller task than ever before in this series. Like you said, these games have been so close. It is surely a sweep only in series score alone, but Snowy up for this one, just trying to hammer home the possession. Final 10 seconds to go. Eliakim up. Original will have to be the one that touches and does send it the opposite side, but nobody really there. Final 0-second play inbound to the side wall, but nobody there to receive it in time, and there you have it. The Pirates, we all predicted them to win. They do so, but it may have costed everything here. One of the closest sweeps that you could have imagined here, Muzz, but the Pirates get it done.
And can I tell you, Darth also scored that last goal with his back left tire as well. That's kind of how fine the angle was, is that he said, well, yeah, I can put this one on my back tire. My golly goodness. So there it is, 4-0. Pirates XD will continue that upper bracket run. But let's see what Greybeard has to say.
Wow, wow, wow is my initial thought. You know, that is now 10 games on the trot for Orlando Pirates without dropping a single one of them. And to me, it looks a little bit like a team that were affronted with the result in the last regional. And I don't think there were clearly mistakes on the part of Digital Devils, but a performance from Orlando Pirates. I think they're making a statement here, Muntz. That's 10 games without anyone taking a game down. And Digital Devils traditionally take one or two from them.
Yeah, I mean, they came close to it in this particular series. All 4 games coming close. 1 goal separating the teams. And, I mean, the whole desk basically predicted 4-2 except for Galgan, but you could look at that and think, oh, we're not actually that far off it, despite it was being a 4-0 sweep, because those games were close. But even with them being that close, it did feel like Orlando had Digital Devils' number. I think in the green room we were like, oh, reverse sweep maybe, when Digital Devils went up, and I said, I don't even think that Pirates are going to lose this game, let alone the next the next 4. But and Pirates, look, that's not a difficult bet to make, right? They're a very good team, and they're showing it today.
Well, they didn't give a lot of chances, and the biggest chance they gave was in that last game. And Pirates, you know, in all the time I've watched them, they're not a team that necessarily look to go for the stonk, the massive goal differences. Generally, they'll work as hard as they need to win, but they certainly look determined, and I'm very keen to hear how the numbers panned out. So, Pyro, Jota, what you got for us?
Ah, yes, the numbers. That would be our domain. In a match where we saw each game be won by 1 goal, surely there's more beneath and in the interwebs of this match. First of all, Orlando Pirates shooting rather well compared to their opponents, 9-6 averaging each game. Jota, what else is going on in terms of Orlando Pirates just edging out these victories against the Devils?
Yeah, we saw some interesting themes to shooting. The leading stats, Snowy putting up 44% conversion rate, skill steal over 40% as well, and Zero shot 40%, something we would be praising. Often you come out of a series, you shoot like that, we come out and be saying, wow, Zero pinpoint, electric on form, but him being on form doesn't matter if 2 Pirates players are shooting just as well as that coming out of the gates as well. And when we look further through onto it, right, when we dig deeper than the shots, it's tough, it really is, because Digital Devils, they did really well on the boost game. It's what we asked from them. We asked them to try and limit the shots that Pirates take. We asked them to try and contest the boost and not let Snowy run away with things, and they were able to do both to begin with, and they kept the shooting low for the first couple of games, but it still wasn't enough. They tried to change things up, and they got themselves more shots, but gave away more shots in the process. They went from losing 3-2, 1-0 to losing 4-3. So it's It's really hard. I don't know if you have any magic potion or any way of putting together the pieces for Digital Devils, but I'm struggling to find out how they can put together all of these good stats into a win.
It's very difficult because part of what we were saying, Yoda, is okay, the Pirates, when they win, they score a lot. Over half of the games, they scored at least 4 goals in order to defeat the Digital Devils. You have a game like Game 2 where it only took 1 goal. So that's what the Devils needed to do, was limit the goal scoring from Pirates, and they still couldn't claw away the win. So I couldn't agree more, Joda. It is difficult to pull the statistics that are needed to find a win. They came that close. Yeah. Well, hey, Digital Devils, they are still alive in this situation. So that is the bright side. In this lower bracket, they'll be able to go, but Orlando Pirates will move forward, Graybeard. So that's your stats.
All right, so Digital Devils, as you've quite rightly pointed out, Pyro will go and fight another series in the lower bracket. And one of the big advantages of being a top performer in any job is you don't always have to put in a full day's work. And the reward, I guess, for what Pirates have just done is you show up, you put in 4 games, and then you get to go home, kick your feet up, and wait for the next day to do your work. Pirates done for the day. And in our next series, the next team will be looking to do that between Bravado and ATK. One of them will only play once today. The other will have to fight twice. So with Orlando Pirates looking in this mood, Gaugen, how do you feel about their chances on Championship Sunday?
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, you mentioned that their work is done for today. They move on to the next day. Very unsurprising. But I said it during the cast, and I'll say it again right now. If the Pirates play at all like they did today in Championship Sunday, they win this event. There's nobody stopping them. I feel very confident in making that prediction because their playstyle was one of a very calculated rotation where they understood exactly where they needed to be. They spent an equal amount of time in every area of the pitch. They looked incredibly on form in this matchup.
All right, and Muzz, do you think it was a case of Pirates being on top of their game or Digital Devils not quite up to theirs, or a combination of both?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combo of both there, right? I mean, just kudos to Digital Devils first. They played a superb game. I mean, Zero absolutely went crazy in game number 3. They only lost by that 1 goal difference. So, it's Pirates XD. They beat teams on any given day. Just, you have to bring out so much more than just your X factor. You have to just go crazy to beat that side. So there's just a whole lot of factors that end up causing them to win. And Gaugen and I were saying it might be a 4-0 on that series score, but it does not reflect how that series went down. It was crazy close. Digital Devils can pat themselves on the back. They played superb Rocket League.
All right, well, here we are, 3 series down, 3 more to go. 1 more in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket. Then our 4 teams will be decided for tomorrow. But as it stands now, 6 teams still in it. And we will only know the next 2 leaving us in the last 2 series. But that also, talking about people doing superlative jobs and being done with their work, it is time for the desk to be given a little bit of time off to go and kick back and watch the rest of the day at their leisure, or do whatever they wish in their leisure. It's been a phenomenal desk with Muzz, and Gaugen. Thank you so much for joining us. And I will be back after the break, and this time joined by Ultraism Astral and, would you believe, Tofu Elliott for the first time in this regional make an appearance. So, Muzz Gaugen, thank you so much for your work. And excellent day. We started with a bit of chaos in the upset, but then the ship was kind of righted, and certainly in the last you feel like a little bit of order restored. Let's see how the second half goes, starting with Bravado ATK after the break.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Baby, can you pray tonight? Baby, can you pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. So you won't for every run that we had, turn around and not do it. But I'll be ready every day, know everything's alright. Are you gonna pray? Are you gonna pray tonight? Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Gotta pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me Baby, can you pray tonight? Baby, can you pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray.
And we are back in our relentless march to find the champion of the final regional, of the final split of RLCS 2021-22 for SSA. We're halfway through the marathon that is day 2 on any regional. And we have here, and it may look a little odd, over on the far side opposite me, we have Pyro J. That was supposed to be Elliot. He's still making his way over, but look at that. We've yanked him out of Stats Corner into business on Desk and Casting Corner. Hello, Pyro.
Well, it's been wonderful to feed the statistics, but I thought I'd, just bring you the horse's mouth here, straight from the get-go. On the desk, happy to be here.
All right. Well, it's a pleasure to have you alongside Astral, who, with any luck, I'll get to see in 4 weeks' time. We'll get to meet face to face, and
Let's hope so.
Hopefully that goes as well as it has online. How you doing, Astral?
I'm very happy to be back after yesterday. We had some good games. Hope for some more close ones though. The scorelines, I think, earlier on, maybe a little bit too one-sided. You know, me and Alt, we always get the good games. We're gonna get some more entertaining games today. I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, hopefully we get to see each other, but so many flights getting cancelled at the minute, Greybeard. I hope yours. Can't wait to see.
Okay, don't try and deliver bad news. All right, and Alt, so talking about the action today, it started off with a bit of chaos and then seemed to right itself. But Nibble being the big story of the day, taken down a formidable-looking Apex after Series 1, Regional 1 and 2.
Doesn't that just epitomize like the middle section of SSA Rocket League, is the fact that we go, any of these teams could be in the top 4, but we don't normally expect a 3-0 sweep. I didn't manage to catch a lot of that game, so I don't know if it was just Nibble playing out of their socks, or if Apex is just, I don't know, not showing up on the day. I mean, Nibble didn't look overly strong yesterday, so I'm very excited to see what these guys can do, and the fact that they've come back with such a vengeance. They're a team of mine that I really, really enjoy, so to see them doing well, to see everyone doing well, in fact, even Digital Devils in this last game, though it was a 4-0, it's a case of everyone's trying to get their shot against the top teams, and that was a pretty good shot considering how many of the goal attempts that they kept out and some offensive opportunities of their own.
Yeah, well, the Nibble game for me is summed up by, I'm going to be Ion like a lion in Zion. I love that Lion is out here showing his last hurrah, and he certainly deserves to go out with a bit of fanfare. So good work for them, but the job going to get hard for them soon, and we'll be talking about that in due course. But now, the next game coming up, Bravado ATK, what seems like an old rivalry. We saw this a lot during the first split, going into the second, where ATK were sort of ATK to Bravado, what Bravado were to Orlando Pirates. And we're going to talk more about that on the desk. But first, we're going to take a tour over to Stats Corner. I wonder who we're going to see in Stats Corner along with Jota now that Pyro's here. Well, let's go check it out.
Surprise! It's still me. Hey, over here from the Stats Corner, it's still Pyro J and Jota here. We've got a lot to talk about with Bravado and ATK. Greybeard already said these guys have met all the time, though in the last 3 appearances, it has been Bravado taking wins, whether it's 4-1, 4-2. You've also got the fact that both of these teams very shot heavy, huh, Jota?
Yes, sometimes we're the bearers of bad news for teams. We come out with numbers that they don't really want to hear, but we're absolutely bearers of good news for the neutral in this one. Bravado and ATK number 1 and number 2 respectively for total shots taken this split. To Die For leads the lines for Bravado. He's number 1 this split for individual player shots taken per game. Archeon and Shout G on the other side of things sitting 3rd and 4th, so hardly far behind on that one when 3 of the players in the lobby are in the top 5 for shots taken per game.
Yeah, ATK actually one of the teams I really enjoy watching because, as you say, Archeon and Skulk G huge in the shot taking. Wordy is the number 1 assister in SSA this split, so they play their defined roles very well. It's just that rhythm that needs to be found perfectly against the reigning regional champions of Bravado.
Yeah, it is, but having one key assister cannoning in the passes, enabling his teammates, isn't enough for Bravado, it feels like. When we look at their stats, they've gone for 2 assisters almost. To Die For is the top scorer in the region, but Daisy and Happy Meal, both in the top 10 for assists, feeding it into To Die For very often. Daisy actually finding quite a lot of goals himself. At times he just does it all, but both of them able to find a lot of passes. To Die For, the only one on the team that really plays more directly.
Indeed. So, folks, if you're looking for shots, if you're looking for goals, if you're looking for a lot of action, this is absolutely the match to watch. ATK and Bravado. Greybeard, I'm going to seamlessly, as the ambassador of the Stats Corner, bring it back to the desk.
All right, and back to the Iron Pyro's still here. All right, gentlemen. Now we get to predict. So, Bravado, ATK. And this is a team, we've generally always sort of gone with Bravado in this matchup. But is this the time for ATK? Disappointing Regional 1 and 2. Are they resurgent themselves? Are they doing it enough to overcome their nemesis, Bravado? Ultrazim, let's start with you.
I see this, or I wouldn't say sad. It's quite an interesting matchup considering how they started the whole RLCS journey. These were the 2 teams that were so closely fighting it out for that wildcard spot. I mean, the whole way through that 4 split, we were kind of like, oh, who's going to get that second slot? Orlando Pirates has got 1. And now it's definitely, like you say, kind of separated the field. And it's not because ATK has dropped backwards, I would say, but Bravado has just made such leaps and bounds in growing as a team. And so I'm very excited that they are looking so strong. I think ATK would love to be able to bring it back. I don't know if they're going to be able to. Let's go, Bravado.
All right, Bravado for Alt. And Astral, what do we hear from you and why?
I was hoping to give my prediction after Pyro, just because of his wizardry to teleport between the desk and Stats Corner. He must know what's going to happen in the next game. He doesn't need the script. He can just cast a spell and finish it for us. Look, I would love to go with ATK and see them have a great run, and they've been improving as the regionals have gone on, so maybe this is the chance to get back to the top 4. But if it is, it's going to be in the lower bracket. Bravado's taking this one for me.
Pyro J, after your quote-unquote wizardry in stats, and what do we hear from you for this one?
Yeah, it appears I have the answer, but a lot of the time the statisticians are like the weather people. We like to have the answer, but a lot of the time we just don't. But I will rest my case on the fact that ATK, I would love to predict them, but they're not performing as well as I'd love them to be right now. They went all the way to Game 5 with Apex Gaming, a team who's been knocked out. It's really not their regional either. And in this split, ATK have already been Titan slayed by the likes of Nibble Esports, who are already becoming a great team themselves in this region. So I'll rest my case on that. It is Bravado Gaming, the reigning regional champions, to continue that dominance today.
All right, well, to continue the weatherman analogy, I predict there's clear skies here for Bravado, but I do see a high-pressure system coming in the form of ATK. Bravado did have a wobbly in the next regional after beating Orlando. I think they might again. I think we need a little bit more chaos in the scene today, and I want ATK to take it, so I'm putting my weight, as important as it is, behind ATK. And now let's go call the action and see what comes to pass with Ultrazim and Astral. Over to you.
A pleasure as always, Greybeard. Wow, that is some prediction. I respect him going all in. and wanting more chaos. I think we all want a little bit of chaos, don't we, at times? It keeps things interesting. But in this kind of situation, with how good Bravado have been, it's a big call. But we'll see if it pays off for Greybeard. Regardless, I think ATK, if anyone, they have a bit of familiarity against Bravado, don't they, from previous splits? So maybe that will help them here, despite it being a tough opposition.
That's the thing, is it is an optimistic backing for ATK, but if there was ever a team that is really looking to get into that top 2 position, or at least show the guys going through to the wildcards that they've got some challenges still left here in South Africa, it would be ATK. They did it at the beginning of it. As we go out of the hype room onto the field, wasting absolutely no time, we're going to be jumping in for this game. Bravado Gaming versus ATK in 7 games. Do you think we're going all 7 games? We didn't give any scores, Astro, but what do you think?
I don't think we're not going to get that far. I hope we do, but we'll have to see. ATK trying to prove us wrong. I mean, they're the team looking on the offense so far, which is not what we'd be expecting, perhaps in the first 30 seconds, and maybe catching Bravado while they're still sleeping and not so warmed up is the way forward. They're having a few issues getting this one clear, but a very high offensive line for Bravado really gets them caught out on the counter-attack as well, but 40 seconds in, still 0-0.
Yeah, I think the big thing here for ATK is they've got to be consistent. Bravado is a team that will come through with so many really good opportunities already. You cannot afford to give them the easy goals. You're going to have to fight really hard for any that you get on their side of the field, and so leaving it open now, Archeon managing to pull off a miraculous save there, twice in fact, to deny the first goal here from Bravado, but every so often, TK managed to pop around to the other side of the field, but Bravado so far have looked pretty strong. Good defense looking out. Oh, good aggressive challenge, and it actually pays off. Archeon gonna pick up the first goal after Werty and Skulkgy do so much work to force the defenders into some mistakes.
Yeah, a bit slopping daisy there. Archeon making a save at one end, scoring up the other. I nearly thought he was going to score an own goal. Didn't look comfortable making the save, but gets the important goal in the opposition net, the place it needs to be, and ATK off to a flying start. Not yet conceded a shot on target of their own net for Bravado, so looks like they're going to be on the offense, keeping the pressure up, and that's how we want to shout the favourites, then perhaps that's the way forward. Here they come again as well, 2 players up for this one. Archeon second to it though, as Daisy tries to carry things back upfield for Bravado. And, well, I certainly think this changes the complexion of the game, as we would expect Bravado to come out swinging. They haven't yet done that, Alton. How long is it going to take them to get fired up?
How fast do you really need to be able to do that? This is, of course, a best of 7. So first game there to get everyone back up to scratch. See what it's like. Because,
trying to drop this one into the
especially
center,
when you're going against very tough teams like this. Both these teams have a lot of ability to move around the field and normally catches teams by surprise. Especially when you're not expecting it, and so maybe this is just a time that ATK is using to take advantage of Bravado being a little bit more pensive, a little less warmed up on the mechanics, because when these mechanics start to fly, the passing plays, the ideas are always there, and it seems like Bravado, you wanted them to step up for a second, picking up this lovely pass towards the center to die for, playing so aggressively, was sitting on that midfield as the third man, and still has the aggression to cut forwards and make it work. Really nice play so far. We're just waiting for Astral to jump back. It seems like he is. Really nice play thus far.
There's a shot on target. That's found from Archeon as well. And ATK find themselves the lead very quickly after conceding back up the other end. They take back charge of the game once more.
Really nice. Okay, so Archeon counter-attack. Always wanted to keep this going. Bravado is definitely not in for the clear skies that Greybeard's expected.
Yeah, and I think Greybeard, I don't know if he's been having a sneaky chat behind the scenes with the teams, as he knows them all too well, because he seems to know something we don't. This ATK team seems to be fired up and looking at themselves a win. They're under pressure again, so they do a good job to get it clear, and their defense so far been living up to the task. They're looking quickly to get forward, see if they can recover this one in the midfield. They do lose out of touch as well, but 2 players in the middle panicking from Bravado. There's a few misses coming in there, and this looks very uncomfortable from what we'd expect to be a very strong blue side.
Man, there's so much physicality coming out here from ATK so far. They're not afraid to dive. When their opponents don't have perfect control of the ball, they're on top of that they're going for a good challenge. Even if it comes out as a 50, it creates a little bit of uncertainty and may open up more opportunities. And so far, they've taken a couple of them, other chances, just not enough for them to go through. But that extra touch from Archeon dispossessing his own teammate nearly actually proves beneficial, and Skulchi with the challenge on the way back looks to clean it up. And so far, with a minute and a half left, Bravado still has a lot of work to do.
I thought that was going to be answered right. The job completed, but a good save comes out as ATK. Hold on, but I think Bravado definitely upping their tempo a little bit as ATK maybe trying to take words out of my mouth and get themselves a third goal onto the backboard is where it ended up, but then quickly cut again. And both teams are looking so fast at getting up and down the field and not wanting to slow the game down at all. Perhaps that's what's needed, or maybe just a shot from ATK. It's off the bar. Can they dish it? Archeon's patience pays dividends as he gets a hat-trick and ATK cruising to victory in game 1.
This is surprising to see, because this isn't the first time that ATK in this game has managed to get the pressure to the other side of the field very, very quickly. I mean, there it was kind of an unnecessary dedication of the Bravado side to throw their third man into it. Maybe they're just overly confident at this stage, going, we can go for it. Let's go for the all-in plays. This stage, with 47 seconds left on the clock, though, 2 goals to do, it may have just cost Bravado their first game. I don't know if they're going to be too unhappy. And I mean, Astral, you and I both selected Bravado pretty confidently for it. I don't know if it's just me. Skulchi going to pick up a fourth. At the beginning of this game, I was feeling very confident in my predictions. And I want to ask, have you started to maybe doubt, as only SSA can, these indomitable teams being taken down out of what seems to be nowhere?
I'm not going to lose my head just yet. Already in game 1.
Okay.
You know, we have seen a few upsets, haven't we? And well, that might be a goal going back in the way of Bravado. It is still possible. Let's not put that away. With 28 seconds, they can get 2 goals. It's not out of the realms of possibility, although it does look unlikely. But if they can get a few more kickoff goals with it as well, which was a nice thing to see. I think ATK looking good, though. Great first performance for them in this game, as long as they can see this job out and get the job done here.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Not like this. Tadafo going to be happy. A couple of kickoff goals there. Manages to pinch it off. Their beautiful kickoff from Happy Meal actually to set that up. But suddenly what was a 3-goal lead with 45 seconds left is turned into a 1-goal lead. And Bravado, like you said, never a time to lose your head in the first game for either of the teams. But I certainly didn't expect it to turn around like this. Let's see Archeon and his team can just hold on for the last 10 seconds.
No, it could get worse here as well. The ball dropping in front of the goal. There might be another chance. Happy Meal up off the bar. They can't beat Archeon. Is there a follow-up shot? Happy Meal's missed it. And that might kill all the pressure unless the Dive can keep it up. There's a shot, in fact, going the other way onto the Bravado goal. And they might get another one. Not quite happened.
Okay.
It stayed up, though. Is it down?
Okay.
It doesn't look to be. Oh no,
Okay.
we're going to get a 0-second goal. Happy Meal gets denied by Archeon just in time, and ATK need to see that ball on the floor, and they finally get it.
Oh man, SSA is nothing if not entertaining all the way to the last second. ATK do manage to take it. That is, I think, the most important thing. Led by a beautiful hat-trick from Archeon, doing a lot of work out of his 6 shots, and it really was all the pressure coming out from ATK there. 12 shots versus 6 of Bravado. Seemed like Bravado wasn't too ambitious about going forwards, and then kind of just, I don't know, chose wrong moments to do it perhaps. But looked to stabilize themselves at the end and nearly managed to even take us to an overtime.
Would have been crazy. I mean, fair play to them to try and make that comeback there. All 3 players on Bravado getting a goal as well, which should give them a boost for the next game, but I feel like that's going to add some nerves to ATK now, because what looked like a comfortable win nearly went tumbling away, and they'll be happy to have got the win, surely, but I feel like this perhaps sets it back in motion that Bravado might be the stronger side coming into Game 2, given how much the momentum was in favour of them towards the end of that game. But an impressive result for ATK and an important win in Archeon with a hat-trick as well. 6 shots really led the line for his team.
Yeah, 100%. An important win, but what you said there about how much confidence ATK has might be faltering. I love that point of yours, because let's be fair, you start to wonder how many enough as we take a beautiful little swim to approach Aquadome, home of a match. And ATK, one game up so far in this best of sevens, looking to take down the defending champions, and probably more importantly to them, settle a very, very old score. Wurty looking to start it off straight away. He's going to hit the crossbar, denied from the open goal opportunity.
And I think he cleared it out himself off of his own car, which was really unfortunate because Bravado looked completely beaten there and looked like they were going to go 1-0 down. They still might. Wurty's still coming forward. Archeon's in support, and he's going to add to the goal tally. 4 goals already for Archeon in this series as ATK take the lead again.
Oh, interesting as well. Wurty maybe baiting out Tadafor, who thought he was going up there looking for the second one. But the combo, and again, not even a high-risk play coming out there from ATK, managing to just do enough, get enough people involved to cause some consternation. And winning the kickoff again, suddenly Bravado under a little bit more pressure. I certainly wouldn't say until we get to like 2 or 3 games to nil that Bravado is really going to be stressing, especially when they're able to do stuff here. But even with 2 people hanging high there for that ball, no one really went for it. It just seems to be a little bit of apathy, unrushedness, as the technical term is, for Bravado so far.
Should have yourself writing on the dictionary. I'm sure you'd be excellent. Or even a thesaurus, Fabs. That's what you need to pull out right now if you're struggling for the waters. We all do. I thought that one was going to go crawling in there, and the ATK keeper wasn't going to react, but he did make save. He does keep his team in the lead. But I have to agree with your point, and perhaps there is no point to make in terms of describing it. Is Bravado just seem all over the place. They're under pressure here. The rotations have been a little bit sloppy, getting in each other's way. We saw quite a few double commits last game as well, although that's been kept to a minimum, but can't seem to consistently win the ball back. They're giving possession away. Wurty will put it into the danger zone. It's cleared, but then they lose the ball. The chance is coming and could easily be 2 or 3-0 to ATK right now.
It really should be, and it is going to, in fact. Archeon picks up the second goal. That pressure that you talked about growing and growing. Tadafor not able to get a clear. Wurty perhaps with a little bit of a lucky bounce to pop it out, but the idea was there. Sometimes the more you practice, the luckier you get. And ATK take a second goal.
There didn't seem to be much urgency there when we saw Tadafor just taking that touch as well in the defense just before they conceded. Almost looked like he was going to slow the game down, but had no idea he was under any kind of pressure, and by the time he did, it was far too late. ATK not done. They do get cut out here though. Happy Meal and Daisy. Oh, and Daisy's missed shot. That is very, very uncharacteristic from Bravado Gaming, not taking a chance in an open goal like this as it gets recycled back into their own half as well. Ultrism, what is going on with Bravado? They can't put the ball in the net.
Like you said, oh, this could be a chance. The double touch on the backboard. There's a bit of sign from life from Bravado, but even this very patient play to Tadafor looking for that angle, denied, but at least puts it far away enough from Archeon to take it out of his hand and bring them back a single goal. But your question there was, what is going on with Bravado? They seem to be playing too slowly. When they're on the defense, I don't know if they're not expecting Wurty and Skulk G, people who are known for being so aggressive, to be this aggressive.
Oh.
But at the end of the day, it just takes a little bit of aggression on the forefront. First real attempts coming out from Bravado, and then within 15 seconds, 2 goals.
One counter-attack, one defensive mistake, and they're right in. That's got to be crushing for ATK, but we've seen before, and we saw in the last game them nearly throw away a lead, and they look good offensively, but perhaps ATK still having defensive struggles of their own, and they'll be frustrated to throw that one away. But if they get back going forward again and pile some more shots on, I'm sure they can find the lead once more, even though they do now find themselves down actually shot, as I say that, leveled up, as Archeon continues to get the most shots for his team as Bravado. Can they add another here to die for? Not taking his time this time around, and maybe Bravado finally listened to you and sped up a little bit.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Bravado is a team that has the ability to play at an incredibly high pace, get in a lot of pressure. This is going to be a difficult save. Archeon does well to get to that. But, you know, where Bravado normally does such a good job of controlling the midfield, you know, clearing the ball out of their half whenever they need to, whether it's by big banging clears or finding each other across the midfield. The ideas are sort of there. They just haven't been dedicating themselves to it. And probably did need a little bit more. Now it seems to be a little bit more midfield cross back and forth for these two teams. No one managing to build up the pressure like ATK was in the beginning of the game.
It just seemed to be catapulting side to side at the minute. It was a nice pass attempt from Happy Meal downfield, but Daisy couldn't pick up. And we've seen a few aerial misses from Bravado now, especially in the ATK half, whether they're trying to turn into the middle or just get a shot on target, and they've just completely missed contact. Happy Meal getting another demo, and they're starting to ramp those up a bit more consistently, which may cause problems for ATK, especially considering we've had a few counter-attacking goals as ATK take one back for themselves, and it's to become a bit of a demolition derby, and ATK finally find themselves under pressure. It looks like they're going to get it away again, and ATK seem to be building the momentum back in their favour, and here they are again, looking dangerous in front of goal and forcing some difficult defending out of Bravado.
Yeah, the defending, though, being handled very well, still managing to get up onto those backboards, holding that ball at least far enough away from the goals that there's not a direct shot attempt. Can come out at any stage, but getting cut off again in the midfield gives ATK one more chance. There's only 40 seconds left, and while Jake and Joda did say that this was going to be a high-scoring affair, it has been so far for both teams. Not one way or the other. Definitely the closest series we've had today, and Daisy now with 30 seconds left, looking to make an opportunity. The bounce is not favorable to die for, waiting around, looking to get a second touch here. Instead, going to hand it off to Happy Meal. Closes down towards the blue side of the field. ATK want to make something happen here.
Yeah, they sent all three players forward as well, and that's making things very difficult for Archeon. That touch was difficult in an awkward position, but does manage to make it. Now they get one more chance, perhaps, on the counter. Happy Meal trying to stop the pass. Two defenders in the corner, and they just can't finish it off. A nice recovery from Bravado, but that was very close indeed to it conceding right on the 0 seconds.
I must admit, like, normally when Bravado has a player back and they've got someone making an obvious rotation to clear the ball, I wouldn't be worried about them. But with the way ATK is playing with such aggression, I'm always worried that someone's going to come through with an opportunistic dunk on top of that and take it through. Maybe there's going to be a demo or a bump or a last-second touch. And both of these teams are able to do that. But ATK being able to pull off some surprise goals. They've got to do it one more time if they want to have a convincing lead in this series. Of course, having that one game behind them. And Bravado would desperately want to clean up and level up this series in one that they should be taking quite comfortably.
Yeah, if they lose a second game here, I think they'll be questioning their team tactics and their approach to this game, because it will not have worked. But they're still within it. Got to make sure they don't concede. That was a nice block from Happy Meal as well to break the pressure. If him and Daisy can work to get this one into the midfield. There's not a huge amount of boost from Daisy, but to die for just snaps the shot away. This Happy Meal pops one up for Daisy once more, but they can't quite find it into the middle again. They're continuing to ramp up this pressure, though. 11 shots now for Bravado as they hit double digits, and their offense does seem to be taking charge now.
Yeah, 100%. Between their boost control, I mean, how long did the ATK players sit on 0 boost? Rare miss in defense is going to put Bravado under a bit of pressure, so all their offensive prowess turning against them right now. Happy Meal going to send a ball long. Daisy doesn't have the boost to follow that, gets out of the way of the demo and decides to just head back, going to need to do so, and good heads-up play by him to be in the right position. ATK, though, not afraid to stick around here. Lets the ball go back and always looking to push it forwards. To Darfor again with a rare miss there. Does clean it up nicely, but certainly those misses don't help when you're trying to put in offensive opportunities of your own.
And they don't. They're doing just about well enough that they can keep it out. They're up to 8 saves now for ATK. Bravado not got a single save. They might need to make one here, and there it comes as Daisy tips that chance onto the crossbar, and they just about get away with it. Both teams playing so high up with the defend line, and it might cost them. Worthy just gets back to make a save, but very close once more as neither team wants to defend, it doesn't seem like, and you can understand why, but it's a very risky play when you can't afford to concede one goal, otherwise you're going to lose this game, that both teams playing so high up the field.
I think both of them give a lot of confidence to their attacking prowess. The fact that they have so many options. Oh, Daisy, normally very good at those doubles, gets denied this time, just misreads it. Happy Meal gets denied. Archeon scrambling a little bit in defense, but thankfully doesn't have to make the save. And yeah, it comes down to your point. Both these teams also respect their opponent's ability to play aggressively. Their little 1-2 touches that maybe if they sit on defense, they're actually just still not going to be able to do anything. So the best defense seems to be a good offense. Still 3 minutes into our first overtime. Neither team has managed to pick up a goal despite that emphasis on aggression.
They did an incredible job now cancelling each other out. I think both teams are just consistently meeting, trading blows on chances, but both defenses standing up to par, even if the save does come sometimes much later than would look comfortable. They do seem to be handling it fairly well. A bump could make the difference, as Samuel did disrupt Archeon, but I think managed to steal his boost as well. His teammate there to cover up for him. ATK perhaps going to get a chance. This one dropping across the goal line. There's very little reaction from Bravado, but nobody up from ATK to score either.
Both of these teams just looking a touch out of step with each other. The cut across there from Bravado makes it a little bit more difficult for themselves. This pass coming across, cut off nicely by Werty. And both teams, like you say, just hesitant to throw that extra man in sometimes when it really, really could pay off big time. Now Happy Meal tries to set it up high. This angle, and he finishes it off himself, in fact. Gets that bounce off the corner. Beautiful way, and with our longest overtime this regional coming to a close in just under 4 minutes, Happy Meal with a great shot to bring Bravado back.
Important goal for Happy Meal and an important win for Bravado, but I noticed especially towards the beginning of that game, Happy Meal wasn't having the best time of it. Finished up with 8 shots just for the single player, and the final one manages to find the net, so that's going to build a decent amount of confidence for him given the lack of solid performance at the start of the game. But I think the Bravado win is the most important thing. They did not want to see ATK go 2-0 up in the series because that would have really thrown a spanner in the works for the favourites.
And it's kind of interesting now, the fact that even this game, so closely contested, seems to be less of the clean cut and dry predictions that we made on the channel. I'm glad I put my 250 points on ATK just in case they're on the channel predictions, looking to get 1 odds there, because that's kind of what it felt like at the beginning. But right now, it's kind of looking more like 3-1 odds. Still, I give it to Bravado as the panel odds are. I still look to give it to Bravado, but ATK, led by Archeon yet again, putting so much of his team on his back, could bring it back at any stage, I believe.
It does look more like we're watching these two teams in the first split as well, doesn't it? They're so evenly matched, and I don't think none of us were expecting that. We sort of put ATK out of the top 4 question given their recent performances, but perhaps they need to play against the better teams to bring the best in themselves, and some teams can step up to a new level when they have more difficult opposition. They struggle against those bottom teams, and maybe that's the case for ATK because they're showing up here and really taking the battle to Bravado.
Yeah, that's the thing, is ATK has now actually got lots of people to train with and of basically their same skill level, which means that they've got so scrimming opportunities, so much ability to get better constantly, and that's what they need to do if they want to step up into one of these top 3 roles or top 2 roles next year. I mean, we don't know what the format's going to be like next year, but I think every one of the teams in the next 4 months going to be looking for that opportunity, and ATK so far look like that hard work is paying off. Have to do some work now. Daisy getting creative. Does find it out to Darfor trying for the shot there. I don't actually know who blocked that. It may have even been Daisy. But gonna still be tested by this improved ATK roster.
Yeah, it did look like a save from an orange card, but I didn't see for sure, and it didn't get recorded on the scoreboard. Archeon trying to change that, though, with a very good opportunity, reading it off the wall to try and finish his own path. It didn't quite come to fruition. They need to make a save here. 2 players is enough to stop Tadive putting it in the orange net, and now ATK come back the other way again. It's so end-to-end, just like the previous one. It's hard to keep up with exactly what's going on. Daisy misses the ball, but takes out the player instead, and Bravado have a counter-attack of their own.
Daisy not looking as comfortable as he normally does in this. Oh, clangs off the crossbar, goes back across the goal there. 2 shots getting denied, and Archeon and were pushing forwards. Werty, obviously the champion playmaker for his team, had scored out of the ATK has scored. Werty has got 4 of them, and that's his entire role in the pitch, is just get these awkward touches, come out of the corner like he does so well time and time again to put on this pressure. And yet again, oh my goodness, where did that come from? Archeon gonna get credited with this goal, but Happy Meal looked like he had full control of it. Pinches it on the grade down, and there, was that Daisy? No, it was to die for, just missing the very obvious goaltending opportunity.
That stings, isn't it? Yeah, to die for, flying past the ball, perhaps already jumped and wasn't anticipating, I think, the pinch that ended up coming back the other way from Daisy, which was, you know, sometimes good and be unpredictable, but you need to have a player there back post to cover it, and I don't think Happy Meal was quite back in time either. Just left them in a bit of a predicament. ATK find themselves in the lead once more. They seem to be good at getting the opening goal, which is important for them, and it kind of gives us momentum to build on, and you do feel that could dent the Difor's confidence just a little bit, having them already not playing as well as we'd expected. They are coming forward there with the chance, and maybe a chance to redeem himself. Happy Meal not getting a touch either. And this is these offensive aerials that we were talking about, just consistent misses throughout the series from Bravado.
And then it's being punished, it's being capitalized on. Even if the goal's not there, the attempts that are coming out on the goals from ATK as a result of any of those mistouches are really potent. And here's another one. Daisy has to make an impeccable save to keep this one out, pre-jumping and reading that one. But, you know, that's not the state that we normally see Bravado in, is this scrambling defense to try and cover a missed opportunity. And there, Archeon nearly finds another one. So while To Die For and the rest of Bravado have seemed to look to be in control of the series so far to a large extent, certainly wouldn't say so in this game.
Yeah, it's been a very uncomfortable game for Bravado. They could have easily found themselves 2-0 down. Archeon was a whisker away putting that one in, and it might get worse here as well. Daisy just about does enough, and I don't think we're quite there quick enough to get on the end of Archeon's pass as Happy Meal finally gets the ball clear. And they've actually given away possession. Maybe this is the best chance Bravado have had, but To Die For's got no boost. Maybe ATK just dominating those boost pads, and that's really causing Bravado some problems, as here they're having to make more saves and get the ball off the line.
And look at the prioritization of ATK when they're ready. When they are on the recipient, Skulk G gonna pick up a second with just over a minute left. These two, Archeon and Werty in the front line. Archeon always looking to make aggression, but the fact that Skulk G is not hesitant about coming forward shows how well this ATK team is working together. And you know, anywhere on the field, they're looking to do this. When they're on the defense, they're not afraid to put those long shots into the goal lines. Look for the passing plays when they're in the defense if they cut off on an angle, and then just be there to support each other. Werty doing impeccably on this one. Now looking for that touch of the backboard, just pinched it towards the side. Still keeps the possession for ATK. And in fact, they've created a little bit of an overlap on the back line. Meal has work to do. He doesn't manage to do it. It's quick. How much does Werty have to do? He even got the bump at the end there.
I think he got pull shotted as well. I think he bumped To Die For Werty, who then hit Daisy, and so somehow it ended up ruining defense by trying to get an offensive bump, and it's just taking his teammate out. It's an absolute dagger at the back for Bravado, but despite that being a little bit unlucky, it kind of goes to show the path they're going through right now. They're going to any steps in the last stages in front of their goal just to try and get the ball or stop the player from scoring, and it's cost them again because they're just panicking in front of goal. And they are trying to get this one clear, but 35 seconds, and they haven't really looked like scoring quite a few minutes. Their offense definitely been lacking. The most shots coming out of who's got 3, but Daisy not even yet got a shot on target.
I'm interested to hear you use the word panicking from Bravado, because it is such a rare word that we use to describe this team. But it does kind of seem like that. Throwing a couple of people too many, not looking as clean on the breakaways. You know, when they're trying to dribble it out, there always seems to be someone there ready to commit for that 50-50 to try and shut in. ATK, I got to wait for this to touch down before I make the call, but ATK looking to take one of the first sweeps against Bravado in a long, long time.
Yeah, I understand you holding your breath for a second there, because these players just have something about keeping the ball up at the last minute and keeping us on our toes. But ATK secured themselves the game as they look to get this series done, and Archeon consistently top of the score. Let's see a bit more about what Stats Corner has to say about that, because he's constantly in the offense, 3 shots, 1 goal, 1 assist, and 1 save, covering everything on the stats and leading his team. This game 3 was more about Bravado being their own demise, shall we say, rather than anything really that special from ATK.
Yeah, pressure definitely came out from ATK, getting twice as many shots. We saw that also in the first game. Second game, definitely Bravado's way. But even in this game, twice as many shots just meant that they had control of the game much more. They were the ones putting on the pressure. And it seemed to be that pressure was getting to Bravado a little bit. And that's surprising. This is a team that has so much competitive experience that pressure shouldn't be something that they're worried about. They've just gone, we've got our tickets to Dallas. We don't have to stress too much about this right now. But at the end of the day, the misses are coming. The clean touches aren't there. The follow-ups are just not working the way Bravado wants to. And they do want to stay up in this game. They, of course, want to take it, give themselves a break until tomorrow. Going down to the lower bracket is not a place Bravado wants to see themselves, at least not yet.
No, they want to challenge themselves against Pirates in the upper bracket as much as possible. It looks like ATK do, and maybe a little bit more at the moment, as they do to keep a lead in this series. ATK looking at game 2 though, apparently spent 50% more time on zero boost, so perhaps that was why they dropped that game in particular. Whatever the mistakes were, they recovered things, got themselves back in the lead of the series, and now all pressure I think swings back on Bravado to see can they iron out those consistent goal line mistakes and offensively as well when taking the shots away.
And look at their aggressive positioning from Wirtz. He realized that the defenders are going to try and do something cheeky, take it across the goals, and is there waiting for it. And, I've got to ask you, this lack of finesse that we're seeing out of Bravado. Oh, no! And this didn't even look like it was much there. 2 players back, and both Tadafo and Happy Meal coming up a little bit too aggressively. Tadafo even had the opportunity to cut that off earlier and just doesn't get there. Do you think this is just Bravado for the day is looking a little bit shaky, or is this something that they're going to be able to pick up in the next game or two?
I hope they can, but at the moment they haven't. I think there was much out there. They recovered to an extent in game 2, but ATK still didn't lie about the fight, and I think now Bravado, they've got to change something. You know, you're just explaining the problems that they were having, and then they have 2 players go forward and they concede a wide from the midfield again, almost to prove your point in an instance. They've had some deep spell pressure at times, but whoever's back as third man looks so uncomfortable to die for, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. In off the crossbar, and Bravado do level up the score.
Amazing. A really nice pickup from him there. Happy Meal just managing to pop it past the last defender. Archeon even jumping for that, millimeters away from managing to get that, and Tadafo having to really thread the needle. Any higher and it would have clanged off the crossbar. Any lower and Archeon would have been there. So managing to pick up the first goal here for Bravado in a total of what's that, at least 7 minutes, basically.
Wow. That's not that we're expecting. Look at Wirty with the confidence to try and dribble that in front of all 3 Bravado defenders. Just get demoed for his attempt, but regardless, I think it shows to how comfortable ATK feel right now. And obviously they're not in the lead of this game, but they're definitely feeling like they're playing best Rocket League, I'm sure. Happy Meal does as well to recover one, doesn't beat the second though, and ATK going to look to continue their pressure, get back the lead as they have been doing all series long, as another show off the post, and the follow-up from Archeon is a little bit too slow. Demolition roll out a bit more consistently here, Altruism, and maybe that is the way for Bravado to get back into this game.
It's got to be something like that, right? Because Bravado normally with their finesse plays, their ability to take really nice air dribbles, show off a bit of their mechanical skill when they got space. They're being denied that space right now, and maybe the opportunity to open up some of that space is just clear a couple of these orange players off the field. Just give us somewhere to room. Tadafo has been looking for those a couple of times, and now with him trying to hand off here, look for him to make that rotation, just goes around the outside of Skulk-G, and that could have actually proven to be something there. So demos, bumps, disruption, always viable plays at this level.
Definitely, and here's the stat for you. Verti spent more time in Bravado half than his own game, stole 9 corner boosts from Bravado, and we talked about the boost looking pretty dull for Bravado, and maybe that explains it. Worthy just picking their pockets constantly. But it seems they need to collect their own boost at this point. They're under quite a bit of pressure actually, and Bravado amps things up. ATK only 2 shots so far in this game with 2 minutes to go. Has to be the lowest of the so far, as Bravado ease their way up to 7 as they continue this offensive onslaught.
Yeah, that boost status, the pass just going too high. Again, little opportunities that Bravado normally would probably be able to take, and just not managing to clinch them out now. But that boost status is very interesting considering the fact that Bravado has basically won the boost game the rest of the time. The fact that they've got, ATK you mentioned has 30% time on boost more than Bravado. The fact that Bravado is sitting at 100% of the boost, 20% more of the time. You know, these are big stats that mean that Bravado has all the resources that they could want, but just being hammered savagely on any of their offensive opportunities so far.
We do have a bit of a feeling of game 2 here now, don't we? At level score. Slightly in favour of Bravado with the pressure, but looking like it's edging its way towards the time at the moment. That's concerned Happy Meal. They're trying to take a shot on his own net there, but it was nicely wide the target. The Nightfall wins the aerial battle as well, under a bit of pressure here. Great defense, Daisy getting a shot away in that final minute. It's encroaching the overtime unless we cast as good.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to put anyone on here just yet. Castle's Curse is too powerful for these two teams, considering how evenly they're matched. To die for now manages to find it down towards Daisy, but Werty sitting on that midfield. Such aggression coming out here from both these teams. A little bump on Archeon, kind of sends him off the rotation. Could open something up here. To die for looks for the pass, but it's not there. Archeon handing it off straight away to Happy Meal, but ready to pounce once more. Sculpture and Werty both looking for that one, but good communication. Better than Bravado has been showing on some of their plays so far, being able to use that patience to come back. Happy Meal has a shot though. Somehow 3 seconds left. There is just no one home from ATK.
Yeah, Skull G's going up the back of the net looking for the squishy and very nearly gets it. Archeon wasn't too far away either, but the shot just powerful enough. Just hit early enough. Give Bravado the lead in 3 seconds. We have seen a couple of kickoff goals, but I don't think we've seen one from ATK. It doesn't look like we're going to see one in this game either. Will it touch down on the floor? I'm going to tell me off here and end up scoring a goal by somehow carrying up the end of the field. It's pretty unclear. Sculpt G collects, but can't find it onto the wall. Bravado tie up the series as we continue this. We are heading to what looks like a Game 7 in the current fashion.
I asked you in that first game if you believed that there was going to be a Game 7. You said with confidence that, nah, this is going to go one way or the other. And yet, back and forth, this pendulum is swinging. And right now, Archeon calling for a timeout for ATK. This is where they've got themselves going, we're doing so well, we can't let it go. I'd be very interested to see what they would discuss at this stage. Astral, what do you think they're saying? Because effectively, ATK is doing the best that they have in a very long time against Bravado team. I would have expected it, in fact, being Bravado to be the one to call the timeout and just try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I think Bravado will be happy that they finally got the win, and so they might want to continue that momentum, even if it was very close. I think ATK's concerned, perhaps, that they were very often in the defense. 6 saves here, only 2 shots in a 5-minute game, compared to, we were talking about before that both teams wanted to be on the offense in Aquadome. Neither team wanting to sit back and soak up that pressure. I think ATK did that a little bit too much, and eventually, despite their solid defensive performance, you're going to concede if you take that many shots, and they did eventually.
Yeah, both of these teams to be on the offense. That's how they control the game, even if it's being a tussle in the midfield. That's where you're going to take your strengths to their real limits. The fact that Bravado was able to really put on such a dominating performance there was very good to see. Dominating in terms of possession, in terms of shots, but not in terms of results. Still somehow struggling to find the back of that net. And at this stage, maybe this was just a tactical timeout from ATK going, yeah, like you said, maybe we just put a little bit too under pressure there. What did we do right in games number 1 and 3? How do we carry on doing that for the rest of this series? And what a series it's becoming, I must admit. I was thinking, you said at the beginning, we get the best games, and it's been a great one so far.
We really do seem to. It ends up that way. I think the other casters kicking themselves. They don't have our kind of luck, but a great stat coming here as well. Bravado dominating the boost in all 4 games and having the better boost management. And maybe perhaps that shows why they come back to this series, and it's just, in the first couple of games, ATK kind of catch them out with a different play style by going all in on the offense, and they didn't expect it. But it does seem that the nerves ever was on with Bravado, it is starting to ease up. And so I think this next game will be important. I think if Bravado take it, that all of a sudden puts all the pressure on ATK, and we might end up seeing all 2 series. But if ATK takes it, well, I think we could be going anywhere from here.
It is. And Jota, the wonderful statistician that she is giving us some amazing stuff. I wish I could show you guys the ball heat map right now, because Bravado is doing a really good job of getting towards the orange goal, but they're kind of getting stuck from the corners at that stage. ATK has been so textbook on their defense that they've been able to just keep the ball out wide where it's not really an angle, force them to make another touch, get a pass across there. But all the normal shooting angles, all the ones that you really want to be sitting there taking a good powerful shot and getting vision of the whole goal, has pretty much been denied so far.
I think they need to borrow some of the players from yesterday. On Friday, with so many goals coming in from the corner on difficult angles. Granted, I think quite a few were with open goals. So maybe, perhaps demos and bumps is the key to opening up to scoring those awkward angles, as we mentioned in the last game. But we saw a few creep in here and there, and then they sort of disappear, phase out, and the teams go back to playing the way they are. So if they can't score in the middle, they're going to have to find a way to somehow open the net from the corners. But they did enough in the last game to get it through, and let's see if ATK will up their pressure and get some shots, because last game didn't have nearly enough offense.
Yeah. The defense from ATK has been good enough that they don't have to worry about that. Nothing to fix there. Now let's just get to the other side of the field. Clear that ball a couple more times. When you meet it at halfway, don't just hand off the possession straight away and being put under pressure straight away. It seems like Bravado has used this timeout to try and pick up their pace a little bit. Daisy forced into challenging this one with no boost. Now getting stuck on the other side of the field. Looks to actually go for the demo. If he had taken out Skulk-G, that would have been a beautiful opportunity for them. But denied once more. Still the ball, hang around this orange area. Toppling down a little bit here. Werty's up to the task and leaves Happy Meal to jump early and doesn't get the pace on it that he would have wanted to keep that going. Decides to just buy time for his team, and Werty and Archeon now going up for this. Werty pops it towards the center. This could be a good shot. Skulk-G puts it wide. That could have been huge.
I think the net was half open, or nearly entirely open, as it comes off R and crosses the goal line, as well as Archeon tried to do it all on his own. And well, said they don't have offense. They've certainly done that. They didn't manage to quite get themselves on the score sheet though, and not even register the shot because it all went wide of the target, which is a real shame for 8K. But Werty does look very comfortable and very warmed up and frustrated about losing that last game. He's come into this game with the fire, and his two teammates trying to lead the charge forward again now, and Bravado under all kinds of pressure, but the counterattacks have been so good for quickly cut out by Werty again.
Daisy looking to try and make something happen here straight away. As soon as it gets to that center of the field, turned away there. Now Happy Meal having to chase with zero boost. Manages to pick some up, but Daisy not wanting to challenge Werty on this straight away. A little bit of hesitation coming out. Keeps himself with enough resources. Now goes up. Tries to get under that ball to flick it up, but just puts it back into the corner. Werty looking for a drop ball. 3 minutes left, and I mean, considering we started this with some of the most high-scoring games that we were very excited to see, the last couple have just died.
Yeah, they have been a little bit slower in terms of just the amount of chances we've seen, but maybe that shows Bravado's defense finally stepping things up, because ATK had few goals that shouldn't have gone in or were maybe given to them a little bit easier than what should have been the case. I noticed they've been shutting down Archeon very well as well, and we noticed he was scoring huge, I think 4 goals after the first 6 minutes of gameplay, whereas now he's struggling yet to get onto 100 points, and we're over halfway through this game. There he goes again, flying past the ball as Daisy fakes him, beats one, and Werty is called upon to make the final touch, but it does seem like Bravado's starting to take charge again.
Even when Bravado's sitting up at that halfway line, Daisy doing so much work there to create an opportunity, just didn't have anyone else coming in for an aggressive challenge after that. Daisy found this time again. Just very content as this Bravado side again, but they can get punished. This is what happens when you're too passive and you take it into your own goal lines. Just keep it alive for too long. Yeah, I know, the pretty passing plays are there. You want to keep possession, but it's getting dunked, and it was dunked so pivotally in the first couple of games that Bravado do not want to slip back into those old habits, I think.
Now, this does have the feel of the last game as well, doesn't it? When I mentioned that was the Aquadome cruising towards a level game and an overtime, and there goes Happy Meal from the corner. Well, we said that they needed to start scoring from the corner. Here's one for you, right?
This is surprising, though. 2 players left in the back, and Werty obviously thinking that Archeon had control of that ball. Archeon jumps up, misses it by a fraction, and leaves the ball to bounce into the net. And so while this isn't a classic BVD incredible highlight goal, at this stage of the game, with a minute 23 in game number 5, you'll take it.
They will take it. They need everything that they can get. Put themselves under the minimum possible pressure. They feel a little bit more confident now, giving a 1-0 lead approaching the final minute, but they're still going to have to defend well. Werty gets a demo. Should that open things up? Archeon beat to the ball. Daisy's missed it though, and that might open up some space. Skulk-G trying to get this central Werty there before Happy Meal blocks it out again, and Archeon's getting bullied in the back of the blue net. 2 players bunk him. Now Skulk-G all alone, but makes a huge save to keep ATK just 1 behind.
Man, the ball actually hesitated as it came off the top of Happy Meal's car then. I thought he had done enough. Now instead, it's going to be up to Skulk-G, sending the fire back the other way. 36 seconds left in this game. The touch from Archeon onto Werty, and ATK throws everything at it. Beautiful way to bring it forwards. Beautiful way to level up the game. With 36 seconds left, this game is still so full of fire right now between these two teams. The animosity is there. There is so much on the line to get to that winner's bracket final right now for both of these teams. And it really could still go anyone's game. Chat, you guys have got to be loving this just as much as we are right now. Daisy sends it up very high, opens up the opportunity for Archeon. The attempt was there, and a good aggressive play from ATK to try and make the Archeon now. Dropping back, looking for one more, gets a good touch. He's got some space to die for, going to put it towards the side. Ball's going to go down, potentially. Always hesitant to say that. But we are going to go to a second overtime now. A very close match so far. And that first overtime, of course, going to nearly 4 minutes. This one could end at any stage, it feels like it. If you guys are wondering why I'm just rambling, Astral, of course, just struggling a little bit with his mic. For now, to fix that, he will be back with us in just a second. So for now, it's just going to be me getting more and more excited as I watch this Archeon looking to take that up without any boost. But SkulkG decides to give him a hand there. Archeon gets a good pop out now. Happy Meal has work to do. Push it towards the side. Finds to die for, who sends it long. Everyone now from HK having to scrabble back. Archeon does enough on this, but he leaves it to drop down to die for's pass is there. Realizing Archeon just cannot clear this out fast enough. Goes with that impetus and gives Daisy the easiest shot of his game. Meaning Bravado taking game number 5, managing to pull ahead and take the game point with this. Still ATK, and more importantly maybe for Bravado, managing to break the cycle. It went back and forth between these two teams, and now Bravado sitting still by just a single goal. More dominant on the goal shots there. Again, this time Bravado as many shots as ATK, turning this tide around a little bit more. But Astral, are you enjoying this? Are we going to a game 7?
A few technical issues, but I return once more to join you. And Bravado winning the game, that make things interesting as they hit 10 shots. I was hoping that overtime might go on a little bit longer, but we didn't get treated to it, did we? And does it go game 7? To answer your question, I did say if Bravado win this this 5th game, that it might spell disaster for ATK. I think that might be the case here. We might be done in 6. Would be my honest prediction, because I think ATK struggling game after game now in 2 consistent ones. I think it's going to be difficult for them to bounce back now.
Yeah, ATK was doing so well on the offense. Like you said, I think this is probably the first game that Archeon hasn't been the top scorer for his team. He was doing so much work previously. Got to activate that player. He's got the abilities. Throw Werty in as that first challenge. Make sure that he can get something out of it. He's got the ability and he's got the creativity to be able to do that. Give Archeon some space. The guy is brilliant. He was one of the players back when this team first started that are worried that he had to do a little bit of work, really grind up his skills a bit. But he has done so much in the last year to come up to a team that is, to a person who is well deserving of a spot on this team, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Big final game then, if it turns out to be that way. Bravado, they'll get the job done and not take it all the way to game 7. But ATK, I think it's important for them. They've always started well, and that's got them to the victory. So I think getting the first goal, getting those nerves out and not conceding like that, that is as bad as a start as it could have come for ATK.
That is not what you wanted to do. SkulkG just having to face off against that 50-50. And then Archeon and Werty just kind of holding hands there in the middle of the field and giving away a very open goal opportunity. Daisy going to be happy with that. And again, it comes down to what you said. The tempo, the momentum of this entire series has shifted. Even though it's still so close, Bravado looking to be the ones who cleaned up all of their mistakes. And now it's up to ATK to try and stop some of theirs. The shot there, testing the backboard. Archeon showing that he still has life in him to try and take this game back for his team. Oh. Alright, still struggling with Astral a little bit, it seems. Apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll keep him going. It's still exciting, I'm sure. You're not here for the casters, you're here for the action. We're just here with the privilege and the pleasure of bringing you shots like this to die for. Reading it off the backboard there, gets the touch toward Daisy, managing to clash it out against Werty and find some space. When Bravado goes forward, they go forward with aplomb. Beautiful way to take a 2-goal lead, and ATK falling slowly behind further and further, and they cannot afford to, considering this could be their last game in the upper bracket.
Did think it might spell disaster had they come down to this game and being down in the series, and so it has proved so far. Archeon really the only one with too many points on his team. Not the points dictate everything, and here's his chance again to get a goal. A big save from To Die For might turn out to be very important come the end of this game. You would have expected ATK to score, and they really needed something to give them a boost and to try and take charge back in this game. And right now Archeon trying to do it all on his own, but can't block them all out, and that leaves Skulk G in a very awkward position, but the save does turn up equal to the shot. Happy Meal's touch goes wide as well, and maybe ATK got a bit of time now to slow this one down and recover possession, but quickly lost again as Bravado just keep coming forward. All ATK surviving barely.
I love it. Skulk G doing an immaculate job in that background. Oh no! Passes back into To Die For. This could actually be very, very difficult. Pops up high. Everyone has to go for this. Skulk G's got a little bit of space. Does manage to find the 50 off Happy Meal. Werty's there with the shot, but it's wide and soft. Not able to take advantage, and they would have desperately loved to have done that so far. But I was saying about Skulk G, his role in the team has always, in my opinion, been the steadfast defender. Happy Meal gets a third one in here. Beautiful way to pick that up, and that is 1 goal apiece to everyone on this Bravado side getting involved here, and that flick to find it past the last man may have just put the nail in the coffin for ATK.
It's been a long time coming, it doesn't feel like, for Bravado, but finally they're given the performance that they'll be happy with, that their fans will be proud of as they look to try and close this series out in 6 games and not take it any further. To Die For, looking for another as well off the backboard, forces a good save out of Archeon. Werty still yet to hit triple digits on the score sheet. 1 save, the only stat up for him, as they have 4 saves for the team, but it's definitely not enough, and it's about to get worse. Daisy's going to tap that one in on the goal line as Bravado go 4-0 up.
Oh man, this play from To Die For though, Skulkchi just not managing to clear it out in the corner. And that little pinch, I mean, how many times, Asher, have you done that where it goes shooting across the goal, it just dies with your car on the side there and you look like an idiot, but perfectly executed that time.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect anything less from these players on Tourism. I think they should have shooting ability better or at least equal to ourselves, and that's not saying much. We're not great players, are we? Here's To Die For again. Look at that pass. The passing ability of him is getting better and better, and Bravado now find themselves 5-0 up.
But this is good. Bravado fan, this is what you want to see out of them. These passing plays have always epitomized what their game style is like, and being able to find those 1-2s, being able to get the mechanics a little bit more cleanly and getting the touch. The unforced errors have dropped completely, and considering the next game for Bravado, if they do manage to hold on somehow to their 5-0 lead for the last minute and a half, is going to be Orlando Pirates, and that's a team you have to come out strong. And, well, 4-goal lead now.
Wow, Skull G gets 1. Came past him, didn't it? Look like Happy Meal maybe thought Daisy had it. Neither of them had it in the end. It's a big ask. It's not necessarily impossible, and I know we casters do love to say this all the time, and then another goal doesn't go in for the end of the game. But remember, we did have ATK, I think, in game 1, was it 4-0, and Bravado got 3 back in, it was about 40 seconds, so it's definitely possible, and Bravado have had their defensive woes all series. The question is, does that 1 goal shake their resolve enough to allow ATK away back in? It doesn't seem like it at the minute. A good save from Happy Meal, although To Die For looks to be struggling in that corner, and ATK, they're getting possession back, Ultrism, and they are starting to develop some offense.
Well, some real big offense coming out here, and I want to see this go to a Game 7, so I'm going to use all my power right now. I'm going to throw out the biggest, there is no way ATK can come back for this, just so we get to see a little bit more action. They've done the work to get to the other side of the field, but maybe with an extra little boost of Caster's Curse, they could come back.
Perhaps. I think that might be even asking a bit too much on the Caster's Curse, even if you've not called one in a while. I think, you know, an Archeon hat-trick like we saw in Game 1 would not be enough to pull this game back, and especially not if Daisy adds to the misery, makes it 6. We're very close to a Brazil at this point, so I think the comeback now out of the question.
there is no way this is going to go to a Brazil. I got to use my powers for good somewhere along the line. I'll try to give it back to you guys. As the dawn, the sun sets here on ATK's winner bracket run, you got to give them credits. This was what should have been, according to all stats and all history, a very one-sided game, and it has been nothing but. This last game truly being the only one that was definitive in any way. The rest of it clashing out from ATK. The team perhaps not as far behind our big boys as we expect. And there we go, 1 second left on the board. Daisy manages to pop it out. To Die For makes no mistake, and we get our Brazil to finish off this series.
It's actually Archeon getting the final touch just to put the nail in his own team's coffin for the Brazil. Had to be done, I think, even on the competitive stage. I respect the commitment to keeping it going for the crowd. But a good performance from Bravado, one that they can be happy with, despite, I think, the slow start. They got up to where they expected in the end, and that's hopefully going to mean that they don't have the same issues come tomorrow against Pirates. But ATK a good showing, and I think, just ran out of steam towards the end.
Yeah, 100%. You cannot afford to give those away. I mean, we saw ATK trying a couple of times to clinch some of those mistakes. Maybe not being able to do it as cleanly as possible, which could have been a deciding factor in a couple of those games. How many of those things? I mean, weirdly enough, not a game dominated by crossbars, which we often see in this series. It was kind of either in or not at all, or miraculous saves. A lot of those coming teams here, Skulkgy just holding back that defense for the side of ATK. And everyone having to get involved from Bravado, from consistent attacks, back and forth. It was so exciting to see. I was not expecting it to go that far, I must admit. And I'm sad to lose my 250 points on Twitch. But on the panel, the predictions were right. And to go back to the rest of the panel, Greybeard, what do you think of that? Did you expect it to go even that far? Was that close?
Well, the sunny skies for Bravado were certainly not there. They ran into that high-pressure system, and for a while it looked like they weren't going to navigate it. They looked like they got caught by surprise. ATK were looking fantastic for long periods, but eventually kind of running out of steam, and I do blame the fact that Werty gave up the dingo, which he has been rocking all season long. So perhaps therein lies the problem. But Bravado move on, not the end for ATK. And whoa, look who's on the other end of the desk. It's Tofu Elliott.
Hi, how's it going? Thanks for having me. What's this? What's going on? We're doing some Rocket League. What's this?
This is the Uni Rocketeers, the University Rocket League we're watching here, and it's been high action all the way. No, this is SSA Regional 3 of the last split of the first season, Elliot.
Let's go. Oh my goodness, fantastic stuff. I'm so sorry I couldn't be here yesterday or earlier on today, but I am here now, and I'll be here for the rest of the weekend. You couldn't get rid of me that easily.
Well, fabulous. Welcome back. Good to have you, and we'll have you in casting shortly. But I do think we need to go to stats, and to break that down, that was a good series. Bravado, though, having the legs in the end to pull some distance ahead. So, Pyro, Jota, tell us all about it.
Will do, Greybeard, will do. I had the pleasure of being on the desk for a bit there, and I did predict Bravado Gaming, so there you go. Us statisticians, we are 1-1 on the prediction board of the day. We also predicted a lot of shots, Jota, in this matchup, and, well, certainly got that.
We did indeed. Plenty of them coming out. We were averaging over 16 shots per game combined, up getting around 17, which is lovely numbers, what we love to see. I'm sure that everyone will agree we got a spectacle, and we talked about the assisting from Werty going into this. He's the top assister in the region, and it showed out here again today. He got the most assists of anyone in the lobby, but even with Archeon scoring as many as anyone else in the lobby, that still wasn't enough for them, because Bravado were all on fire. They weren't just relying on one player. It felt like they had a much more even control of things, didn't they?
seemed like the control was domineered rather well from Bravado Gaming. You can also speak to control in the sense of boost management. I think it was controlled a lot better from Bravado Gaming. There was a lot more time spent on zero boost in particular for ATK. Could have been from the boost steals, could have been just from lack of efficiency in boost usage, but just wasn't there in ATK. But we have one more point we've got to mention, Joda, our queen of violence here on the statistician table. It is the demos.
Yeah, you did a great job filling in for Martin Atch to talk of your joy about Boost and how happy that you are that Bravado have gone for all the 12 pads and all that. But you know that I love the demos, I love the exciting violent plays, and I've not mentioned it all day. We've had a very quiet day in the violence department, but Bravado brought it out big time here, averaging nearly 5 demos a game. Almost unheard of numbers. That's much higher than their own averages for demos per game. Higher than basically anyone's averages, frankly. And it seemed to be their crutch they fell back on. They didn't use demos in the first couple games, but when things were getting sticky, it was game 4. They were 2-1 down in the series. If they lost, they were facing 3 match points. They got 6 demos, really aggressive, crunch game, scrappy Rocket League, and they came out by 1 goal.
Interesting point to mention there on the transition. It was demos that helped out Bravado. And one more point before we leave the stats corner here in terms of transitioning as well. We had the timeout from ATK that in the past has helped them. In this situation, not so much. Lost those next 2 games. So hopefully we get to see more of what the timeout's impact is on the future matches. But until then, we are the stats corner. Greybeard, back to you.
So ultimately, the result going the way we would have expected, but at least it was exciting and tense. It wasn't a steamroll, and I just wonder, Astral, with how hard Bravado has to work, how does that pan out for the big final tomorrow? I mean, they've got quite a bit of time now to work on things before their matchup with Pirates tomorrow, but it was heavy going for them where Pirates cruised.
It was very heavy going for them. I think they definitely were struggling in the first 3 or 4 games. You know, ATK looked really, really good, and I don't think any of us on the desk, other than perhaps yourself, maybe gave ATK enough credit. So, you know, ATK should be very proud of that performance. But Bravado, I think also they can take something from today. I think sometimes losing is important before getting to that final game. You know, losing now gives them time to learn the lessons and not make that same mistake tomorrow against Pirates. Whereas, you know, if it was another cruising game today, perhaps there'd been no lessons to be taken away, shall we say. And Pirates do look very unstoppable, so any lessons that can be learned are going to be very important come tomorrow.
Well, let's not forget they made heavy work of their lower bracket final in the last regional, and then stormed back to take Pirates in a bracket reset. So you can't read too much into things. It's an indicator, but not too much. But now we're going to go back to the lower bracket. We lost 2 teams in the first 2 series. We're going to lose 2 teams in the last 2 series. And can you believe we've had, it feels like we've been broadcasting since Tuesday, and we still have 2 more best of 7s to bring. Ultras and Nibble have been waiting what seems like since Tuesday. How much of an impact is that? You know, they've really been waiting a long time for their next matchup.
Yeah, this is big for Nibble, and this is going to be a tough one. They have looked so strong. This actually may be the strongest we've seen Nibble so far, and they have looked strong in the previous splits. So the fact that they took 3-0 against Apex, they've done very well otherwise. 3-1 against Espionage, that's run. 3-1 against Valve. The only team that they've actually lost against was Bravado. Fair, you know, at the end of the day. Now they go up against Digital Devils. And this is going to be a tough match. I know Elliot is sitting there. He doesn't even have to do his predictions just yet. There's going to be a element on that. But this is going to be a clash. This is going to be huge.
And Elliot speaking, it's a regional of mixed emotions, isn't it? There's the feeling of that sort of almost exhaustion of coming to the end, your last bit of adrenaline to get over the finish line with all the pressure that comes with the broadcast, but the high of actually being here and showcasing this region and its players. But the next 2 series after the break, Elliot, we're saying goodbye for the last time in this season to 2 teams.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, right? It feels like at the end of an era, and I say that as if we're not coming back next season. Of course we are, but just it's been such a crazy 5.5 months now, and oh goodness me, you're right. It's exhausting, it's emotional, it's difficult, and it's tough. And we've got especially these 4 teams, right? Digital Devils, extremely close to my heart, but Nibble Esports have made such an incredible comeback from, from being bot gaming, a team that we never really talked all too much about at the beginning of the year, to now a team that is regularly contending to be that banana peel team, the team that upsets, that steps up when you least expect it, getting a sweep earlier against Apex Gaming and winning me about 80,000 channel points, by the way, so thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Sorry, Epidex, it's nothing personal, but we've got to say goodbye to them now, unfortunately, because there's no way I'm going to watch Digital Devils go out right here, okay? This is the time. This is the time. You can hook me off the stage if you want, but Digital Devils, it's time for their comeback.
Okay. We got it. We know where you are. We know what's going down. Okay, well, let's take a break, and then afterward, we come back to the lower bracket, and it is crunch time. We head straight into the heart of the messy middle that is SSA Rocket League, and it starts with Nibble Esports up against Digital Devils after a short break.
With you got nowhere to go, I need you to know I will
And welcome back. We are now at the very pointy end, the point where we are going to lose two teams in the two final series of the day. Myself, Greybeard, Ultrazim, Astral, and Tofu Elliot. And Elliot did tell us during the break that he's putting all his weight and channel points behind Nibble, which is a massive turn of events, but we'll come to him to get his justification for that in just a moment. But I think, without wasting too much time, let's go and let's take a turn via Stats Corner, see what they got to say, see if that influences our decisions at all based on the numbers. So, Jota, Pyro, lay it on us.
Look at that, Jota. They have so much confidence in the Stats Corner that they dare not say anything until they hear from us. Well, we're here to sway you one way or the other, whether it is misalignment with what will happen or not. Here at the Stats Corner, talking about Nibble and Digital Devils. There's not too much to speak of in the spring split. These teams haven't met, but they did meet in some form in the winter split. Back when Nibble Esports was Bot Gaming, had 2 of the 3 players they have now, and they lost both appearances against Digital Devils. But Jota, Nibble Esports looking quite good so far this regional.
Yeah, they found some sort of lineup that makes things click, and when things are clicking, all of the accolades seem to end up around Mr. Lowe's neck. Whatever it is, the ball seems to be falling perfectly for him time and time again. Of their 10 highest points performance games, Mr. Lowe has had 7 of them. When it comes to that peaking time, he is the man of the hour, and on the flip side of that, that does of course leave you the question, if Mr. Lowe goes quiet, what goes wrong with them? But at the moment, we haven't had to find out that, have we?
No, not quite. And when you look at the other side of the coin, Digital Devils, they're going in a position that they've been in every single regional so far this split, losing to Orlando Pirates. But I would argue, though getting swept, they've performed quite well. Each game won only by 1 point. So I'd say they have quite an impressive run so far still this regional, and I'm sure there's more stats to go through to bolster that claim.
Yeah, it's enough to not be disheartened at the very least, and if you're able to keep Pirates low scoring, then coming into this one you would believe that they should be able to contain Nibble to an extent as well, but Nibble take around 9 shots per game, and they're relatively clinical with those as well. They like to score plenty of goals. Their defense normally a bit leaky, and this isn't necessarily a good matchup at all on paper for Digital Devils, I'm afraid, actually, despite being the favourite team, because the way Digital Devils like to play, they've only been taking around 6 shots per game, is significantly lower than all of the other top teams around them who are up around 8, 9, 10. So it means they are relying on their good shooting percentage. They have been shooting really well, 0 over 40% this regional, but relying on it could leave some pressure for them, especially against the Nibble team who like to score lots and don't mind conceding lots.
Alright, well, Digital Devils, they've got to be slotting those shots. And I will say, Nibble Esports, so far this split, I'm dubbing as the Titan Slayers. Our Regional 1, they took down ATK. They just got off sweeping Apex Gaming, so I think the desk has quite the match on their hands to predict. Greybeard, back to you.
Alrighty, well, Alt, I'm going to come to you immediately with a question about Nibble, because they've already gone further than they have. I think they're already happy with how far they've come. Just in terms of, you know, they were picked up by an org at the beginning of the split, and they wanted top 8 minimum. They did that comfortably in the first 2. Now they're in the mix for the top 6, but they have a weird kind of. Are they consistent enough to go forward here? They do well. I mean, they had an outstanding last series, but before that kind of struggled against lesser teams.
I hate that you asked that question, because you're 100% right. Nibble is a team that is still struggling to come up every single time. But in terms of today, in terms of this weekend, they have. They're really on their best foot forward this weekend, and so like that's what gives me a lot of confidence in them. Is in the past, maybe shuffling around, Lion coming into the team this weekend, you would think sub would disrupt it a little bit, and Christian W, a fantastic player, the team definitely sad to be losing him, but held the team together, and maybe it's just that long-term experience that has just been able to give a little bit of a comforting, mentoring word to the team, and could mean that they've got everything that they need, but I think it might be too early to tell for now.
All right. Well, Astral, you were talking about having a soft spot for Digital Devils after seeing their earlier performance. I don't know if you caught Nibble's performance, but based on what you have seen and been able to catch, I don't know if you've got an instinctive feeling who kind of goes into the series with an advantage.
Yeah, I did catch some of Nibbles' games as well, and of course one of them yesterday, and they do look good as well. They do, and obviously they took down Apex, which no one expected, but maybe Apex underperformed. Devils also taking down one of the top 4 teams in DNMK. So we've got 2 teams that really outperforming each other, and I think that sets up a great game in prospect, and let's hope that it delivers that way and Lion can continue running Nibble. But I do have to send a little bit of support for my old partner, who's a big Digital Devils fan over there, just to the side of me. He loves this team, and look, they were great fun to watch yesterday, so I'm looking at Digital Devils to start this one stronger.
All right. So, okay, fine. Well, then, so Elliot, I'm going to come to you with a question or a proposition, or at least to put something before you, and then you can answer, and then you can give your actual prediction. So, this entire season has been about storylines that were denied all of our teams and players, that just couldn't be written. Of course, there's the Orlando Pirates dominating for the most part throughout the season, the rise of Bravado to really challenge Pirates for that top spot. And then split number 2, the storyline was very much Royalty Esport, or the Digital Devils team as they are now known. And then the first 2 regionals, for me, the storyline was DNMK and and Apex, and how their resurgence and return to staking a claim for the top position. I propose to you that we need another storyline, the rise of Nibble. They're a team I like a lot. They've been a bit surprising. And then, of course, Lion, who's a veteran of the local scene and deserves to go out on a hurrah because he has made it clear he's not going to be carrying on. So with all of that, your thoughts, Elliot, and your prediction.
The drama.
I agree. I think that would make
such a massive butt coming. Carry on.
I think that would make a fantastic storyline. I think that Nibble have just been going from strength to strength, and they have been an outstanding team. They deserve to get picked up, and ever since they've been proving that they just are able to smash it, and they are the Titan Slayers, right? This is hats off to Pyro J, by the way, stepping up, becoming our newest statistician this weekend, and these are his words. He sees Nibble as the Titan Slayers. They upset ATK in that first regional. They just upset Apex and won me a handy amount of channel points back, and it would be quite a storyline to see them take on Digital Devils, and yeah, that would be great. But
There it is.
it's Digital Devils. What do you expect me to say, alright? It's the double Ds, alright? They're gonna come out here and crush it, put me down for Digital Devils, and also, it makes an even better storyline if the underdogs can do it against everyone's predictions. So we're setting up both angles here.
Wow, I thought I laid on the drama a little thick, but Elliot goes on to top me. So with now hearing both those long speeches, Astral, you were saying Digital Devils. Does any of this sway you in any way? Your final prediction, please.
I alluded, didn't I, to Digital Devils, and Nibble are a good team, aren't they?
You said.
Mr. Low, well, I said I expect Digital Devils to start the stronger. I didn't say I expect Digital Devils to win the series, but that's exactly what I'm saying right now. Digital Devils are taking this series. Nibble Esports are done out of the top 6.
Alrighty, okay. So my local compatriot, Mr. Ultrasm, where do you lie on this?
I really like Nibble as a team. The individual players are really good, have been around for a while, and it's nice to see them getting to benefit from this grown scene that we've got this year. I love the fact that they've been picked up by an organization. Nibble as an esports organization, really, really cool. Always supports their players. I know a good couple of people from there, and everyone just loves Nibble. So big shout out to Nibble right now. And I think, like you say, that storyline of the resurgent bot gaming from the past, that has come to prove themselves not just top 8 like they were looking for, but already top 6 and looking to go for that top 4 spots, would be amazing ways for them to end out the season. And what a way to shuffle it up just as we close off this year's worth of Rocket League. It would give us another big team in that top 6, top 8, just to make it a little bit more messy. I want to see Nibble do well today.
All right. Well, I'm going to go like iron like a lion in Zion. They started the day with chaos. I'd like to see them continue it. I'm putting my weight behind Nibble Esports. And now to cast it for the first time today, Tofu Elliott, alongside the now working microphone of Astral. Off to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Greybeard. It's the Dream Team, the OG. This is where our casting careers began, in the booth together at the Imperial Esports League, in the Community League, and now up to the big leagues, Astral. It's RLCS, and it's the best region as well. How lucky are we?
We're so fortunate, and it's so awesome that we're reunited after. It's been quite some time, hasn't it? I was flicking through Liquipedia the other day, and I think it's been a good few months since we've been together, and yet here we are now with a storyline where we've got the team that you just seem to have unbreakable support for against the team that just don't want to seem to lie down and lose, and so we've got a fantastic game that I could see going all the way. And what better way for us to make our introduction together in SSA?
They're Tofu.
Yeah, great opening kickoff for them, looking like the way that they want to start out, and it's kind of what I was expecting, isn't it? Digital Devils to be the ones coming forward, but we'll see whether Nibble can fight back with their experience of Lion. Risen Eclipse can't get the follow-up shot. See now if they can break out of this defensive hold. Original takes control of possession before getting bet by Mr. Lower like him, just looking to nick it there between two players. Didn't quite make it through though, and Nibble still under a considerable amount of pressure. Digital Devils not wanting to lie down just yet.
I apologise for that. I believe we had some technical issues behind the scenes, but I am back now. Give me a wave in the chat if you can see me, and I think Nibble heard. They're like, oh, Elliot's back in the booth, quick! Let's prove him wrong. Equalise right now. Lovely demo from Risen there as well.
Mr. Low has a habit of scoring these goals as well that are just low shots and tap-ins. You never see a rocket from the edge of the box. It's almost defining his name, which is perfect and just the way that we asked for it. And it's good to see them levelling up as well. One shot for each team, Elliot, and one goal. And hopefully that's a sign of things to come, as the statisticians did tell us that Digital Devils extremely efficient in front of goal, and that's what they needed to be yesterday against DNMK, and that they were. Can they deliver it again? So far, so good.
Oh my word, nearly making it 2 there for Nibble. Really good work as Lion getting that touch across to the right-hand wall. Risen Eclipse at the back line. She's flailing around all over the shop here, a little bit uncomfortable. I'm not entirely sure what he was going for there. Just getting a bit over-eager, and I think it's easy to forget when we're watching these games, and oh my goodness, just forget it. Forget whatever I was going to say, and just in silence watch this replay again. Oh my goodness.
Nothing needed to be said.
Honestly, what do you say? You can't add anything to that as a caster, can you? You just sometimes need to stand back and give the play room to breathe. Eliakim just reminding us how good he is. And Astral, you were saying this, I can't remember if it was on desk, but definitely in the green room before this series as well, that Eliakim has just popped off today.
Yeah, and yesterday, just this weekend, Eliakim has just been an absolute titan, and for a console player as well, that is quite some feat. And shot going over the top, requesting some kind of help, is Original in front of goal. Nibble can't quite convert this one, and though Zero managed to save his team. I thought that our joy for Eliakim might have been cut short there by a Nibble Esports goal, but instead Eliakim's just going to go the other way and take all the praise coming his way. 2 shots, 2 goals for Eliakim, and a 3-1 lead for Digital Devils.
And it's so funny, because what I was about to say before Eliakim stood up and just made this the Eli show was that it's easy for us to forget watching these players just how much pressure there is, right? I mean, I touched on the fact that we come from a community league, right? And we both used to play in that league. When we would be on stream, when my team would be live on stream and I'm playing there, this is like Champ 1 gameplay, and I would be sweating, my hands are shaking, I'm making mistakes left, right and centre. This is RLCS. These players are playing 100 times better than I could ever manage, and, you know, yes, there are mistakes, yes, the pressure does get to them, but it is just outrageous the level to which they can play and perform, and half the time you wouldn't be able to tell there's any pressure on them at all.
No, I mean, they're so used to it by now, aren't they? But I guess the teams like Bravado and Pirates at the top of the division, we expect it from, but these guys to come up and then play against the better teams and to continue performing, they get better and better at handling the pressure. I say that there's a third player too high up the field. Nothing to do with pressure, that one. I don't think the tactics just all wrong, and Digital Devils slight overconfidence setting in, I think, here.
Yeah, just a little bit overextended, and Nibble managed to bite back, bringing it back within one. A minute 43 left on the clock. Plenty of time to go here in the first game of this series. This is a best of 7, and it is for continuation in the competition. The winner moving on to Championship Sunday. The loser going home for the final time in this RLCS season. A lot on the line here.
A lot on the line, and very little to separate the two teams either. Digital Devils had a huge amount of pressure at the start, and they continue to push forward. Their shooting percentage continuing to be immaculate at 3 goals in 4 shots, but yet all of a sudden they find pressure out of nowhere. Lion comes forward, the experience does them justice, and the game's level again. Back and forth we go.
Well, I don't know about the witch or the wardrobe, but the Lion has stepped up big time today, hasn't he? My word, what a performance from this player, tying us up here in game 1, and he was absolutely invaluable earlier on as well against Apex, so just magnificent stuff from him. It's just so brilliant to be able to follow the storylines, not just of the teams, but these individual performances as well, as they step up and prove so crucial for their organizations.
Yeah, the players, I mean, we've already talked about Eliakim starting to stand out, but for Lion to come stepping in for Christian W and have the performance of a lifetime really for Nibble Esports, and if they can get to the top 4, then that is quite a showing to be able to come straight into the team and, you know, get that high up, and who knows where they can go from there. The weekend not over yet, but it starts by beating Digital Devils here and stopping Zero from creating something spectacular, charging towards the Nibble Esports goal. Not going to break down though, Elliot. It would be fitting for us to be reunited to a 3-3 overtime, but Caster's Curse can be a cruel thing, and they're all cleared off the goal line by Risen Eclipse.
Risen Eclipse rising to the occasion right there to make sure the goal was completely eclipsed by the ball and his car. Goodness me. Oh, hang on, they've kept it up on 0 seconds, maybe, not quite. And indeed, we do have overtime here in game number 1.
Had enough puns from Bepic yesterday without Elliot filling his shoes nicely. Risen Eclipse. We've had Lion. What's coming next? Mr. Lowe, we've got to complete the Nibble Esports side. I think there was plenty about them taking a bite at the championship, but so far the top 4 would be a bite. Top 6 still a nibble. Let's see what they can do coming forward into the blue half, as it is getting a little bit scrappy here, Elliot, and somebody needs to start taking control of this ball.
Digital Devils coming forward. They would love to take game 1 here and just stamp their authority as the team who you may expect to be the favourite, at least on paper. Oh my word, Zero. Uncomfortable stuff there for viewers and fans, but he does manage to keep it out. Eliakim, plenty of time here. Oh my goodness, that composure to bring that down before going back up the wall, but he can't escape his own corner. They're trying to bait Nibble Esports too far up the field so that they can counter aggressively, and I love the strategy. But Nibble doing very effectively to shut down the offense before it can really become a threat, and Digital Devils need to be very, very careful here, Astral, because yes, I think they are the better of these two sides. When push comes to shove, I think that this team does win the majority of these games in a simulation, but as they do take game one, they have to be careful, because even from a game down, Nibble Esports are a threat to anyone at any time.
Digital Devils just taking a peer into Elliot's simulation to get the job done over the line. But yeah, Nibble are a team to be feared, and 3 goals in this opening game. I mean, 7 goals. We had a goal fest, didn't we, to start a series off? I don't know if that's a sign of things to come. We'll wait and see, and that's despite Original pulling out 5 saves for the Devils as well. So Nibble Esports, you know, they could have had more than just a handful of goals, and Digital Devils defense does enough to get them the winning goal a little bit later on.
And that's 13 shots on target from Nibble, right? That's only 7 from Digital Devils. So we're looking at almost 2-1 in terms of shots. But Digital Devils able to convert more of them. And Original going to be a big part of that at the back line, as you say, making 5 saves there, coming in very clutch defensively. But that's a huge bit of pressure from Nibble all the way through that game, and it's going to be very motivating for them to come forward knowing, look, hey, this was only a 1-goal differential. It could have gone either way there. Overtime is pretty much a coin flip, right, when you're going against a team that you're so closely matched against. So a lot of positives to take away here from game 1, and it's a best of 7, not a best of 5, so there is plenty of time to get back into this.
Yeah, the comeback potential as well, and a best of 7 is just... it just goes forever, doesn't it? When you see teams, you think it's done and dusted at 3-0 and the series dominated, and a reverse sweep at a best of 7 seems impossible. And yet it's done so many more times than you would ever think, and, you know, we've only got game 1, we're a long way away from that. Nibble, I have no doubt, will probably take at least a game, given how close that one was, but they do need to start converting perhaps a few more of those shots, or just taking less and maybe defending a little bit better at the back. But they're going to take pressure regardless, and Digital Devils know how to find the back of the net, so I think it's more about scoring as many as they can rather than just shoring up the defense, because they're so efficient when coming forward, Digital Devils, especially with Eliakim and the tricks that he's got up his sleeve.
And there he is once again. Oh, and you think he's going to shoot, but he just tilts his car back and to the right, gets the pass inside, and Zero doesn't need a second invitation. That is gorgeous.
Yeah, let's talk about the demo as well in the background. Original just taking out the final defender in the corner to stop the last player coming across and trying to clear that one out, which just made the shot so much easier for Zero. No time to lose, no pressure, no panic, just straight down the middle as Digital Devils come forward again. The demo's continuing as Zero gets one and gets a disruption as well onto another, and Risen Eclipse looks very uncomfortable. Nibble Esports are feeling the pressure at the moment, Elliot, but 1-0, it's not a huge deal as long as they recover and get their rotation back in shape.
Well, only a minute into game number 2, and Digital Devils look very strong indeed here. They have stepped up the quality in between games, and these passing plays look devastating. The demolitions are flying left, right, and centre right now, and Eliakim's there to make sure they don't waste any more opportunities.
Eliakim's always there, isn't he? These Digital Devils players, they've got him on speed dial, and he pops up exactly when they need him to deliver another goal. It's just so efficient. I want to mention it again. I know we've been talking about it so much, and Jota mentioned it a lot as well, but again, 2 shots for Digital Devils, 2 goals. And mine and Elliot's favourite saying from the past, if you watched us all the way back when, is you have to take your chances, and Digital Devils do that more than anyone else, and perhaps, Elliot, that's why they're your favourite team?
Do you know what? It's a part of it. It's a big part of it. I love them. I've loved them since they were royalty. I'm a big fan, and I'm going to support them no matter what org does or doesn't pick them up. And, oh, goodness me, that's part of why as well. Just Eliakim with a completely unnecessary musty to pass it inside. If it had come off, it would have been gorgeous. But Digital Devils just showing how confident they are. And I love to see it. The confidence isn't overzealous, right? It's not arrogant. They're not making mistakes because of it. They're just allowing it to flow forward and promote this really healthy, strong play style that we love to see. They're utilizing their mechanics to really, really good punishing effect right now. And I think I'm not going to be surprised if they extend their lead even further. But got to be careful, because Nibble, an eternal threat, especially against teams you'd expect to beat them.
Yeah, Risen Eclipse was trying to find something special there, and I think Nibble need a few more chances coming their way. Yet to get a shot on target despite the few opportunities they've had in front of goal, and they've not had much offense at all. But here's Lion trying to change that if he can find a teammate, finds a demo and the pass to Mr. Low, but there's two defenders in the way to clear it straight back up into the orange half as well. Both teams looking to counter now. We did have sustained pressure for a good minute or two, but does seem to be switching ends. Mr. Low perhaps to find the flow himself, and he keeps out his own teammate's shot to stop Nibble scoring in this game.
That was an incredible musty, but a squishy save even, not a musty. But it's, yeah, not one that he's going to be adding to his reel, I don't think. That is not ideal for Mr. Low, as he stops his teammate scoring, and they're going to concede at the back line as well. It is moments like that that can make or break a series, and unfortunately for Nibble, it might be breaking point.
Yeah, I think Lion just opted to go and for his weekly fill-up of petrol, which probably broke the bank and took him a little bit longer to get back than he would have expected. Left the net wide open for Digital Devils to add to their lead, and they haven't had a huge amount of chances, have they, Nibble? They had that one, obviously, goal line chance that we were just talking about, but other than that, it's been much quieter for them than the previous game, and there's not a huge amount left on the clock in terms of remaining time to score. 120, and with Eliakim coming forward and looking to add a fourth, that would almost definitely spell disaster, so they need to start getting forward, and here they come now, trying to find some vengeance in the final minute.
Zero's away. Getting closed down there by Lion, and there's a fantastic bump on original as well. Physicality going to be extremely valuable here against Digital Devils, a team well known for all of their demolitions as well. Risen rising, but not quite getting the better of that 50, and Eliakim will spot that backline vulnerability. Zero. Lovely shot, but it is turned away off of the post, and Nibble just about hang on, and we are inches away from this being extremely improbable at the moment. Already pretty unlikely, but it's still just about enough time if you've got some good quality copium in your pipe.
Mr. Low wins it. Can he win it again? Of course he can't. I like him waiting there, sat on the wall like Spider-Man. They need more than a superhero right now to get back in this game with 15 seconds, as Original sends Digital Devils forward one more time. Eliakim wants to add to his tally so badly, but one goal might be all she wrote for game two, unless they can pull something out of the hat. Of course he can pull something out of the hat. It's into the crossbar though, can't keep it down. And that is going to be game two, also in favour of Digital Devils, whether Risen Eclipse scores or not, which he does.
You know what? I'm continuing with the copium in my pipe right now for Nibble, and I'm saying they got the momentum back. They managed to get the last goal. You know, they won the final 30 seconds 1-0. That's how you choose to view this if you're a Nibble esports fan. And I tell you what, Mr. Muntz would be happy, because we are 2 games into this. Digital Devils are 2 games up, and Nibble are calling a timeout. And that's good timing. The thing that Muntz always says is that teams routinely wait until they're 3 games down to call a timeout, and by then it's just too little too late. Even if you turn the momentum around, maybe you win 1, you win 2, the other team calls their timeout, bam, you've lost. You lose 1 game, it's already done. But with 2 games down, a timeout may be just the thing to halt the momentum that Digital Devils had, give Nibble that buffer of being able to lose another game and still win the series. So smart play here. The only question is it going to make the difference that they need it to make?
It's a great point, because I think sometimes, you know, teams, they can come up with the new ideas on how to win the game, but to execute it in a single game is very difficult. At least, like you say, you give yourself that buffer. Even if you don't execute it in the first one, you can execute it in the second one, and the series is still alive, although in a very precarious situation. And so they've done it at the right time. But they weren't so far away. You know, game 2, difficult for them, but game 1 was incredibly close. And if they'd have won that, we'd have been in a entirely different situation. They almost just lost their shooting boots in the last game, other than Risen Eclipse stepping up in the final 30 seconds. And like you say, you've got to take the positive. Won the final minute. Can they build on that now? Because they have, of course, paused the game and killed their momentum.
It's true. It is true. That copium at the end there may be on the rocks right now as they stall. But let's talk about some stats. Shout out to Stats Gremlins in the cave. I mean, corner. Statisticians in Stats Corner. It's a colloquial term, I promise. But Digital Devils currently averaging 50% shot conversion ratio, and 6 out of 7 of their goals have been assisted. I mean, that is absolutely outstanding. We talk about this a lot. 30% shot conversion is what you want to be looking at as a benchmark for a very solid rate of converting shots. So 50%, and with almost every single one being assisted, it's going to be a very, very tough road back for Nibble when Digital Devils are playing this strong on offense.
And I think, to be fair, it was to be expected. We mentioned how good they were against Pirates, and Pirates are such a good team, and the sweep doesn't do it justice, but within one goal every time, they're just efficient. And when a team like Nibble, who obviously aren't going to defend as well as Pirates, they've now got their work cut out for them, haven't they? They've got to fix that defensive rotation very quickly, and they've got to stop Eliakim. Even if he's not scoring, he's setting up teammates. And we saw it just gives Original time to go in and get a demolition, because Eliakim will just hold the ball up, create something, and allow so much space to appear on the field for his team. And that's what he does so well in opening up that play. And they've got to start by shutting him down. How that's done, I'm not a pro coach, Elliot, so don't ask me.
It's got to be demos, right? You've got to start utilising disruption plays, getting the bumps, not just on Eliakim, but also on the other two as well. All three players so vital to this. And yes, take out Eliakim preferentially, but what you want to do is keep those disruptions within the flow of your rotation already. You don't want to be hunting for them, right? It can be a little bit too much when you start stretching and you create gaps in your rotation because you're looking for these disruptions a little bit too much. So just working them more naturally, more aggressively into your already existing structure. Maybe that will allow Nibble to start forcing holes in this otherwise very stable rotation of Digital Devils.
Yeah, and they got the 3 goals in a space of 30 seconds. So it's almost like, Nibble got caught out once, then they're unable to quickly reset their mindset and get going again. And before you know, they've conceded 2, 3 in the back of the net. And then it can be a very difficult road. So it's important. Conceding 1 is not the be-all and end-all. You've got to stay focused, get back into the rhythm, and just play your own game. I think that's when we talk about panic setting in these teams trying to adapt too much perhaps to the other team and not just playing the way they want to play, and that can mean very, very uncomfortable play styles. So let's hope Nibble can give us a fight back, because we expected it. I was kind of predicting maybe a Game 7, and if we don't get there, I'm going to be pretty sad.
Well, ladies and gents, we are just about at the end of this timeout. Digital Devils up by 2 games against Nibble Esports in the lower bracket right now. It's a best of 7, so 2 more wins for the Devils will see them through to Championship Sunday, but it is crunch time, and losing this will knock one of these teams out of RLCS for the rest of the season. Goodness me, that is just such a lot of pressure on so many shoulders.
Yeah, no pressure at all. Just got to get the job done. Win 4 games on the bounce pretty much for Nibble. They can drop 1, of course, but 4 games, 1 defeat, that's all they can take. Otherwise, they're going home for another season. Digital Devils want to keep that top 4 dream alive, and with how they've played so far, they're looking like a top 4 team, Elliot, I have to say. Despite our bias on the panel, maybe we need Greybeard pulled in here to give Nibble some more hype and shout them up, but they've got the spell of offense coming forward, and they do cut out Eliakim's ball coming into their own half, leaving Zero in a difficult position. Can Lions' experience give them an early lead? Not quite yet.
Mr. Lowe taking it to this Digital Devils defense here in game number 3. A very aggressive start out of Nibble might be exactly what they needed. Eliakim there in game 2, the MVP, surprising no one, but oh my word, and it's going to be the lead for Nibble here. Lion getting on the back of that play and managing to score the first goal in game 3.
Yeah, that caused all kinds of problems, and you can see why Original made what probably wasn't the best save, but a save nevertheless. Momentum going in the opposite direction. It's a difficult save to make, and that can be such a huge boost now for Nibble. That could completely change the outlook of this series. You know, if Digital Devils had got 1-2 in and went 2-0 up, could have been series done and dusted, but Nibble have the lead. Now how can they handle it? Looking very difficult. Lion forced into an awkward save. Risen Eclipse, though, needs some assistance in the middle if this team want to continue their offense, and there's no one back, Elliot. They need to get back quicker than this. Digital Devils don't quite capitalize.
Nice little pop-up there from Mr. Low. And Lions just slightly too late with that huge bump in the air. Great play from Nibble here. They've used that timeout to perfection. At least so far. I don't want to cast it, but really
now,
solid. I know, yep, sorry guys. Sorry, Nibble fans. Look, it's genuinely, though, really outstanding stuff. They have come back incredibly strong here. They haven't looked scared. They've come out, taking the game to Digital Devils. They're getting demos. They're putting pressure on the defense. Really beautiful stuff here from players under a lot of pressure. And honestly, they looked like they were struggling a little bit in the first 2 games. But my word, this has become much more even. They need to not leave their backline completely open, though, Astral. That is not the right way to concede against the Devils.
That was difficult to watch. It was that bump. I think it was Lion just coming into contact with Original on the left-hand side, trying to get the ball. I'm not sure if the Digital Devils player just kind of blocked him and stopped him from getting a clean hit. It left the ball right in the middle for Zero to just collect with no one back, and maybe overconfidence set in again. Nibble did look so good delivering out demolitions, but you can't add to the scoring. A 1-goal lead is never a comfortable one, and it's quickly faded away. And now the team in charge of the series could very easily find themselves back in charge of the game, especially with Eliakim on the wall. Zero slightly too late with Risen Eclipse come flying in, but it does seem like the momentum has shifted, Elliot, and Digital Devils on the offense.
Not what you need if you're a Nibble esports fan or player right now. Lion giving possession back just a little bit too hastily. Risen Eclipse, oh my god, that's such an aggressive challenge there. It doesn't come back to bite him yet. Eliakim looking for that punishment. The shot lacked power. Zero with the pressure. Original now with that pass. Surely not. Oh my goodness, that is sublime.
That's an incredible team play. I mean, it's capitalized on by Risen Eclipse's light touch, but for Zero to collect that and then feed it into the corner on an awkward angle, a very difficult shot indeed. And a nicely passed touch from Original as well. It can be very easily overhit them and make it too difficult for your teammate, but laid it off perfectly. They don't even need a like in this game, Elliot. He's sitting down on 78 points. They're saying he's getting all the plaudits. We're going to do it without him. And here he is trying to pop up again and get his name back in the headlines, but Risen Eclipse going to deny him for now. But it's all defending for Nibble Esports. They need these counter-attacks to come off more cleanly than that one they've just attempted. Risen Eclipse putting it into his own net, and Eliakim's angle finds it to absolute perfection.
Oh, he's just so good, isn't he? Risen Eclipse, that's really painful if you're him right there. It's just so close to the right touch, but not quite enough. And that's going to be a 2-goal lead for Digital Devils. Eliakim getting that boost steal in the corner as well. He's used so much boost in this series. Game 2, our stats showing that he used more than 25% more boost per minute than any other player on the field. He is just absolutely crushing it with the speed and the boost usage. And Nibble, got to take that knowledge in game and start closing down these canisters, particularly in midfield. I mean, we saw the midfield boost be won in game 2, 25-16 by Digital Devils. So they're having a huge boost advantage, and that just allows you more pressure everywhere on the field. It allows you to get up in the air and challenge more quickly and more capably. It's really rough though. Easier said than done, of course, and wow! Mr. Low going high for that top corner sensation.
He's been saving that one all weekend in his notepad, just waiting for Mr. Low to find anything but the bottom corner. Finally it happens, and you have to say it did feel like it was coming a little bit, and I'm glad to see Nibble get that goal, because they had a couple of chances. There was one that should have came and yet just got turned away at the last moment, and it did seem like the momentum was swinging in their favour, but the time is against them, and of course you curse them into a defeat in this game, which is the way it's going at the moment. So they needed a bit of resurgence, they got it, and Risen Eclipse certainly need that confidence boost after what was all but an own goal turned in by Eliakim as he's basically dominated Eliakim on the ball there and picked his pocket to get it away, but still under pressure and still need to try and take control with the last 30 seconds.
Oh, Lion doing very well to get up quickly and get the favourable 50 against Eliakim there. But they need to be careful. Very quick breakaways are this Devil's side speciality. Luckily for Nibble, they do hold firm right now. 12 seconds left and a big boom downfield. Maybe would have been a better option if Zero wasn't positioned so well to receive it. I know they need a quick goal, but they've got to do a little bit better than that. Risen Eclipse tries to lift it in, but the touch isn't quite enough. Digital Devils spike it, and they'll move on to series point, heading into game number 4.
They started so well as well, Nibble Esports. After their timeout, they figured things out, they got going, they got that early goal, and they ran out of steam once more, very similar to ATK against Bravado earlier on. And Digital Devils just seem to have this incredible stamina to come back in that game and continue the performance where they left off. There was like, it was a minute of a blip where we didn't perform how we expected. We'll carry on and pick up where we left off in the last game, and they did so superbly well. You have to say the winning goal, of course, Eliakim getting a touch in from what was a mistake that you wouldn't expect from Risen Eclipse, so you've got to put that in there as well, being that potentially was an own goal given to him. But for the most part, a better performance from Nibble, but still not enough.
And the reverse sweep going to be extremely difficult right now for Nibble Esports. I tell you what, look, Greybeard's going to be rubbing his hands because at least this is setting up the storyline of the century right now for Nibble Esports, if they can manage it. It was David and Goliath before. I don't know what this is anymore, Astral. This is just absolutely insane. And things flipping around a little bit there in terms of the stats, because we had Digital Devils peppering the Nibble goal without getting too many rewards from it. About 30% shot conversion ratio there, which is still good, but we actually at the other end saw Nibble scoring 2 out of 3 of their shots, both of them assisted. So very clinical in front of net, just unable to develop enough goal scoring opportunities to really make the most of it.
Yeah, I think Digital Devils just had so much time that game, so much time on the ball, so much possession, so many chances to create something good. And although a lot of them didn't go in, Nibble, had their solid fort set down with how much defensive work they had to do. Eventually, they cracked just one more time than their opponents. So I think that's the reason Digital Devils not quite as efficient. They just had so many opportunities, and nobody's going to complain about that. Let's be honest. Nibble, though, need a big start, because right now, Elliot, they're sat in hell, surrounded by devils, and that's not anywhere that anybody wants to be. Heaven a long way away.
Almost a very strong opening for Nibble there, but not quite able to capitalize. Oh, Ribson coming in pretty heavy, but maybe not the end of the world. 2 players back and trying to break away here. Nibble Esports with a lovely little pass out from Mr. Lowe, looking for Lion, who had been bumped into an awkward position. Original. Touch up, finds Risen Eclipse, a beautiful pass inside, and the crossbar working with Zero there to keep it out of the back of Digital Devil's net. My word, that is as close can get. Nibble Esports struggling at the outset of game 4, not quite able to find a goal yet, but definitely looking promising in terms of their offensive pressure.
I think that does spell a bit of a difference, though, doesn't it, between these two teams? I mean, we mentioned Nibble being more efficient last game, but that was a misplay from Digital Devils. The ball was put into the midfield in the centre of the goal by a blue player, and Nibble should have finished that off, and a chance wasted, denied by the crossbar, might be a big chance. Sometimes all you need is one goal to win a game, and so far that's not been the case in this series, but that can always change, and so Nibble have got to start taking those when they come, because Digital Devils haven't been making many mistakes at all. And I like him giving a demo to allow Zero to come forward is looking very, very tasty as Digital Devils continue in pursuit of that goal and come very, very close indeed.
Goodness me. That was very, very close indeed. Nibble get away with it, though. And 2 minutes into game number 4, they are 4 series points down. And still 0-0. So promising, at least for the moment. Mr. Lowe playing that line at midfield, making sure he's back in time to defend the net, but a little bit too far out from the front post, and it cost him. Positional errors on defense allow Original to sneak through and take the opener.
I think a lot of the credit's got to go to Zero on that play. Just spinning around in the air, stalling the ball, holding it up, creating and allowing the Nibble players to come out of their defensive positions and cause that absolute disaster at the back by... They weren't sure who was going for the ball, and it didn't look very easy to win. Zero looked quite comfortable just to stall and take his time, forced two players to react. One of them then out of position and allowed Original to find the corner and do the rest. There's a demo in there from Mr. Low. That's very cheeky, right behind Zero as he was slowing down straight into his rear, but they've got to find them more consistently than that if they want to find gaps, because Digital Devils look very organised to fill the gaps in their defence when they appear.
We've passed the halfway mark here in game number 4. Digital Devils looking to double their lead. Oh, that is ruthless. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I thought that was in. I thought that was 2-0. And if that goes in, that's game, set, and match, because you don't recover from that mentally. Eliakim with a savage demolition right in front of goal there. But it hasn't been capitalised on. There's still just a 1-goal margin. Very, very fine indeed. And from our statisticians, again, I'm hearing that Eliakim in game number 3 still burning more than 500 boost per minute. Uncontested. Nibble aren't doing enough to control the boost or to stop Eliakim filling up routinely and just burning through all that fuel. And it's that extra speed, that extra ability to get up and down the field, to get into the air, to challenge every ball that is making it so hard for Nibble to develop any goal-scoring opportunities.
The bumps keep coming as well for Devils at the minute. There's a double commit in there. This one could be awkward though. Mr. Low just needs to drop it in, but it's a good save from Original. Chance still afloat. Lion slots it home. Nibble back in level terms.
Sensational stuff here. Mr. Low not quite doing enough, and you can sense the frustration there, but Lion steps up to the plate and rockets it into the back of the net. 118 kilometers per hour. That crosses the line and ties things up in the game here. 1 apiece heading into the final minute between Digital Devils and Nibble Esports. Oh my goodness. That was so close. I thought that was going to be the lead for Nibble. It wasn't quite at the other end. Digital Devils trying to make it their game. A big clear. There's no one back, but it's not on target. And how many more opportunities like that are Nibble going to get?
Not many at all. They might get one more here, though, if they can get it fast Original, but he blocks it out so nicely. And this is what I mentioned. They wasted that chance earlier on. Another one there with an open net that they let go astray once more. And they've had one more shot in this game than the Digital Devils, but not taking these chances efficiently enough. Mr. Low puts it wide again. 30 seconds. Pressure mounting, and what a comeback it would be. And an empowering story for Nibble if they can get a goal in the last few seconds to give them a lead and stay alive in the series. Lion is all the way back in no man's land, though. Looks like he was through that wardrobe, but he's come back. He's pushed the coats out the way, and he's trying to get his team on the offense. One last opportunity. Eliakim turns away, and Mr. Low can't finish Elliot. It's 1-1, and an overtime looks like it's fast encroaching.
A shot, one final chance here. Oh no, it's going to be a big clear, and Original sends it up towards the sky. Lion able to drop it down. Ladies and gentlemen, gain for a series point in favour of the team in blue. And we have overtime.
We do. Who's going to be the hero? Is it going to be 0-0 for Digital Devils? Or will Nibble pull something out the bag? I certainly hope so. We want to keep this series alive, but Original's not going to let it happen. It's off the post and still not found its way in. Lion's counter-attacking shot, lacking the conviction that was required. Risen Eclipse has missed it. They need Mr. Low back. He is back. He sends it anywhere but low, and that's exactly where Eliakim wants it. He takes control. Digital Devils sweep out Nibble Esports.
Goodness me. That is... Oh, I just have no words. How has Eliakim gotten round it from completely the wrong side of the ball? Sends it home. Fantastic work there from Digital Devils. But I defy anyone watching this to not be a Nibble Esports fan after that. What a performance we have seen from them, not just today, not just this weekend, but this entire split. They have come out, they have shown time and time again that you don't need to be at the top to beat the teams at the top. Surprising, upsetting, creating storylines where we didn't think they existed. What a fantastic team. And honestly, this series, it was a sweep, but it wasn't a sweep. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was just so much closer than that series scoreline reflects, and I think you have to give so much credit to Nibble Esports for their performance.
It was one Nibble Esports adjustment to being a 4-2 series for all we know. You know, there was just an odd mistake in there that separated the two teams, but regardless, they've both been giant killers all weekend. Unfortunately, someone had to be disappointed, but to get a sweep now, how far can Digital Devils go? Greybeard, please tell us on the desk, because nobody was expecting a 4-0 sweep quite like that.
Yeah, well, we've had a few surprises in that direction, and so not the storyline I was kind of writing in my own head on where it would go, but important stories have come out of this. And Nibble Esports, Elliot, as you've just outlined, what a great, coming from out of retirement at the beginning, and then bot gaming, and now Nibble Esports being led by Mr. Lowe, who has driven this team, and he has come in with a thirst and a hunger after being in the wilderness for about 7 or 8 months. So they will finish this season as a top 6 team. They will be more than happy with that, considering they're a fairly new team being led by Mr. Lowe. But wow, the resurgence of Digital Devils. They had a great second split, disappointing 1 and 2 regionals, but now they're now a minimum top 4 team. So good for them. Great work. But we have lost Nibble Esports. There was 16, then there were 8, then there was 6. Now there's 5. We'll lose another. And Ultrasm, so much for local knowledge. Both of us back in Nibble E, but they're out in a sweep.
I think that doesn't come down to knowledge. I think that comes down to heart. At this stage, my heart is still with Nibble. What a good showing from them. And considering their benchmark for if they did well was top 8, they can still be super proud of this. Even though this was a sweep, yeah, it was a sweep, and a pretty good one. All credit to Digital Devils. Nibble still had to fight really hard the whole way through that, and they did very, very well. I think this wasn't Nibble dropping that really good form that they were showing this weekend. I think Digital Devils is just looking even better. I mean, they've basically taken everything in a sweep besides Pirates XD. So, yeah, that's some pretty good confidence and a well-deserved victory for them.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, the consistency is going to be a thing for Nibble, but let's head over to Stats Corner, get the breakdown for them, and then we will throw a little forward to our final series of the day. So, Pyro, Jota, what you got?
What do we have in store for the Stats Corner? Well, Digital Devils, they love their one-point games. They played up against the Orlando Pirates and lost every single one, but 3 of the 4 wins in this sweep were won by 1 point. Well done to the Digital Devils. Jota, what was it in your eyes that gave them the dubs?
Yeah, they'll be very happy to have got it done cleanly, because there was potential for that series to get scary for them, but it was just that shooting consistency. It's easy to say, it's maybe not too smart or genius insight from us to say that turns out if you score all of your shots, that makes you a good Rocket League team. But that is basically the genius that I'm going to bring you, with slightly more frills to it than that, because Zero, he shot 50% in their big win over DNMK. He shot 45% again here. So impressive from him, and the team as a whole averaged 40%. That is above any team's average for a whole split. That's not the sort of numbers that anyone can keep up, and that's what we said coming into this. We said, Digital Devils don't shoot that much. Can they really keep it up? And they shot a modest amount. They took slightly more shots than they did against Pirates. Again, probably not too surprising that they weren't able to be kept to that few, but they were still able to maintain the vicious shooting rate regardless. And a big part of that came down to the fact that Eliakim could just pick up so much boost, getting over 500 per game. It facilitated him to be in all the right spots to finish them off.
A well-boosted and well-jet-fueled Eliakim assisted all of those shots there from the Digital Devils, but I think we do have to talk a little bit about assists as well. I was seeing Original more assists than the Nibble Esports team combined?
Yep, you heard that one correctly. Obviously, Digital Devils scored more goals than Nibble, which gave him a big helping hand in that stat, assisting nearly as many as Nibble scored total goals. But it's interesting because overall, Digital Devils actually had quite a lot of solo play goals and goals that came out of almost nowhere, things that surprised the casters, but plays that did come out as assisted plays, long-term plays. It always, time and time again, seemed to be Original doing it. And I think the reason we can point to why is because when we saw his pitch heat maps, he was very aggressive, which often means he's that first or second man into the phase of the play. And then whoever's coming in third gets to sweep up the pieces, collect the passes from Original, and take all the glory.
Oh, the glory was all for the Digital Devils in this sweep. They set themselves up quite well to move on to the next round in the lower bracket. But we still got one more match to go in the lowers. Greybeard, back to you.
Yeah, one more best of 7 series indeed, and it feels a little bit like a long race. Day 2 on any regional, and someone tells you that's the final corner, and you look forward to it. You turn the corner, but it's a long straight with that last series we have to get through. But guys, it is a huge one. DNMK making a comeback. They had a disappointing second split. They've had an outstanding third split. ATK, very disappointing up till now. And that's who we have next. The implications for this, Tofu Elliott, are huge for both of them. So much to fight for.
Incredible stuff here for both teams. And look, no one wants to be going out on the second to last day of the last regional of RLCS, at least this season. I know I keep acting like it's not just this season. There is a future to RLCS beyond this weekend, but that's less fun, alright? It's less fun to think of it like that. These two teams really going to have to step up to the plate right now. ATK, DNMK, both fighting to become top 4 teams. Well, both sort of are top 4 teams, right? But we have 6 top 4 teams right now. That's the problem with SSA, right? We've got Pirates, we've got Bravado. They're our top 2. It seems pretty much just a done deal at this point. Digital Devils get closer and closer every time to taking something off Pirates, but they can't quite do it. Bravado's still incredibly strong as well. And now we've got Apex, but then they got beaten by Nibble. We've got ATK, but then they got beaten by Nibble. We've got Digital Devils, and they've just about beaten Nibble, so they're up there as well. It's just too many teams to fit inside a top 4, but they're all crawling all over each other, and it's all about who can finish this season higher, stronger, and set themselves up. I mean, it's not going to make the biggest difference because over the summer, who knows what's going to happen, but we love it as a storyline, don't we, to see who is going to be the one. Are DNMK going to be able to make that final push and top out ATK, who I think were a stronger team when we started this season off? They look to be really part of that top 3, top 4. Or are we going to see ATK turn around the bit of a slump that they've kind of been in this split and manage to re-establish that top 4 mentality? I'm excited no matter what.
Listen, it's fabulous. But, we have to consider this is one of these teams. The next series is going to be their last appearance in RLCS for this season. And there is a 4-month void, 4.5 months maybe, which in Rocket League terms is an eternity. So much. Who knows what everything's going to look like when we reconvene, Astral. So that's got to be a factor here. You want to go out, you want to go out storming.
You're letting the sadness creep in again, aren't you, Greybeard? I can hear the violins playing from here. You need to stop. You're getting everybody sad already. We've got another game, and then we've got tomorrow. There's plenty more Rocket League action before SSA is over. And yeah, it's an important game, of course. You want to end the season on a high, and I think particularly for a team like ATK, who have been struggling for this split, Regional 1 and 2, not up to their standards. Now is their chance to kind of prove to themselves, I think, more than anyone, that they do deserve to be back in that top 4, whereas for DNMK, I'm sure they've been very pleased with their season so far, but it's going to be a difficult game against a team that want to prove themselves, and I think, we've said this all night, it didn't happen in the last series either, but I think this one genuinely could go all the way.
And Ultrasm, we've a word that gets used a lot is storylines, and there are, you know, if you think about the stories that we have in SSA, when we started this season back in September last year, the library of Rocket League storybooks was a little bit meager, kind of empty, but now suddenly it feels like we've at least filled up one little section. We got some great stories here.
I love it. And the sad thing is how many of these stories are actually ending with, and they lived happily ever after, at least for Orlando Pirates and Bravado. They're going to be living happily ever after, at least for this season. But the rest of them's coming so close. And I don't think anyone's going to be disappointed at the end of this, or at least not the teams who are really fighting it out in the mid. Yeah, they want to end off this weekend really strong, end off the whole season really strong. But when you are very heavily in contention for the third spot, the fourth spot in the region, that's really, really good. And I know we're all getting sad that this is the end of it, but what a way to end it. The fact that we've got so many good games coming up that could drag it out for as long as we could possibly hope for. I don't know about these players, if anyone's got plans for tomorrow, but I don't think it's ready for anyone to really cancel all their plans, or at least keep to their plans for tomorrow. Any one of these teams could go through, and especially these two. This is going to be the hardest prediction of the weekend, maybe even the split.
All right. Well, we are not done yet. We're not finished. As Astral has quite rightly pointed out, we have a lot more Rocket League to come tomorrow and today for the final series. ATK, DNMK will duke it out for a spot in the lower semis after the break. Even long days come to a close, and so this one will. We've had 5 series, 2 best of 5. We've had another, I've lost count now, so if there's 2 there, we've had 3 best of 7s, 1 more to come. And it is the final to determine which teams run in this season comes to an end. Who goes forward to the lower bracket semi-final to meet the Digital Devils? So here we are. We get to decide, and Alt, you were correct. This is going to be a tough one. ATK, DNMK, both with a lot to prove. ATK with disappointment, DNMK on the rise. So, yeah. So your quick thoughts here before we head to Stats Corner, starting with you, Alt.
Neither team has had an easy day. DNMK went 3-0 down to Digital Devils, which was basically almost their last game. They did take 3-1 over ICE Esports to maybe get themselves back. So we'll see what their mentality is like. ATK suffering against Apex, who's thankfully out for their side. Now have perhaps an even bigger rival to go against. It's going to be tough to call. I'm very interested to see what the panel and what to say about this, because these teams have met up a lot of times before. Whether that will repeat itself, I'm not so sure.
All right. Well, before I run down through the entire panel once more, I'd like to get the input of Stats Corner, because sometimes their numbers do influence what we have to say here. Yes, we have heart involved, and sometimes we're a bit stupid with that, but we do like to at least have informed stupidity here on the desk. So let's go to the Stats Corner to fill us in.
Yes, that would be us. Thank you, Greybeard. We are here, PyroJ and Joda here, Stats Corner. Let's talk about this very spicy matchup that is ATK and DNMK Esports. They played twice in this split so far, and both matches went to the last game. And they're 1-1 against each other as well. There was a sweep earlier on in the fall split, but we're increasing the level of spice here, Joda. So let's keep things interesting.
Yeah, the quality of games between these two seems to be on an upward trajectory as well, and I'm not sure we can possibly get even better than the game 5. Like, we're going to need some sort of like 9-minute overtime 6-all game 5 to beat it. But when it comes to beating ATK, the task, while very difficult, is a bit clearer, because they do have very defined roles that we've been seeing from them, and they've emphasised that even more in that upper bracket loss as well. Werty, the #1 assister in the region, Archeon a top 3 shooter, and that was exactly how it played out against Bravado. Werty got more assists than any Bravado player, and Archeon scored just as many goals as any of them, but they weren't able to prevail in that one despite this. But it shows very clearly they have a game plan coming out, and look, it's a lot easier to say it than it is to stop it, but they do clearly have a rhythm, and they're very clearly in that and firing on business as usual today.
Fair enough. Yeah, ATK, maybe not all the momentum, but DNMK surely has it. Coming off of a sweep and then a 3-1 against ICE Esports. I think they have momentum, but if you want to look at one player, if I have a player to watch here, it is Defunct. I know DNMK, we're used to talking about Yopego, but listen, in that last ICE Esports matchup for DNMK, Defunct led in goals per game. That was 1.5 goals per game. Led in saves. That was 2.75 saves per game. And all in all, during the split, he's 4th most in boost per minute at 438 boosts. So there's a lot to talk about when looking at Defunct. And if there's any player for me to keep my eyes on, it is him.
Yeah, their team has definitely adapted to be so much more than just the Yopego show, and I think that's a good demonstration of their depth, and that worries me a little bit, because going into Bravado ATK, we said Bravado have the depth while ATK have the raw individual ability in the set role. So I worry that it's going to be a similar sort of balance. And another thing that goes against ATK in this matchup, we're going to talk back to demos, and we referenced it at the end of that series that ATK played, because Bravado surprised us and pulled out over 4 demos per game, but ICE did the same thing to DNMK, and as I'm sure you're very familiar with, ICE did not have the same fortune against DNMK as Bravado did with ATK, so both of them have shown susceptibility to demos, but DNMK have shown that even when they're pulled out against them, they're able to adapt and fill the gaps really well.
Oh man, well, Demolition's playing a role here. The story of Defunct, everything culminating into what could be our best match of the day. There you have it from the Stats Corner, Greybeard. It's all yours.
It is time for El Predictions. So we're going to do this a little differently. I'm going to start with you in the middle of the desk, Astral. So your prediction, I know it's easy peasy, so bang, what is it?
It's never that easy, is it, Greybeard? I'm just glad that we have Pyro and Jota on the stats board, because if you and Elliot were on there, we'd have an absolute disaster. Elliot was trying to put 6 teams into a top 4, and you couldn't even remember how many games we'd played today. So between the two of you, numbers aren't the strong point. But I'm going to deviate away from that. We've had the stats. Let's go for a bit of heart. It's been a rough time for ATK just recently, hasn't it? And they've not really stepped up. It's a difficult one for them coming into this game. And DNMK, okay, they had a rough game against Digital Devils, but now when we've looked at how good Digital Devils really are, perhaps that wasn't such a bad performance after all, and their lower bracket run has been pretty clean other than dropping 1 game against Ice. But Werty looked fired up. Archeon was scoring for fun against even Bravado. ATK's heart's going to come to fruition here. They're going to get back into the top 4, Greybeard. I'm going with ATK.
ATK it is. Okay, then I'll give my prediction. And your pet goldfish, also known as Yopago, I think will continue the run of form for DNMK that we've seen throughout the split. I pick them to win. And then we're going to go to the far side of the desk. Tofu Elliot, your call, please.
Look, this is a tough one. I think everyone here knows that these two teams are pretty closely matched. But for me, it's DNMK. They look so strong. They are on that upward rise, right? That trajectory into the stratosphere. And ATK have been wavering. Don't get me wrong. They're a strong team. I'd love to see them come back and take this either way. I'm a happy chappy no matter who wins, because Digital Devils are already through. But I think DNMK, they just about clinch this, at least. That's where I'm putting my money today.
All right, DNMK, Ultrazim, we come to you last. The last piece in a prediction sandwich. How does it look for you?
And this is an important one. This is my last prediction. I'm not on tomorrow, so this is my last prediction for the entire year. So it's got to be a good one. And right now, the fact that DNMK went down 3-0 to Digital Devils means that I think they could really struggle against them in the semifinals. And so I want to see a new team come through. I was really impressed with the way ATK handled themselves against Bravado. They put on a very good showing. And for a couple of moments there, both Astro and I were going, okay, is this ATK coming through? So considering they started the season off so well, I really want to split the panel, and I hope ATK come out on top just so that they can end the year the way that they started.
All right, well, it's a split desk, and it's going to be a split casting booth. The final series of the day being brought to you and called by Tofu Elliot and Ulterism. Let's go, Commandos, it's howling time!
Thank you so much, Greybeard, for that unorthodox handoff. I appreciate it. I think, everything about SSA is maybe a little bit unorthodox, and what a pleasure it is to be casting alongside you, Ultras, and neither one of us could figure out whether we'd actually done this before.
I don't think we have, but what a time to get to do it. Finally getting to go alongside you. You've been on host most of this year, and now you get to jump into what could potentially be the biggest clash of the weekend. Maybe barring Orlando Pirates versus Bravado, if that when that happens. It's literally guaranteed for tomorrow. But otherwise, this is close. These are perhaps maybe even teams with more to prove. The other two have already secured themselves as the 2 best teams in the country and have got their wild card. This is the teams who didn't manage to get there and want to end off strong. So, do you believe? I gotta ask, Tofu. I asked this to all my casters, and I've never asked it to you before. Do you believe we're going to get to a Game 7?
Oh, definitely. These two teams, no doubt whatsoever, this is going all the way. They're just so closely matched. It's the final series of the day. It's the final series of the season for one of these teams, and it's the final series that either one of us are going to cast in RLCS this season. So it just has to be a Game 7, doesn't it?
Has to. We have to drag it out for as long as possible. Very excited to see what they can do. I think it could go to a game 7. I really don't want it to be a sweep one way or the other. And the best part is that both of these teams have such a lot of skill behind them. They can pull off ridiculous mechanics. They've got the aggression going for them. They've got we saw ATK cramping up even a team like Bravado. Means that if DNMK start to lose their structure a little bit, which is maybe one of the weakest parts of their play, they may have to pull off some extra levels of creativity to turn it around.
Yeah, and look, I know that test lobbies are not indicative of what's about to happen in the game, but I've been sat in a test lobby now for a while, watching Yopego warm up, and goodness me, the mechanical ability of this player is just absolutely astounding to me. He has come so far, just improved in leaps and bounds this season, and, you know, like, it's Jolly who usually is here going absolutely buck wild about Yopego and just calling him out all the time as the player to watch. And do you know what? She might be over in Dallas right now, but I'm going to step into the booth and take her spot. Yopego, for me, is the player to watch right now in this series and for DNMK moving forward, because, my goodness, that is a rising star right there.
Yeah, 100%. That's something that DNMK has always had. They've always boasted really, really strong mechanically skilled players. How well they tie them together is sometimes up for grabs. But the individual skill, if you give any of these guys some space, they are going to take everything that you can give them. ATK, on the other hand, much more stable lineup. You know, they've got a very set roster. They got Skulkgy in the back there that I like to see. Not afraid to come forward, but always very reliable on that defensive line. You've got Wurty being able to do it. And I would like to see them utilize that. You know, at the second half of that Bravado game, we saw Archeon trying to make the plays and then Wurty following up. And they're good. They can make it work. And certainly if that's what the opportunity presents, you want to take that. But if you've got the time to figure out a strategy at that stage, send Wurty up with it. The guy's got his own mechanical skills. And keep that aggression on and don't give DNMK the space that they so desperately want.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to get started. It's a best of 7, our final series of the day. The lower quarter final matchup to find out who will be the team that goes home out of ATK and DNMK, the team ejected from RLCS for the rest of the season, and who will make top 4 and continue on to Championship Sunday. Is it going to be DNMK? Will it be ATK? Either way, this is going all the way.
I don't like how you say ejected. That is not the right way that either of these teams want to get sent out here. They want to be forced. They want to be pushed out the door, leaving claw marks here. And I believe that that could be the case between them as we exit the hype chamber, taking a look at our first game, DNMK versus ATK, the last showing for one of them. A misty morning, a misty evening, wherever you are right now, as we take a look over the top there, players shaking. Elliot, have you ever been in a tense situation like this? What do you do to calm yourselves down when everything is on the line?
Oh my goodness, I don't, to be honest with you. I just cry. I am very firmly on this side of the wall for a good reason. I do not do well under pressure. Do you know what? That's odd, right? Because when it comes to pressure of performing, I'm a musician, I'm a singer, I'm a speaker, I'm a caster. No problem whatsoever. I can handle any crowd. But put me in a game of Rocket League and put it in front of 10 people on a Twitch stream. I don't care how many I crumble. I absolutely crumble. I don't know how these players do it. I have no advice other than just go out there and be a better, stronger man than I am.
And I mean, at this stage, you're 100% right. What we could offer to these teams in terms of you guys have got to do this completely comes down to the theoretical. I mean, I go, yeah, I got my champ badge for the season. These guys are putting in so much time, and that's one of the other benefits of sitting on this side is the fact that we get to see what hours, decades, hundreds of hours, thousands of hours for these players ends up looking like as we see them tussling back and forth. Couple of shots coming out there. Casper starting a bit of pressure. Defunct looking to pop it back out towards his teammates. Has got the call from Casper. Casper gets bumped off the ball. And Defunct looking to keep this on. So far, DNMK quite in control of this.
Lot of pressure coming out from the team in blue so far, but that means that they are going to be leaving themselves a little bit vulnerable for counter-attacks, and we know that ATK can punish teams that are a little bit stronger, right? They took a couple of games off of Bravado pretty convincingly earlier on in the day. So DNMK, got to be very careful, but I think a strong start from them so far, and Defunct looking inside there, out of the corner, really beautiful play. Yopego seeking the top corner, not quite finding it. But fantastic start from both of these two sides. Nothing really in it so far, Ultrism.
Nothing at all into this game. So tense between the two of them. And like you said, Defunct did a good job of getting out of the defensive half there, and it might come down to that. The fact that Skulk G was charging so much, and that's what ATK wants to do. They want to keep this pressure up, and so they send the ball over their opponents with a good clear and then chase it so quickly. If someone can get a cute dribble or two, they'll create an overlap with an entire field to work with. It's going to be up to making those sort of plays happen without letting your defense crumble from this consistent pressure, though. And the NMK are doing wonders to get back down to the other side of the field over and over again, but nothing coming out of it just yet. They might try and find something now. Yopego manages to get a pinch high, but Werty wasting no time. And DNMK don't want to commit too much too early.
3 minutes without a goal here in game number 1, and I tell you what, our statisticians said that this was going to be our best chance of going to game 7, and I think game 1 showing us exactly why that is. Nothing in it right now as both teams vie to gain a foothold early on in the series. The opening goal going to be extremely vital in a game with such narrow margins as this. Werty round the corner looking for the Doomsy. Trying to get a Doomsy dunk going there on the defense. Not quite able to manage it with 90 seconds left in the first game. It's going to need a moment of magic or a pretty big defensive blunder to separate these two sides.
Yeah, 100%. And that Doomsy nearly worked. It's stuff like that that could change. And you got to think that as that first goal comes through, we're just going to see a switch flipped across this entire game board from both players, both sides, because there's just so much pressure that's been building up. 4 minutes now on the clock. Still, DNMK poking and prodding from the corners, as is their mantra. But never really putting too much in it, considering how many times and how often, how reliably, in fact, this ATK side is able to turn around. And these cheeky little pinches constantly being tried to find by ATK here. Still, 1 is all that it might take here, considering we're 45 seconds in.
Archeon. He was looking for Werty there. I don't think Werty quite had enough boost to manage it, but they do keep going in off it. That was an angle, wasn't it? Yopego not going to be beaten at the front post there, but ATK just taking little chomps out of this DNMK structure every now and then, just nipping at them, aren't they? Just teasing that they might be able to break down their defensive structure. And what started as an incredibly aggressive DNMK has finished up here, at least regulation, with them being forced repeatedly back into defense, and now they're the team looking to counterattack. But with 0 seconds and 0 goals at the top of your page, ladies and gentlemen, we have overtime.
Woo, okay. I don't think Joda's going to be so happy. She likes the explosions and the high-scoring games, and we go down to 0-0. Literally nothing in it, but it only takes 7 seconds into our overtime for that pressure to break. Maybe just a lapse of concentration at the end there with the new kickoff, and ATK wastes absolutely no time.
We said it, didn't we? It was going to take either a moment of magic or a pretty substantial defensive blunder, and unfortunately for DNMK, it was the latter. 7 seconds into OT, a double commit in midfield, leaves the goal wide open, and Skulk G steps up, bangs it into the back of the net, and puts 1 on the board for ATK.
I told you, Skulk G just not afraid to come forward, and the whole of ATK playing so when they get to the front side. You get so many teams that just lose their minds and they're like, we're close to the goals, we just need to do it as fast as possible to get it past our opponents. ATK changing it completely, slowing everything down, looking for the cheap little 50s, the little pass, the little touch, bait a defender out, and as the pressure builds, that might happen a couple more times. Didn't happen this time, but eventually they still got the win, and now the pressure builds even more for DNMK.
It's all a matter of mentality now for DNMK, right? And to be honest, something that's good to remind yourself if you're the team in blue is, hey, ATK took the first game against Bravado Gaming earlier on in that upper bracket. They're a good team. They can take games off of the best, but it didn't help them against Bravado Gaming. And if you're on DNMK, you've got to be saying it's not going to help them right here, okay? We're still solid. We're still... All we got to do, shore up. Don't make that same mistake twice, and we're golden, right? It's a defensive error. They didn't do anything spectacular. We just made an unfortunate blunder at the back line, and that's something that we have within our power to control. So, still positive for both sides. Only a single goal in it in overtime in Game 1, but my word, ATK not wasting any time in Game 2.
Jota's not going to be happy. Wanted to boycott that first game for it being a kickoff goal. And straight away, Werty sets it up. I said that it was going to be a switch that was flicked, and Werty just wants to go, right, we've had our time. We've had our 5 minutes of no goals. Let's put on huge amounts. And I don't know if you've ever noticed that, Tofu, but how many times do we see a second game when the first one has been so low scoring, the second one just ends up exploding?
It does seem to be that way, and honestly, I can't count the number of times that we've seen exactly that. No goals for 5.5 minutes, and then suddenly, bang, 10 seconds in, we're already got one. And we'll see how this opens up the gameplay now. Are we going to see this develop into a slugfest, or are we going to see both of the teams turtle up and play a bit more of a defensive game moving forward? We haven't seen a second goal just yet. And I think it really needs to be DNMK's to help ensure that they solidify their mindset moving forward.
Yeah. Knowing these... Oh, okay. That was a cheeky little flick. Sets up a good pass. The Fung not able to manage to capitalize that. We said Yopego was going to be someone to watch, and that was a cute bit of mechanics. I thought there was an entire open goal, but has the awareness to just try and swap it up a little bit. But going back to the point, I don't know if either of these teams is going to go for that turtle style. They love getting a little bit more aggressive. Archeon going to pick this up, and this is what I mean. Is just both of these teams know what to do. They don't dedicate to a single play style. They wait for the opportunity. And Archeon, even with the defunct in the back lines, that flip there, denying him the chance to save it. And ATK go up 2-0.
Oh, feels backflip, man. Defunct, so capable of saving that, but on the goal line, dodges out of the way. Pressure getting to these players right now. Everything on the line. Survival in this RLCS season on the line in this series. And that's a huge clear downfield from DNMK. The post denies, but Yopego confirms to get their first goal on the board.
Man, Jota was talking about it from first game. The whole game was a boomer ball setup where balls just flying back and forth across the field. Basically, the ball not really sticking on a lot of time in the corner, but it just bangs back and forth. ATK have had a couple of their own opportunities where they nearly found an open goal. This time it's DNMK, and like you said, the goal for DNMK at this stage, so pivotal, brings them back to the 1-goal lead, and gives them a little bit of momentum to start working forwards.
Well, in Game 1, Yopego spent nearly 50% of the time on less than 25% boost. That is not how he wants to play, and it's certainly not what DNMK want moving forward, but this certainly is. Defunct tying up the game 2 minutes in.
I love that aggressive posturing from WeCasper there. Just forces the defense and says, we talked about it. It's either going to have to be magical moments of brilliance or capitalizing on defensive mistakes. ATK has managed to do that, especially their second goal was just being able to pick up an opportunity that shouldn't have been theirs. This time, DNMK makes one happen, sends what was just someone hanging around waiting to see, and WeCasper nearly putting in an extra one there, just denied at the end of it. But the aggression is coming out. DNMK waiting, not happy to be on the defensive, wants to go forwards, and looking to do it one more time.
Archeon looking for Werty on that big play out. WeCasper gets a less than favourable 50 in the corner. Skulk G coming down on top of it. Defunct almost setting up Werty, but Yopego is there with a big clear out to midfield. It's straight back onto the DNMK backboard though. Once, twice, three times a lady, not quite this time, but it is threatening from ATK, who are holding a very, very structured defense at the moment at the backline, making sure they're back in time to defend these counter-attacks from DNMK when they come. Just fantastic play from both sides right now, and it's got all of the trappings of a series that is going to go all the way.
I love to see it. And you mentioned it right. The defense of ATK coming out very strong. They've got their rotations. They're not afraid to throw all men up, because they've always got someone rotating around there. There's someone clearing the back of it. In fact, when we saw Weecasper there hesitate for just a second, that was enough time for the ball to come back towards the DNMK line. And so pushing together as a team, working so well right now. And it's DNMK trying to poke and prod like they did in the first game. They got denied at that stage, and so far, same story here.
Yopego lifting it up and serving it into Defunct, but it's just slightly too hard. Skulk G almost managing to do it on his own. Archeon's follow-up, not quite enough. And a big flip from Defunct here. Not going to be enough, because the ATK defense is always going to be ready for this. You can't get just a simple breakaway goal on them. You have to be more clever than that. And that's what we're going to need to see DNMK develop. As they move forward in this series, they are really just fantastically good enough to be making a solid enough attack to defeat this ATK defense. But at the moment, they're being forced to counter-attack from ATK spells of pressure, and the rapid counter-attacks are powerful, but unless there's something special, they're not going to be able to break down this structure. ATK, too solid right now.
Yeah, ATK dealing with everything, whether it's a backboard pass or a lofted shot, even a flick that goes well. There's someone at the back, and he makes the right call, gets a decent touch on it, and pushes it out. And when they're trying to clear it, there's also that communication. 10 seconds now coming onto the board. Yopego wants to set this up and clear it out for DNMK. Take a game back in this. Archeon got to pop it up, but we are going to be going to our second overtime straight away.
And is anyone surprised that we've got a 100% OT rate so far in this series? Goodness me, these teams are so closely matched. Game 1, it was 0-0. Game 2, it's 2-2. Yopego with the musty infield, but DNMK a man down at the backline. Werty forcing a save from Weecasper. It's relatively straightforward. Oh, and an uncharacteristic mishap there amongst the players of the team in orange. ATK starting to fall apart a little bit, and a soft double commit is all they need at the goal line to keep it out. But worrying signs there for the team in orange as that flip reset. Oh, nearly. It's up. It's under the crossbar. The orange player gets the shot forward, but it's not quite enough to seal the deal, and it looks like we've got a longer OT on our hands in game 2.
Oh, come on. Give ATK that goal. They tried so hard. They worked, and yet DNMK somehow managed to hold it out there. The flip reset, the backboard read was there. Everyone from DNMK just cloistered in their own back line. And still, it seems like ATK, oh, the demo coming through. That was big, and Jota going to be happy about that one. Unfortunately, not effective enough to secure themselves any sort of place. And again, Skulk G just with the patience to hang around that back line. You know what they have to do. Archeon gets the save on top of that. The first overtime was a short affair, but this one looking to go some distance.
DNMK throwing in these demos now at the back line. It's really smart. They're adapting, realizing that ATK are playing too solid at the backline, and the easiest way to break down that defensive structure is just to start disrupting it physically. Get bumps, get demos, take a player out of the rotation too if you can manage it at the right moment. And even a team as organized as ATK aren't going to be able to stand up to that kind of pressure. But if they don't manage to keep doing it consistently, it's not going to make a difference. ATK very threatening as they come forward and not able to take it yet. But 2 minutes into OT, Altruism, this really could go either way at any second.
Oh man, this is insane. I don't know when we're going to have a goal in the next 10 seconds or the next 10 minutes kind of thing. It's back and forth. The teams are both trying, and so the opportunities are there. Skulk G finds a little bit of a gap. Casper shuts it down though. Werty looking to extend it. Archeon finds the goal. 2.5 minutes into our overtime.
What a goal it is. Yopego just turns a little bit too aggressively in the corner, and Defunct is up in time, but not quite with an accurate read. Archeon sneaks it past the last defender, takes game 2 for ATK, and the team in orange up by 2 in this best of 7 series, but goodness me, it was a coin toss both times.
Yeah, I mean, the clutch saves that ATK was having to make on their backbone, and they've had to make a lot. They've got 10 saves there. I mean, that's consistent defensive work, and that's not even counting the number that they turned away at the end. But their offense working exactly according to plan, especially that last goal. How many times have I said it? Wurty in the corners makes the plays. Archeon waiting in the center, has the mechanical skill and reaction time to be able to get up to those difficult balls, get a beautiful angle, fits it in top 90, and scores a second game onto the board for them. What great play coming out from ATK, even though DNMK is putting up the fight of their lives.
Yeah, this is such a closely matched affair. My goodness, 15 shots from DNMK, 10 of them saved by ATK. Just an absolute slugfest in game number 2. We had 12 shots coming out from ATK, 6 of them being saved by Dynamic, and it's just an outrageously good performance from both teams, just separated by who is going to crack first in overtime. I couldn't have asked for a more exciting series to finish up the day, to finish up the season in terms of our casting, Ultraism, and my word. I certainly hope that this isn't a sweep like it's sort of shaping up to be right now. ATK can't win every overtime, surely.
No, but I don't know about you. I have never cast 7 games in overtime in a row in my life. This would be the time for it. Oh, Wurty actually has the opportunity there and puts it awry. Still ATK looking for something. And man, can you imagine 7 games in a row we go to overtime and it's decided by 1 goal apiece in each of them? That would be fitting, I feel.
It would be extremely fitting for these two sides. They're so even. I can't keep saying it, otherwise people are going to get very bored of me repeating it. But it bears worth repeating, doesn't it? They just are incredibly equal to each other right now, only separated in overtime, both games. And I think if one of these teams can come out and win a game in regulation, it's going to be massive for their mentality. And really big for DNMK especially, because when you lose a couple of overtimes in a row, it starts to get to you. Your mental starts to suffer. Can we clutch up under pressure, or are we going to lose if this goes to OT again? It's not something you want to have running through your head as you approach 0 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know how many people underestimate the importance of mentality in terms of Rocket League, but when you're dealing with such fine margins of error, and especially at this stage, you cannot afford to miss a ball on defense. You can't afford to miss the backboard read. You can't afford to backflip as Skulkchi does now, setting up ATK for a bit of pressure. They've got the space though. A great clear from Archeon, sets up Wurty. Now Wurty in his home, in the corner, doesn't manage to get past Defunct. It's going to be up to Archeon. Skulkchi waiting for this one. Clashes against Yopego, but Yopego comes up the victor. Finds weak Asper, but this touch is soft. A great save from Wurty to turn it around. And it seems like, I mean, we've already had, what, a total of 6 shots in this game and 4 saves? And that's in the first 2 minutes.
Outrageous. None of them piercing either defense just yet, though. Still no goals in game number 3. Yopego looks to change that. Skulk G out as far as weak Asper. The touch is awkward. Needs Defunct to come and take over. It is going to be ATK on offense here, stealing a boost and getting a pass inside. A double commit for that shot. Not going to matter one bit. ATK take the lead.
Man, Wurty with his creativity, coming off that wall there and catching it on the bounce, reading it perfectly, finds a double commit in the center, and so it really could have gone very quickly the other way if that didn't go right. If that had found a crossbar or an upright, that could have been devastating, and DNMK would have liked that, but the polish is there. It's up to Defunct now, trying to come off the roof to try and make something happen. Once again, DNMK on the defensive, on the deficit of a goal lead, and will have to bring it back now with 2 games behind them as well.
Oh! Goodness me, I did not see that one coming, I'll be honest with you. DNMK struggling a tiny bit on defense here, but what a shot from Werty as he swings round off of the wall, sneaks it up and over to Funked, who maybe is slightly too far off his line, but wow, I didn't see that coming. I don't think he did either.
No way. Not a chance he saw that coming. I think that was supposed to be almost a double commit coming out from Werty, but it just turns into the best aggressive positioning. The 1-2 play gets them right on top of, and the boink as he keeps his momentum out of that corner was perfect. Absolutely love it. 2 goals up from ATK, and suddenly this series starting to look worrying for DNMK, who sometimes, I've said it before, doesn't handle pressure as well as their skills should allow.
Under 2 minutes on the clock in game 3. Skull, gee, nearly cut out before it could be a threat. ATK really stepping up, playing incredibly professionally right now, and it's easy to forget because it's been so close that we're just a minute and a half away from ATK being series point up, but DNMK came back from 2 goals down last time to force OT, and they're on their way to doing the same here.
We got to, right? DNMK's got to score the next goal. We got to go to an overtime. Guys, I'm going for my bingo card. Yeah, this will clinch off the series for me. And it is close enough. I mean, Jodo's busy throwing the stats to us. It's so close that even the boost, nothing in it. Werty has a shot there. Oh, turned aside by weak Casper. Archeon looking to keep this up. But even the boost, while ATK is holding that midfield control with these patient plays all the time, DNMK managing to just use the resources that they need to. Although now they could be in trouble. Double commit comes out. Defunct has work to do. Pops it up high. Manages to at least get over the top. And the demo could provide a little bit of space here, but doesn't seem like ATK wants to give that to DNMK.
50 seconds. ATK gonna find another as well. Goodness me, re-establishing that 2-goal lead. Archeon picks out the goal, and he doesn't need to do much more than that because there's no one home.
I don't know if that came down to the overcommit on the side, that the team was just out of resources. Someone was without boost and going for a pad or something like that. But ATK, it's the small things. Greybeard loves it. Big events turn on small hinges, and big moment here for ATK. 38 seconds left in this, even wanting to keep this going. They're not going to turtle at any stage of this competition. And DNMK looking down the barrel that's starting to heat up of a series point, and nearly it would be a sweep at that stage if they can't rally something together now.
Wow, this would be just honestly outrageous if ATK clean sweep this. That is not representative of this at all, but we're certainly not going to OT in game 3, and DNMK, ladies and gentlemen, going to be forced to reverse sweep in our final series of the day if they want to make Championship Sunday.
Oh, this has got to be the time for a timeout, right? This has got to be where DNMK know they've got the skills. They fought tooth and nail here, and I said it would have to take them being clawed out of this competition. They've tried so hard, but without a single point on the board so far, they are in trouble now. They are under pressure. And guys, if you are in the chat and you are as much of a dreamer as I am, you've got to go for that reverse sweep now. I want to hear the chance.
Reverse sweep on the cards, but it's going to require something absolutely spectacular because DNMK, it was honestly anyone's game in game 1 and 2. Unfortunate. I mean, well done from ATK as well, but here in game 3, ATK stepped up, playing with incredible maturity and just a sensational level of professionalism right now, holding an incredibly tight line, very well formed in terms of their defensive structure and their ability to convert offensive pressure into goal-scoring opportunities. Fantastic. Absolutely outstanding. This is the ATK that we expected to start this split off, and we saw a little bit of a dip, a lull in their abilities at the end of at the end of split 2, start of split 3, but they are back and they are showing us why we considered them to be the 3rd best team in the region in that fall and winter split.
Yeah, 100%. And considering the winner of this is going against a very, very formidable Digital Devils side, this is an ATK that's actually showing that they could do it. They're coming out with such a clean game plan. They've got that offensive ability. When they're on defense, they clear the ball out and chase it. They get that space closed down instantly. They can do it because they've got the rotations to cover the backboard. They get their players in and out, and they just keep maintaining that shot after shot into the back lines. The NMK trying to do the same, but not with the same finesse and the same structure.
No timeout either here.
No timeout.
No timeout whatsoever. DNMK preferring just to keep going, not stalling. They don't think there's anything that they need to take. They don't need to take a break. They don't need to discuss it. They don't need to try and halt ATK's momentum. As far as they're concerned, they just GG go next, regain, and we move forward as if nothing happened. There's some value to be had in that, although I do question the decision to some extent. Let's see if they can make it work here, Ultraism. Game 4, all important because it's series point ATK. Oh my god. Oh, that deserves to be a goal. I'm sorry. What a shot.
That 100% deserved to be a goal, and I think that's just a testament to ATK's defensive prowess that they were able to keep even that out, because that was out of nowhere. That angle, that touch, deserved it. DNMK is here to fight, and they do not deserve to take a reverse, or at least have a sweep against them right now. They want to stay in this. Bad touch there from Archeon gives away the positioning. Will give DNMK another shot, but man, they've got it. Hell, that might even give them a little bit more confidence going, guys, that's what we can put in. We just keep doing that. We're going to find the back of the net eventually. You got to think that, right?
You do, but it's just so important that they do actually find the back of the net, and a lead here is vital as well, because if they don't, then opportunities like that don't hit the back of the net are just going to be tilting them more and more. Here's an opportunity. Defunct just demoed as soon as he could make contact with it. ATK incredibly firm, just really solid at stopping these counterattacks from ever finding home.
Yeah, 100%. So important there on the defense, so important on the offense. Skulk G in his testament position there. Goes for the flip reset, actually. Nearly pulls it off as well. Gets the bump, and a little bit of interruption in the back line means Yopego has to go for this. ATK, unfortunately, getting their rotations a little bit wrong. Gives DNMK some space to push up. Skulk G, though, always present. Clears it out from the backboard. And WeCasper now trying to find Defunct. Defunct gets a decent flick, but the defensive line holds strong so far.
We're more than halfway through game number 4 now. No goals in it, as if that was going to surprise anyone. These two teams, my word. If before it was a David and Goliath, this is Goliath and Goliath right now. Two incredibly closely matched teams. WeCasper in the corner, trying to make anything work here, but ATK just too strong, really holding the line. Just the Rocket League embodiment of a phalanx right here. Incredibly strong, just withstanding barrage after barrage of DNMK offensive pressure. Oh, lovely fake there from Defunct, taking it round the corner, utilizing all 0 boost in his back pocket to try and force the ball into the midfield, but not able to develop anything into a goal scoring opportunity. And frankly, yeah, I was gonna say they were very lucky not to concede on that breakaway, and they have.
Yeah, and it comes down. Skulk G getting such a good touch. This is what ATK is doing time after time. They're in the right position, they've got the right game plan, and they're following it up with clean hits every time. DNMK have put in a couple of soft shots that maybe could have been a little bit more potent, but that's not the case for ATK. Able to threaten from anywhere on the position. DNMK, who wants to put in so much effort, and considering they have not had a lead yet in this entire matchup, they would have wanted it there. Denied, though, and they've got work to do again. 3 games behind, 1 goal behind, and a single minute to determine if they can stay in this competition.
Oh, I thought that was going to be the double up there. That would have been game, set, and match ATK, and it might still be. DNMK struggling here. 2 players in their near corner. Defunct, the only man in net, just waiting and praying. Yopego. Oh, it's an open net, and he gets the flick off, but it's onto the post, and he can't find home. The pressure just too much getting to him right now. WeCasper looking for Defunct over in the corner. Defunct will be first to the ball, lifting it up towards the ceiling. Skulk G able to close him down, but not enough to stop DNMK's offensive pressure here. Gorgeous little touch. Enough to beat Wee Casper. Takes him out of the equation as well as he gets forward. Defunct out of defense. 20 seconds left here. DNMK need a goal to force OT in game number 4, and that's not going to be it. Yopego using all his boost to get into the corner, not even finding a touch on the ball. What's happening to DNMK right now as they close out the final few seconds of this Cinderella story for ATK? Yopego in the back line, can't do it, and that's it for DNMK this season. Ladies and gentlemen, ATK are back, and they are on form.
I like how you say that. They are back. There is no doubt in anyone's mind, I'm sure, of what a team to be reckoned with that ATK can bring to the fore. They dominated in so much. They won the mid-boost battle. They won the possession battle. They won the pressure battle. Even to the point where Werty could take a step back. He won just an interesting that Jodo found for us. And I have to throw this in before we go back to the panel. Werty spent 83% of his time in his own half. No one has done that. Ever. 17 people have tried, 17 people have failed, and he still managed to win the game from his own side. It shows how well ATK was playing the entire field, and with the caster curse coming through with its utmost potency, all of us thought it was going to a game 7. It's done in a sweep.
I don't think anyone predicted that. Look, maybe, Greybeard, did you think that this was going to be a sweep?
No, listen, chaos at the beginning, chaos at the end. I absolutely love it. I mean, this is how the day started. Apex swept out by Nibble. The day ends. DNMK swept out by ATK. What a day. What a way to bookend a fantastic day of Rocket League. And wow, Astral, I mean, everyone, we all knew it was tight. This was a close matchup. And in the end, not that close. Unbelievable.
Yeah, not that close. Not that close. I'm going to be a bit smug about this one, though. All 3 predictions right for me today. All on the money. And I said earlier that although the stats look good for DNMK, Werty was on fire against Bravado. And what happens? 83% of the time in his own half and gets half of the assists for his team. Who does that? How do you get that many assists from your own half? I have no idea, but it explains why it was such an unpredictable scoreline in the end, because there was something more than stats going on. That team wanted their place back in top 4, and boy, did they get it. No one wants to be playing them tomorrow, and to be fair, no one wants to play Digital Devils either, so that is going to be a clash of Titan killers down there.
All right, well, ATK's journey in the final regional continues. DNMK, their run for the season comes to the end. That's the last RLCS for them for the next probably 4.5 months. It's a long time. So a 4-0 sweep. Pyro J, Jota, our final turn through Stats Corner. How did it all happen?
How did all of this happen, Joda? Greybeard, listen, I don't want to talk about how many channel points I put on DNMK. I don't want to talk about how we said this is definitely going to game 7. This was a sweep for ATK. They played professionally, as Elliot so stoically stated. Joda, give me something to work with here. I'm looking at shots. I'm looking at maybe assisting by Wordy here. What happened for ATK?
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, right, we said that it's not too hard to work out what ATK's plan's going to be, but it's a whole lot harder to work out how to counter it. And basically, ATK followed their game plan. They like to keep things low scoring. We said it after game 1 in Stats Corner that when they won 1-0, that's exactly the sort of game that suits them. Low scoring Rocket League was in their favour. Wide open games in favour of the more flashy DNMK players, and they were just getting the job done when it mattered. The composure was there, and the assists from Werty, he was top of the leaderboard for that. An assist per game. He assisted about half of all their goals, and obviously that's pretty difficult given that he scored nearly a third of them, and you can't assist your own ones either, so his overall goal participation was through the roof.
Yeah, gotta be very impressed with Wordy's goal participation. Even the kickoff goal that happened in the one overtime was assisted by Wordy. He's just an assist machine for ATK. I'm even taking a peek at the demolitions. I mean, we have pretty good demolition statistics from ATK. Skulk G averaging a demo per game. We had Wordy with over a demo per game. I know you're the queen of violence, Joda, but surely that played a role for ATK to take the win too.
Yeah, one demo per game is sort of where you draw the line at a player who is aggressive or not aggressive. It's roughly where we place it. So they did bring out a significant amount of the aggression, and to be honest, it matters more, again, when you're in that low-scoring game, because when it's within one goal, that's simple maths. One demo play is all it takes to take a series, and I think that although they weren't necessarily scoring lots of goals on them, I think that they were able to break out of defense so well and sustain pressure and survive when pressure was being put on them. And I think a big part of that did come down to those demos when they're on defense, demolishing one of the attacking players just to give them some breathing room to transition out. And I think that is a small factor towards the DNMK shooting percentage, but I don't think we can be all positive ATK on that one. I think we have to take a bit of reality that DNMK will walk away from this very frustrated that they're able to convert less than 10% of their shots.
Less than 10% on the shooting percentage. Two of them may have been overtime, but ATK take the 4 wins to sweep DNMK. We gave you the best that we could here from the stats corner, Greybeard, but that is the result.
My goodness, so there were 16 teams on Friday night, down to 8 today earlier, then to 6. Now 4 teams: Orlando Pirates, XD, Bravado, Digital Devils, ATK, and the chaos in the middle section, as Elliot quite rightly pointed out, 6 teams all fighting to get into that sort of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spot. Who knows? But what a turnaround for the books, and not unusual for Digital Devils and ATK to be in this position, but a massive surprise given how both these teams started off this regional, coming through regionals 1 and 2. What a turn for the books. We have had everything in this region over this season. And here we are at the end of the marathon, day 2, just Champion Sunday left tomorrow with our final 4 teams. So now we wrap up the day. And Ultrazim, so give us your closing synopsis of the day, your thoughts, how it all panned out, where you think it's all going, what is going on, Ult.
I'm most surprised at the number of sweeps we saw in that lower bracket today. That's the big thing. In the upper bracket, we start to see that, especially in the beginning of the day. Whoever goes up against Pirates or Bravado tends to do well. That's where we saw the action, though. We get to the lower bracket, 3-0, Nibble takes Apex. 3-1, Ice Esports out. Digital Devils takes out Nibble 4-0. ATK now dropping a massive series here against DNMK. We've talked about who's in the top 4, who's in the top 6, who's in the top 8. I think the top 8 is pretty locked in right now with Ice Esports taking up that last position. But as for the center of it, I don't even think that these 4-0 sweeps are testament to how close these teams are. And it's impressive to see what these teams can do on their best day, because Digital Devils and ATK, this is their best day by far, and that's including ATK actually doing super well in that first regional, in the first split.
All right, and Astral, your big takeaways and thoughts going into Championship Sunday?
It's a great point from all, isn't it? Someone's got to put the sweeping brush away. It's getting a bit ridiculous at this point. They're making us look silly on the desk. There's some hidden cleaners go around, I think, just sweeping up all the mess that we create. But it's a bit of a problem. Hopefully, I mean, we said this every time, but Digital Devils, ATK tomorrow, those 2 teams, I think, is the biggest takeaway, is that, they're good, but nobody had them, getting as far as they did in the uppers and then the lowers again. And they've just proved how good they can be this weekend. And imagine if one of those 2 could beat the Pirates or Bravado, it would really throw chaos. But I think we're a long way away from that. The takeaway, I think, Apex Gaming, a disappointing one, and they'll be hoping that next season is a little bit better than this Regional 3.
Well, I said we've pretty much had everything in this region, from the perfect series to the best of 7 reverse sweeps. We've had Brazils, we've had huge overtimes, we've had massive score lines. We have had everything. What we haven't had yet is a champion that isn't Orlando Pirates or Bravado Gaming. Will that pan out to be that way? Will that stay intact for the end? Your thoughts as we conclude day 2, Elliot, and how you see the final day of the final regional, of the final split for this season.
You've asked me a question that I don't want to give the answer to, because I think the answer to that is just impossible to deny. Yes, it's going to be either Orlando Pirates or Bravado Gaming. There's not much else to say, is there, right? And then we were saying this, right? The upper finals tomorrow, Bravado, Orlando Pirates, Clash of the Titans. The lower semi-finals, when we've got Digital Devils going head-to-head with ATK, Clash of the Titan Killers. And that's very exciting. It's a very clever name, but are either of them going to be able to beat Bravado or Pirates? No, probably not. But if I've learned one thing, is that you don't bet against the Devils, okay? Don't bet against them. even if you're convinced that Pirates are going to take it, or that Bravado Gaming are going to be the ones who upset Pirates once again here, you cannot rule them out. And I think ATK have proven as well that you can't rule that team out either. They played with a sensational amount of maturity and dedication to not just winning games, but playing very solid Rocket League all the way through. And we have to be very, very impressed there. I think the level of these, the top 4 below the top 2 has stepped up massively over the course of the spring split. And so, huge performance. The real key takeaway here is that the depth in SSA has just increased tenfold over the course of this season. It's been incredible watching these players improve. And the real takeaway here is that I am on 90,000 channel points on the Coliseum GG. I have never, ever been above 0, I don't think, by the end of one of these streams. And I have 92k in the pot. So I'm leaving this stream a richer and much happier man than usual.
Gribby, before we end off there, I actually want to just do my last little thing, because Elliot really hammered it home there. Is if this is the last thing I say on this, the growth that we've seen in the last year from every single player, the dedication from the production team to bring this here, the entire scene of SSA Rocket League has made me so proud, and this has been by far the best year of Rocket League of my life. And all I can hope, I want to say thank you to every player, every coach, every single person involved in the scene for putting in the effort that you guys have. It has paid off. We are sitting at such an exciting moment right now. The fact that next year, I just want to see it blow this year out of the water even more, and it's setting itself up with the potential for it. So congratulations to every player. If you guys didn't manage to make it to RLCS, try again next year. We've seen teams coming through that we never heard of before, doing amazing things and getting that experience. So get that growth. Let's keep this going as SSA. I love every single one of you guys. I cannot wait to see what tomorrow brings. I'll definitely be tuning in.
Wow, now great words, great words, Ultrazim, and very, very true. And one final championship Sunday coming up tomorrow, and it's going to be huge and epic. Huge congratulations to Pirates XD, Bravado Gaming, Digital Devils, ATK. They are our final 4. We are going to have the pleasure, the privilege, the absolute joy of bringing you all that action tomorrow. So thanks to our earlier panel and talent of Gaugen, Muzz, and Muns, who were with us for the first half. And then, of course, to our panel, who are right here, right now, Tofu, Elliot, Astral, Ultrism. And then, of course, our Stats Corner, Pyro, J, Jota, doing a magnificent job keeping us informed, making us look intelligent. And then, of course, keeping it all up and running. The guys running, cranking the machines in the background. The Sunderlad producing all of it. And then, of course, Roland and Deployer observing. A wonderful team bringing you another stellar broadcast. But that, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else watching, brings us to the end of the marathon day 2. We will bring you Championship Sunday. Be here and be nowhere else at 4:45 p.m. tomorrow. But for today, from all of us, peace. We're out.
Talking in your sleep, saying she'll never know the secrets that we keep to take you home. Well,